Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. L'honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of Senate public bills.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Hamilton Centre.
For Hamilton Mountain, did you say, Speaker? It's my pleasure to table a petition today with over 275 signatures about the need to improve food and product safety in Canada. The petitioners are concerned that, quote, a product of Canada need not have been grown, raised, caught, or in any way begun its life in Canada. Canadian regulations only require that the last substantial transformation of the goods must have occurred in Canada, and that at least 51% of the total direct cost of producing or manufacturing the goods is Canadian. This is particularly troubling to the petitioners because they note that Canada's failed trade policy limits safety standards and sends jobs overseas. As a result, tainted imports from China and other countries have, in recent months, led to the recalls of thousands of toys, food products, and pet food products. Instead of acting to effectively deal with this trend, the federal government is proposing trade agreements with countries such as Peru and Panama, who already have been cited for food safety concerns. For all of these reasons, the petitioners call upon the Parliament of Canada to ensure that all Canadians can be assured of food and product safety by passing the motion that I had the privilege of tabling in this House, Motion M435. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members and friends of Tops on 40 and the Catholic Women's League on Hamilton Mountain for sending me this petition and for engaging in the important struggle to ensure food and product safety for all Canadians. Thank you, Speaker.
As the honourable member for saying centre instead of mountain. The honourable member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am once again very pleased, honoured and humbled to present the petitions in the House that have been brought here by thousands of people. I now have well over 20,000 names on petitions, Mr. Speaker, in support of Bill C-484. These people recognise that there is a difference between a woman who wants to end her pregnancy and one who doesn't, and one who wants to have that right to both have that child and to have her choice protected in law. And so, Mr. Speaker, these people, around 1,200 of them today, Mr. Speaker, are asking that Parliament enact Bill C-484, which provides protection for women and for their unborn children, which they want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to present a petition signed by a number of people in the Toronto area and Etobicoke North who believe that this newly implemented community mailbox system is not the appropriate way to go. They believe that it poses an environmental hazard, a safety hazard for citizens, and they don't feel that adequate notice was given. And they would like Canada Post to eliminate these community mailboxes and move back to door-to-door delivery across all neighbourhoods in Canada.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to present yet again another Income Trust Broken Promise petition on behalf of a large number of constituents of mine in Mississauga South who remember the Prime Minister boasting about his apparent commitment to accountability when he said the greatest fraud is a promise not kept. The petitioners remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, but he broke that promise, Mr. Speaker, by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax which permanently wiped out over $25 billion of the hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly, Mr. Speaker, seniors. And I see that it's agitating the government, but this is the truth. The petitioners therefore call upon the Conservative minority, well, Mr. Speaker, they're still agitated, but I know I'm on the right track. They want the government to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions, as demonstrated in the Finance Committee. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
For the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, orders du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills. resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-13, an act to amend the criminal code, an act to amend the criminal code, criminal procedure, and other amendments.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming amendment.
West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to speak on Bill C-13 today. It again is another important piece of legislation that I think is important when we look at trying to modernize the justice system in Canada and to make various changes. And it's also good when we have time in our writings to be able to discuss these issues and also get the support of our constituents in advance of being able to speak to them. So as we discuss Bill C-13, which is the Act to amend the Criminal Code, i.e. the criminal procedure, language of the accused, sentencing, and other amendments, will clearly take us in another direction to ensure that our justice system for Canada is as modern as can be. This bill will hopefully modernize the system to make it also more efficient and more effective, something that we also hear complaints about when we talk about our judicial system from lawyers, crown attorneys, and so on, about how slow the system is and how there is a need to update a variety of areas of our judicial system. Some of these amendments make certain process more effective through greater use of technology and by consolidating and rationalizing existing provisions. The amendments relating to criminal procedure in Canada provide for, among other things, the use of a means of telecommunication to forward warrants for the purpose of endorsement and execution in a jurisdiction other than the jurisdiction where the search warrant was obtained, something that clearly will save time, be far more efficient, and just a logical step that needed to be taken. Changes to the process with respect to the challenge of jurors to, among other things, assist in preserving their impartiality. Again, something that's very important. Summary dismissal by a single judge of the Court of Appeal when an appeal has erroneously been filed with that court. An appeal of a superior court order with respect to things seized lying with the Court of Appeal. And a summary conviction trial with respect to the co-accused that can proceed where one of the co-accused does not appear. And the reclassification of the offense of possession of break-and-enter instruments into a dual procedure offense to allow the Crown to determine whether this offense should be prosecuted by way of indictment or by the more expeditious procedure of summary conviction. Again, something that could save hours of court time and come to determinations much faster. Amendments related to sentencing provide for, among other things, the power to order an offender not to communicate with identified persons while in custody, and the creation of an offense for failing to comply with the order, thereby enhancing protection of victims, something that's been called for some time. Clarifications with respect to the application of impaired driving penalties, and an increase of the maximum fine that can be imposed for a summary conviction offense from the current $2,000 to $10,000, a significant increase there, and hopefully would work as some degree of a deterrent. The suspension of a conditional sentence order or a probation order during an appeal, and the power to delay the sentencing proceedings so that an offender can participate in a provincially approved treatment program. We've often heard about the lack or insufficient number of treatment programs for people who find themselves with a serious drug problem, and that there just is not enough programs. And there was an article in yesterday's paper in a symposium held yesterday in Toronto that talked about that very issue, about there not being sufficient drug treatment programs for many people, and that is also the result of why many people are finding themselves in the judicial system. In the case of a person serving a youth sentence who receives an adult sentence, to clarify that the remaining portion of the youth sentence is converted to an adult sentence, and the power of a court to order on application by the Attorney General and after convicting a person of the offense of luring a child by means of a computer system, the forfeiture of things used in relation to that offense. Clearly, this legislation is reflecting the ongoing concerns that Canadians have and parliamentarians have with many of the things that are going on through the internet and the luring of young children, an issue that has been discussed at length here in the House, and again is all part of the modernization of our justice system to be able to reflect those kinds of things that didn't happen many years back. Other amendments will also allow for better implementation of the language rights provisions in the Criminal Code. These amendments will improve the means through which an accused is informed of the right to be heard by a judge or a judge and jury who speak the official language of Canada, that is, the language of the accused, or both official languages of Canada. The amendments also codify the right of the accused to obtain a translation of the information or indictment on request. Other provisions clarify the application of the language provisions of the Criminal Code in the context of bilingual trials. Mr. Speaker, although this bill may not seem as exciting as some that we have been debating lately, and I think it's kind of nice to get something that isn't going to be charging each and every one of us up, but goes on to modernize the system, these justice bills are important, and the responsible Liberal official opposition that we are will be supporting this legislation. It might seem familiar to all the people watching at home, and there's good reason for that. This bill was originally introduced as C-23 in the first session of the 39th Parliament. It had passed all stages of approval in the House of Commons and had been sent to the Senate. So if anyone thinks this is familiar legislation, clearly it is. It died on the order paper, unfortunately, when the minority Conservative government decided to prorogue the House and start fresh with a speech from the throne. So this is catch-up time on good legislation. That speech from the throne was another ploy by the government to try and raise their poll numbers. Not unusual for them, nor was it ever unusual for other people who had assumed the same role in government. But sadly for them, Canadians saw through the strategy and weren't fooled. Canadians know how much good work the Liberal government did to protect our cities and our community, and how much progress we made on our justice agenda. Notable achievements by my government included the creation of a national sex offender registry to protect Canadians from violent sex offenders, and introduced legislation to restrict the use of conditional sentences for serious and violent offences. We also introduced a package of measures to crack down on violent gun crimes and gang violence to assist communities at risk. Much of that legislation is currently being used in cities across Canada, in particular my city of Toronto, that continues to work on areas of crime prevention, to enforcement of the sentences that are there, and to reaching out to at-risk youth and at-risk communities. Some of the initiatives included a new $50 million gun violence and gang prevention fund, legislative reform for stricter sentencing for gun crimes, and social investments to prevent those at risk from following a life of crime and to provide them with hope and opportunity for tomorrow. And now Canadians know that the Liberal Party continues to be committed to protecting our homes and our rights, as they've always known that is priority for us. That is why we have committed to appointing more judges and why we are supporting that legislation. Putting more police officers on our street and more prosecutors in the courts, as I mentioned earlier today. We've also worked very hard to toughen laws on internet luring and to identify theft to protect Canada's most vulnerable citizens, including children and seniors. Our leader, in his many comments, has also committed to establishing a new fund that will help preserve the safety of ethnic and cultural at-risk communities across Canada, something that continues, unfortunately, to become something that's happening more and more in many of our communities across Canada. This would, for example, cover the costs of security in their places of worship and their gathering places. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to support Bill C-13, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I also encourage my colleagues to exercise their privileges as members to be on the record, speaking out on behalf of their constituents on important pieces of legislation that are before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was glad to have the opportunity to get my points of view on record today, and I look forward to any questions that anyone may have.
Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, my neighbour in Toronto. And one of the things I wondered if she would comment on, and I appreciated her remarks about this particular bill. There's been a lot of discussion in the Toronto area, led by the Mayor, David Miller, about the need to ban handguns. And I know that our party, in our last election platform, we promised to eliminate handguns. What disturbs me in the whole debate is it seems to the issue seems to get characterized as, well, if you ban handguns, this will solve the problem. And I don't think anyone would be as naive to purport that. But we do know that while many of the handguns that come into Toronto and are used to commit crimes or come across our borders, we also know that about 30 to 40 to 50% of the handguns that are used in crimes in Toronto are sourced from within Canada. The people that illegally own handguns, they're stolen from them. A black market develops in these handguns, and we know that in Toronto, many people have been victims of crime because of handguns that were legal, not just black market handguns imported, brought in across and smuggled across from the U.S. So I'm wondering how the member, if she supports a ban on handguns and if she sees the ban on handguns as part of a bigger sort of array of responses to the crime that we see in some of our cities.
The Honourable Member for York West.
I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I have to also put on the record that I'm sorry that he isn't going to be running in the next election. I've met the young woman who will be seeking to assume his position, and she certainly brings a lot of great qualities to the House of Commons, and I wish her lots of luck. In response to your question, the whole issue of guns is a very sensitive one. My understanding from being involved a fair amount in these issues is that most of these, we know, are being stolen, being smuggled across the border, and I know that we had committed X amount of dollars for further border security. The current government is following up on those kinds of commitments to tighten the border. We also hear about the amount of times that guns are being literally ordered and delivered through Canada Post, which is an area that we all need to be working with our Canada Post to ensure that they are checking out the items that are being shipped to various homes to ensure that they're not passing guns and anything that can be used at that. One of the issues we don't talk about is the fact that there's an awful lot of killings done with knives and items like that, not only the guns. So as we try to focus getting rid of guns off the street, especially in our large urban regions, we have to keep in mind that there are other instruments used as well. Unfortunately today with the gangs, as someone said yesterday, someone used to get in fistfights and today it's gunfights. Well, that's clearly not acceptable, and I think all of us have to do everything we possibly can to work with our communities to decrease that, but also to work with the young people that find themselves in communities, some of them in mine as in others, that have the need to feel they have to belong to a gang, and that's their protection. So I think the real focus is that we've got to be making sure that all of our kids right from day one have an opportunity for early learning, a great education from zero on, that they have hope for tomorrow, and that they don't have to join gangs and they don't have to get into the gunfights and all the rest of it. Unfortunately, we've got an awful lot of youth out there who feel they just don't have any hope for the future. So I think we need to be focusing our efforts on education and opportunities and hope for tomorrow, for all of them.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member who has roots in New Brunswick, in fact, roots in my community of Moncton, the first officially bilingual city in Canada, New Brunswick being the only officially bilingual province in Canada. I'd like to ask her some questions with respect to language and the criminal code, and maybe she could throw a comment out about the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada on Friday in Paulin, which underscored the need to respect official languages, the languages used by the actors in the justice play for the accused, and how Justice Bastrash basically took a shot at this government and this Attorney General and this Prime Minister for not caring enough about the fight for the entrenchment of official languages in our justice system. As you know, Mr. Speaker, that case dealt with the RCMP at Roadside in New Brunswick in the Woodstock area. But there is a segue here, and it's about how important is it to the member who is from Toronto and not from New Brunswick now, but how important is it for Canada, for the Attorney General and the Prime Minister and the Conservative government to respect the nature of our country in serving the justice system in both official languages? How important is that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much for that question. I don't even think we should have the discussion. I think, frankly, there's 2 official languages in Canada, period. And I think throughout Canada, regardless of what community, individuals have their right to be serviced in either language. Yesterday, we dealt with Bill C-31, which was the appointment of judges. And that issue of finding bilingual judges was raised several times. And yes, I know it may not be as easy. It's much easier to find Anglo judges and so on and so forth. But the fact is, we have 2 official languages for Canada. It has been a strength for Canada. I think as Canada grows, you'll find that 2 languages is much more positive than any barriers, and that we need to work to overcome those barriers and encourage the whole issue of bilingualism as a strength for our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for York West for her continued input onto criminal justice issues. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, there was a great deal of discussion about judges, particularly the fact that there are 31 vacancies already and another 20 are sought to be authorized by C-31. It also came out, Mr. Speaker, that there had been no analysis or projections done of the demand for the court system. And now I see in C-13 we have even more elements of whether there are going to be greater demands placed upon our courts. And I wonder if the member would care to amplify on the fact that the government, has in fact delayed this legislation. It could have been passed easily enough had they not prorogued and introduced a different type bill, but effectively to do the same kind of thing. Mr. Speaker, we saw that yesterday as well. The fact that there were a number of bills that were in the first session already well advanced, and yet they decided to consolidate them in an omnibus bill, thereby requiring that the whole process start all over again. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that this government is not, in fact, committed to ensuring that our criminal justice system is proceeding in an efficient fashion.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Well, I think I'm really pleased to see that we've got Bill C-13 to debate it today. C-31 yesterday is another one, so I think we're here. We've got them in front of us now. I like to think that governments live and learn, and none of us are perfect, and I wouldn't suggest that the government isn't either. So possibly when they decided to prorogue, they weren't realizing the implication to the many bills that were important to Canadians that were going to be hindered by that decision. Again, we all live and die by the decisions we make here in the House of Commons, and that'll be up for Canadians to decide whether they think that we are not fast enough or the government is not fast enough at producing legislation. I know that there's been lots of justice legislation tabled, and some of that we have supported, and we will continue to move forward in the best interest of Canadians.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak to the debate on Bill C-26.
We're on the amendments to Bill C-13. Does the Honourable Member wish to speak to Bill 26? Well, see if there's any more debate on this, and if not, we may move on to that bill. Is there a further debate on Bill C-13, the amendments? No? Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Hill, moved that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that this House agrees with amendments numbered 2, 4, 5, and 6 made by the Senate to Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code, criminal procedure, language of the accused, sentencing, and other amendments, but disagrees with amendment numbered 1 because it would place an undue burden on judges and does not take into consideration provincial and territorial practices that are currently in place to ensure that accused persons are informed of their language rights, and disagrees with amendment number 3 because the Minister of Justice would be unable to comply with the statutory duty imposed by the amendment as provinces and territories do not keep statistics to report on the operation of the language of trial provisions. Monsieur Murphy, Moncton Riverview DX.
Mr. Murphy, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting the words agrees with amendments numbered 2, 4, 5, and 6, and substituting therefore the words agrees with amendments numbered 1, 2, 4, and 5, and 6, and by deleting the paragraph commencing with the words disagrees with amendment numbered 1.
Amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? No. All those in favor will please say yea. Yea! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. Accordingly, this division will take place tomorrow at 5:30. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you noticed, I was quick off the mark, and that's probably why.
Order. Sorry, I was thrown off there for a moment. We do have an agreed-upon list. I believe le premier oratrice.
The first speaker is the Honourable Member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. I apologize. And she has 13 minutes remaining. I will begin my speech where I was before, so I will pick up where I led off. Mr. Speaker, I was saying how this bill was spending too much on this minimal sentencing. I established that we should be looking at the approach put forward by the Bloc to talk about reintegration of offenders. And indeed, this bill enabled judges to impose a detox course on offenders, and this would avoid a minimal sentence. This is found in Section 5.2 of the bill. This is an approach that seems to be promising and is a change away from the current trend in the Conservative government that wants to simply fight crime with harsher sentences. The offenses related to drugs have to be punished, but we also have to look at other approaches as well. This is why it's necessary to do a strict analysis of Bill C-26 in order to be assured that this whole principle of rehabilitation remains available and efficient. For example, I turned to some statistics by StatsCan that show that adult offenders who served their sentence under surveillance in the community are less likely to return back to correctional services in the 12 months following their parole. As compared to those who were put in jail. So we have to bear in mind this observation. But my analysis didn't stop there. We should also consider the fact that drug-related offenses normally affect a young clientele. Approximately 2.5% of individuals aged 15 to 24 were addicted to illicit drugs compared to a half percentage of people aged 35 and more. Consequently, C26 may in fact penalize young people. As a legislator, we have to ensure that our youth are able to take advantage of effective rehabilitation programs. Why? Prison is there and will always be. Prison is and will always be a school for crime. This is a place where young people become very bitter towards society, and therefore it is essential that Bill C-26 open the door to rehabilitation. That's why we have to really do an in-depth analysis of this bill, as well as the new mechanisms that it contains, to ensure that the whole principle of rehabilitation remains present and effective without undermining the fight against drugs. I would conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that Bill C-26 does have some merit. However, it does give rise to some legal concerns whether as to its impact. For instance, when I read the wording of the bill, I am concerned by certain factors. This is the case in particular when the accused is accused of entering a building to commit an offense. Indeed, why would this offense be more serious when it's done in a rental house as opposed to in one belonging to the accused? Why is it more serious to go into an apartment than it is in a condo? Despite the fact that we're against the principle of this bill for the reasons that I explained earlier, the Bloc will be supporting Bill C-26 in second reading so that it can be studied in committee. As I said on several occasions here before the House, we always have to, first of all, emphasize an attack against poverty, inequality, exclusion, if we really want to do something to fight crime. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate hearing the member's comments. And I note that at the beginning she said that maybe there was some hope in this bill because it did have a diversion program, what's called a drug treatment court. And I just wonder if she has examined what drug treatment courts do. I'm quite familiar with them. We have one in Vancouver. And one of the problems with the court is that it allows an intervention very late. We need to provide intervention and treatment and assistance for people before they get to the point of being incarcerated. The other problem is it creates a backlog in that it, in effect, allows people to jump the line because, as we know, treatment beds, maybe not in Quebec, but elsewhere in Canada, are very, very limited. And so the idea that you have a drug court, that people can be coerced into treatment and that it happens at the point of conviction where there's choice, so-called choice, is offered. Most of the study and analysis that's been done on drug courts have actually showed them to, one, have very low success rates, and two, the intervention that's needed needs to come much earlier. Right on the street, right in the local community, rather than waiting till someone is involved in the justice system and is on the point of being convicted. So I just wonder if she, if the Bloc is looking at that question, because I know it is part of the bill, and the Conservatives have put that in the bill, I think, to give the illusion that they are being a little bit more progressive. But in actual fact, the evidence about drug treatment courts shows that they're very ineffective, and I wonder if she would comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. I'd like to thank my colleague for her questions and comments in particular. Indeed, this bill does show some openness in that if young people get treatment, they will get a lesser crime. They will reduce their sentence. But what concerns my colleague is to see that we've made the sentences much more severe for these types of crimes. It's much more repressive. And we don't have support, physical and financial support, to enable these young people to get out of their addiction problems. It's the whole question revolves around the approach. We in the Bloc and in Quebec, we prone rehabilitation rather than repression. As you know, in Quebec, this is the province with the lowest crime rate. So the evidence is in. We try to attack the root of the problem. That is, when there's a problem, we try to set up a program to help the youth and the offenders get drug treatment. We really do advocate this approach of rehabilitation rather than repression. We have shown that this works in Quebec. It works. And I think that when a method works, when it's proven itself beyond any doubt, when there's statistics to back it up, I can't understand why someone wouldn't want to base himself on this model. This is the model we use in Quebec. It works, and we have to invest money in these approaches rather than simply building prisons or and making minimum sentences more severe and investing in all these minimum sentences. We have to understand that this conservative ideology is repressive, and in my opinion, will certainly not guarantee success, because you just have to look at the United States and other countries that have used these very heavy repressive measures to deal with crime by making minimum sentences more severe, and that hasn't worked. So I think if we really want to be logical, we have to invest more in mechanisms to help young people in particular, because this bill really is aimed at youth, because they're the ones that are most hard hit by drugs. So I think we have to invest our energy into this approach. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to have this opportunity today to speak at second reading on Bill C-26, which deals with minimum mandatory sentencing for drug crimes. And I have to begin by saying that it's not really a surprise that we're debating this bill, although in my comments I hope I'm going to show that the bill itself is seriously flawed and very ineffective. But it's not a surprise that the Conservative government has brought forward this bill, because it is very much a part of their core agenda, where they're trying to give people the illusion that they're dealing with a serious problem in our society, in this case drug use, by coming in with a very repressive and heavy enforcement regime. Mr. Speaker, my riding of Vancouver East has often been in the media, and it's a community that's been at the epicenter of a drug crisis, not only in Canada but in North America. So I've become very involved in this issue over the course of being a Member of Parliament for 11 years, and have become very involved in looking at drug policy, what works, what doesn't, and what kinds of reforms are taking place not only in Canada but around the globe. In my community of East Vancouver, we're very proud of the fact that we're home to North America's first safer injection facility called Insight. And in fact, just yesterday in the House, I questioned the Minister of Health to find out if finally the government would acknowledge the dozens of studies that have been done that show that Insight is a very effective program that has reduced drug use, that has improved safety, and finally make a decision to allow Insight to remain open. Unfortunately, the Minister of Health, as on previous occasions, did not respond to that question and did not make it clear whether or not Insight will continue. But I want to say that in Vancouver, there have been many amazing advances in terms of our understanding of the drug issue, how it impacts people, and what kinds of public policies need to be developed. Certainly, the City of Vancouver, in fact, two former mayors, Mayor Philip Owen and Mayor Larry Campbell, were very involved in setting the stage and leadership for a changed policy around drugs. Groups like VANDU, the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users, have been instrumental in transforming the debate. So often this debate is about dividing people, of saying there's good people and there's bad people. If you're a drug user, you're automatically labeled as a trafficker or a dealer. And so we've seen a history in Canada, as we have in the United States, of this issue being used in a way to create fear. I call it the politics of fear, and this is something very much that the Conservatives have picked up on. But in East Vancouver and in Vancouver generally, we've rejected that kind of model. We believe that the issue of substance use, of drug use, is primarily something about, has primarily to do with public health. It has to do with about ensuring that people make good choices, that people are supported in prevention and treatment when they need to, in harm reduction. The more we criminalize drug users, the more we create further harms, as I hope to show in the debate today. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that for the NDP, some of our overall concerns is that there's absolutely no proof that mandatory minimum sentences are effective and an appropriate measure to reduce drug use and crimes related to drugs. And in fact, most evidence shows the opposite. This bill does not address the core issue of why people use drugs. And in fact, what it does do, it increases an already imbalanced and overfunded enforcement approach to drug use in Canada without reducing crime rates or drug use. And in fact, what this bill further does in the whole program that we've seen from the Conservative government is to abandon successful measures such as harm reduction and grassroots education programs. What we're most concerned about is that this bill is moving Canada towards an expensive, failed U.S.-style war on drugs that we know spends tens of billions of dollars a year on enforcement and incarceration, while crime rates soar and drug use soars as well. Greater incarceration rates places a greater burden on the courts, police, prisons, and in fact the bill leaves it open to enforcement, and this is, I think, one of the real problems of this bill, to go after, in effect, low-level dealers and even for marijuana infractions. The fact is that selling one joint or growing one plant can constitute trafficking under this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, just looking at the situation in Canada, we know that Canada spends about 73% of its drug policy budget on enforcement. Only 14% goes to treatment, 7% to research, 2.6% to prevention, and 2.6% to harm reduction. And so when you look at that kind of picture and see where the money has gone and where the emphasis has gone, it presents a very troubling situation. And yet we also know that drug use has continued to rise in Canada. In 1994, 28% of Canadians reported to have used illicit drugs. By 2004, this number was 45%. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we know as well that a Justice Department report from 2002 concluded that mandatory minimum sentences are the least effective in relation to drug offences. And to quote that report, they say, minimum mandatory sentences do not appear to influence drug consumption or drug-related crime in any measurable way. A variety of research methods concludes that treatment-based approaches are more cost-effective than lengthy prison terms. MMNs are blunt instruments that fail to distinguish between low and high level, as well as hardcore versus transient drug users. And, Mr. Speaker, that's from the Justice Department. In addition, we have many other people speaking out about this bill, and I'd like to just read into the records some of the key organizations that have expressed their grave concern about the bill. Certainly one notable group, the Canadian HIV/AIDS Legal Network, has done extensive research, analysis and review on drug policy, and in some of their background material, they picked up on one very important point, and that is that the Conservatives are peddling this bill as a bill that will deal with drug dealers, that's who they're really going after. And yet in the HIV AIDS Legal Network backgrounder, they make the point that to distinguish between drug dealers and drug users is very artificial, particularly when harsh minimum sentences are mandated for dealing in any quantity of drugs. The real profiteers in the drug market, those who traffic in large quantities of illegal drugs, are able to distance themselves from more visible drug trafficking activities and are rarely captured by law enforcement. Instead, it is the people who are addicted and involved in small-scale, street-level drug distribution to support their addictions who commonly end up being charged with drug trafficking. And, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what's going to happen with this bill. If you go into the downtown east side in my community, it is the low-level folks on the street who are dealers. It's part of the system of how they support their habits. Those are the people who are already most at risk from a health point of view, who are very vulnerable. They're the ones who will be targeted by this bill in terms of the minimum mandatory sentences. There's further evidence, Mr. Speaker. Former Judge Jerry Paradis, who is a member of LEAP, Law Enforcement Against Prohibition, which is quite an incredible organization of former police chiefs, police officers, drug enforcement officers in the United States and Canada, including former judges who are speaking out against the war on drugs. And former Judge Jerry Paradis, he says, the evidence unequivocally showed that minimum mandatory sentences have no effect on crime, and they carry with them a grab bag of unintended consequences. And he goes on to say the true kingpins are the ones who as the legal network says, are the ones who are able to distance themselves and not be caught by this kind of legislation. We have retired Quebec Judge John Gomery, someone who we're very familiar with in this House. He has also spoken out against this bill and has said that judges view this kind of legislation as a slap in the face. Judges find that it's an implied criticism when Parliament imposes these mandatory sentences. This is someone who is very well respected, who is saying that this bill is the wrong approach. Mr. Speaker, we have a very important organization, Canadian Students for a Sensible Drug Policy. They were on Parliament Hill a couple of months ago doing their first policy, and the leaflet that they put out and that they came and visited us and spoke to us about, their leaflet says "not in our name," because they know that, again, the propaganda that's being put out by the Conservatives is that this is about helping young people with drug issues. But they understand in this organization that it's really about criminalizing young people. And so they say from their leaflet, while criminalizing drugs and drug users continues to be justified as necessary to protect our youth, it is our responsibility to eradicate this harmful approach. And they say the current criminal justice approach to drug use is failing our generation and our society and leading to increased harm from drug use. So that's young people who are speaking out in their own voice with their own experience about what they believe needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, further evidence that this approach put forward by the Conservatives is a failure. The Health Officers Council of British Columbia, these are all of the public health officers across BC. They wrote a very important paper in 2005, A Public Health Approach to Drug Control in Canada. What do they say? Criminal enforcement strategies do not seem to have achieved long-term reductions in either the supply or demand for illegal drugs. Then they point out that in the paper that they're producing, they argue that the harms attendant upon a criminal prohibition framework for drugs are significant and the benefits modest at best. A change in policy to a public health approach where production and distribution can be wrestled from criminal interests and a range of effective harm reduction strategies can be implemented and evaluated is long overdue. So that's from the Public Health Officers Council of British Columbia. Further afield, we have a new report that just came out from the Royal Society of the Encouragement for Arts, Manufacturing and Commerce from the United Kingdom. This was a group made up of business people, elected representatives, professionals. They too have come out with a report with a conclusion that the current regime, the so-called war on drugs, and the emphasis on enforcement is an absolutely failed approach, and they have called on the British government to change its policies in regard to drug policy reform. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many people speaking out. What I fear most about this bill is that it is taking us down a very dangerous road. It is a road that has already been experienced in the United States where, for example, we know that 2.1 million people are now in U.S. prisons. 80% of the increase in the federal prison population in the U.S. from 85 to 95 is due to drug convictions. By 2004, drug offenders made up 54% of sentenced federal prisoners, up from 25% in 1980. Mr. Speaker, that's what's happening in the United States, and that's the direction that this government is taking us in. In the United States, ironically, there are many jurisdictions that are now moving away from minimum mandatory sentencing because they can see what an utter failure it has been, both economically, both politically, and both in terms of actually dealing with this crisis of drug use in our community. So, for example, the U.S. Sentencing Commission concluded that MMSs fail to deter crime and reported that only 11% of federal drug dependents are high-level drug dealers and so on. In 2000, California repealed their minimum mandatory sentences for minor drug offenses. In Michigan, in 2004, they are also repealing their offenses. Delaware and Massachusetts are considering the same thing. So I find it just incredible that here we are with this government about to go down this route, and in actual fact, what they're modeling it on in the United States is something that has already been shown to be a colossal failure in terms of the rate of incarceration. Drug use is still going up, crime rate is still going up, and so this model of prohibition and enforcement is clearly a failed model. Mr. Speaker, what we do know about this bill, however, is that it's really designed to appeal to the core conservative base. It is really an oversimplification of drug use in Canada that uses scare tactics to bully people into thinking that marijuana and other substances is the root of violent and organized crime in Canada, and that somehow enforcement is going to address that. But in reality, this bill will do absolutely nothing to address either of those problems. We believe very much that the Conservatives are taking Canada in the wrong direction. It's a direction that is very expensive, it has no effect on drug use, and will only increase the prison population, creating a new set of issues about overpopulation, health, safety, and crime within the prison system. And we've seen the situation in British Columbia, where we've had very, very difficult situations emerge in terms of overcrowding, safety problems for corrections officers. We've seen that just very recently. And in fact, one of the consequences of this bill, because we're dealing with minimum mandatories, we may see an increase in incarceration and the burden of that will be borne at the provincial level. I wonder if the minister has had any discussion with his provincial counterparts that what he is doing with this bill is basically loading on the costs to the provincial system that are already overcrowded and overburdened. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very failed strategy. We in the NDP believe that Canada must have a balanced approach to drug use. We have supported the four-pillar approach, which includes prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and yes, there is a role for enforcement, but not the kind of imbalance that we've seen in past history and with previous governments, and certainly that is now being exacerbated with the current government. We believe that there are many successful models that have worked in Europe. We know that the big city mayors in Canada have adopted this kind of full-pillar approach. It began in Vancouver. It's shown to be successful. So why wouldn't we be investing in that? Why wouldn't we be investing in grassroots harm reduction strategies like Insight, like needle exchanges? Why wouldn't we be investing in real education for young people, that actually gives people real information about their bodies, about making good choices? I always find it very ironic that we have police officers going into schools doing drug education. Would we send the police into schools to do sex education? I don't think so. They only go in to do drug education because these substances are illegal. What we need to do is focus on a health-based approach, though, because that's the real information that needs to go to young people, Mr. Speaker. And we do know, of course, that mandatory minimum sentences as we see from the evidence and the reports, both in the United States and Canada, are least likely to work on drug crimes. So it begs the question, why is this bill coming forward? If we know it doesn't work, if we know it's the wrong approach, if we know it's actually going to create a worse situation in the prison system, if we know that it's not going to, in any substantive way or even a minimal way, deal with drug use, and in fact crime will probably, incarceration and crime will probably continue to rise, then why is this bill coming forward? Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to come to the conclusion that very regrettably this bill is about a political optic. This is all that the Conservatives have left. It's about creating a climate of fear, because I do not doubt that people are very concerned about drug use in local communities. People are very concerned about the dealing that takes place, the impact on schools and so on. But this bill will not address that. We've had more success in my community when the police sat down with the drug users, with community representatives, with the police department, and actually worked out a strategy for how to deal with particular individual situations in our community. That did more good. What was called the Tuesday meetings at the Carnegie Centre, right at Main and Hastings. The police, the drug users themselves, community representatives, the City of Vancouver, who would sit down and work out these issues in terms of what was happening on the street and what the impact was in the community. That produced more results. It produced more dialogue than anything else. So, Mr. Speaker, we think that this is a terrible bill. The bill won't solve the problems with illicit drugs. It will only create further harm. I really hope that the opposition parties will defeat this bill. We are going to be voting against this bill at second reading. We do not approve for this bill in principle. And I would say, if the Conservatives want to fix something, maybe they should look at the medical marijuana program, which is in absolute chaos right now. There are huge problems with this program. If they want to actually make some sensible decisions and actually help people, then take a look at what's happening with the medical marijuana program and how people are being severely and negatively impacted by the way this program is run, and actually do some good. So I would call on the other parties to examine this legislation and defeat it as absolutely the wrong direction for Canada to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually very, very surprised at the honourable member and the approach that she's taken. Usually, I get this from the Liberal Party, quite frankly, and we've had more success in trying to convince the New Democrat Party to support the government's tough on crime agenda. Now, the honourable member said, among other things, she said, "Have you talked to provincial politicians about this?" Well, I can tell her I was in Manitoba yesterday, within the last 24 hours, on a discussion of our crime-fighting agenda with the Premier of Manitoba, who is a member of the New Democrat Party. Mr. Chomiak, who is the Attorney General of Manitoba, has told me on many occasions how supportive he is of our crime-fighting agenda. Why? Because they have some major problems in Winnipeg and in that province, and they actually want help on these things. And I appreciate, the member says we should be concentrating on the medical marijuana problem or improve the needle exchange program, that somehow these are the things that are going to fix the drug problem. Well, I can tell her I've been out in Vancouver on a number of occasions, and I've had people continuously tell me that we've got to send out the right message, and the right message to the people who are trying to destroy other people's lives. That's who we're talking about when we talk about people who want to sell drugs around schools. And she may disagree about mandatory minimum penalties for those people, but I don't have a problem with it. This government doesn't have a problem with it, and I'm surprised that she doesn't have a problem with it. In addition, we have mandatory jail terms for people who want to import or export narcotics. Who's in favor of these people? Who wants to get on side with them? Send them the message here that don't get tough with those people. These poor people importing narcotics into Canada. Be nice to them. understand them. They're misunderstood. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I think we understand these people very, very well. And we're sending out a very clear message to these people. If you want to get into that business, if you want to exploit children, or you decide that you decide to get into a new business, cultivating marijuana plants, in your living room and dining room. So we're sending out a message to you as well. Don't go into that business here. And if you go into that business, you can expect jail. And I think most Canadians will back us up on this. And I hope when she talks with some of her provincial counterparts, she'll join us in that mission.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Justice thinks that this bill is going to solve the issues that he's just identified, he's fooling himself. Or else he is deliberately putting forward a program that he knows is going to fail. I actually don't think they really care what the consequences are. The fact is that this bill, with minimum mandatory sentences, will not solve any of those issues that he has just identified. I agree we have to send the right message, but it sure as heck isn't this bill. And in terms of Manitoba, I mean, obviously, there are elements of the Conservatives' legislation that has come forward that the province of Manitoba and likely other provinces have supported too. That's not an issue here. What's at issue here today is this particular bill that is advancing the proposition that somehow minimum mandatory sentencing will address the incredibly serious problems that we have in our local communities. And I just want to blow the whistle on that, because this bill is absolutely the wrong direction to take. Go look at what's happening in the United States. Have they lowered the rate of drug use? Have they lowered the crime rate? Have they lowered the impact on local communities? There are communities that are torn apart as a result of incarceration. There are people, it hasn't changed there. It's only gotten worse. And this is what this government is now embarking on. So I say it is an absolutely disastrous course to take. It won't work, and that's why this bill should be defeated.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great attention to the Honourable Member's talk on the bill, and C-26 is certainly something that will evoke a lot of discussion. I respect her where she comes from geographically and philosophically. I can't always, however, agree with everything that she said. In particular, while I may be very open to ongoing debate with respect to issues of harm reduction, treatment, and prevention, and agree that not enough's been done by this government in those regards, I have children in the school system in New Brunswick who have RCMP officers in the schools teaching the DARE program, and I endorse that. I endorse the good members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in my community. And I realize all politics is local, as Tip O'Neill said, but I believe that the RCMP are doing a wonderful job in the community of Greater Moncton in teaching the DARE program. And it leads me to my question in my disagreement with her in that regard, but perhaps I can tie it together with a question that leads us to a common front, which is this. The Conservatives talk about a law enforcement agenda. They put out bills that need to be enforced, but they don't back it with the actual trooping of our police forces across this country. They make speeches about hiring 2,500 police officers across the country. They've made the same speech 2 years in a row. They talk about upping the numbers at the RCMP, who are systemically unable right now to grow their numbers because of age and so on, seniority issues. In my own force of Kodiak, there is an age issue. There is an issue with respect to disability and burnout and overwork and all that sort of thing. Will the member give us her views and her party's views on the Minister of Public Safety's complete ignorance and putting aside of the issue of fulfilling promises with respect to the deployment of community police officers?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do think that community policing is a very important aspect, and we know that the Conservatives have, as the member points out, have broken their promises in terms of bringing in new officers across the country. They should be directed to community-based programs, so that's just another thing that they put out there that they've abandoned. But I do want to pick up on the member's comments about education, because, if you talk to young people, if the member spoke to the Canadian Students for a Sensible Drug Policy, he will learn that to have police carrying drug education programs has been shown to be the least effective way to actually communicate with young people. You know, the idea that you're going to scare people and say, well, if you use marijuana, you're going to become a crack cocaine addict. Like, young people know that that's not necessarily what happens, right? And the fact, we have to face the reality that young people experiment with drugs in our society. The most important thing is to get real information to them about what they are doing and what choices there are, and what they can do to protect themselves and to remain healthy and to see what the harmful effects are. I don't believe that that can be delivered by police officers. It needs to be delivered by people who have a clear understanding of this. The idea that you're going to scare people based on enforcement is something that just has been shown not to work. So in many communities, the DARE program has actually been quite discredited. So I'm very concerned as well that the Conservative direction here of their so-called education program that they unrolled a couple of months ago is just going to be more of this kind of, like, you know, propaganda that really doesn't do anything to really engage young people about this very serious issue. They'd be much better off to work with the Canadian Students for a Sensible Drug Policy and devise a real education program that involves young people, that deals with these issues in a very realistic way.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me say at the outset that certainly people in my community of Hamilton Mountain are also worried about things like grow-ops, about drug use, and certainly the crime that's often associated with them. So I listened to the Minister of Justice's comments with great care, and of course he's absolutely right. The NDP has supported some of the government's so-called crime bills, but only when they made good public policy sense. And all of his rhetoric today can't turn Bill C-26 into a piece of legislation that reflects good public policy, especially for a government that constantly talks about wanting evidence-based research. I think the member from Vancouver East has done an admirable job of laying out precisely why our party will not be supporting Bill C-26 and the minimum sentences that it imposes. What my constituents are much, much more concerned about is effective programs for prevention and for deterrence. And I think we have an excellent example of one such facility in the riding of Vancouver East, and that's the Insight facility. And the member from Vancouver East has been a tireless champion for sustainable funding and for a sustainable future for that facility. And I just want her to know today that it's not just people in her community who care about this, but in fact healthcare professionals, people who are committed to treatment and prevention right across the country are watching. Can she give us an update on the future of that site?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East has only 20 seconds to respond to that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the member, and I thank you for a question, that there is very, very strong support in the downtown east side, in Vancouver generally, in fact, indeed across the country for Insight, the safe injection facility. It comes from the local police, local businesses, the city council, even the BC government, and we're very, very concerned that this government is refusing to make it clear whether Insight will continue.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my third time. I suppose it's third time lucky.
Third time's a charm.
There's a reason why they call me Fast Eddie, of course. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with legislation that focuses in on the drug crime that's plaguing our communities across Canada. Bill C-26 imposes tough new mandatory minimum sentences on the most serious of drug crimes, while at the same time providing hope to those who want to escape their drug addictions. This is a balanced approach to addressing drug crime in our country. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you with absolute certainty that Canada's drug problem is one of the most important issues to the residents of my community of Abbotsford. So I'd like to start off a little bit by telling you about the community of Abbotsford. It's a community that I've called home for some 26 years. My wife Annette and I have raised 4 daughters in that community. It's a community that fashions itself as the city in the country. Statistics Canada has declared Abbotsford to be the most generous community in the country when it comes to charitable giving. It's a city of volunteers. It's a community of families that has strong traditional values and a strong work ethic. We have a very low unemployment rate. It's somewhere around the 3.7% mark. We're also an incredibly diverse community, one of the most diverse in the country. We have a very strong farm economy. In fact, Abbotsford generates the largest farm gate revenues for the province of BC. But with that, of course, comes prosperity. We also have a very significant urban presence. And with that comes some of the problems that face big cities, problems of crime. And our neighborhoods in Abbotsford are experiencing drive-by shootings on a regular basis. Marijuana grow-ops and crystal meth labs proliferate in Abbotsford. In fact, drug-related violence and even drug-related murders are not uncommon for the average Abbotsford resident. It's happening in their neighborhoods, and it concerns me. And I'd like just to point out how critical this problem is. I'd like to read to you from one of our local newspapers, the Abbey News, from a few months ago. And this is typical. I quote, "A wheelchair-bound man was arrested after the drug squad raided a home in North Abbotsford and discovered a large grow and loaded firearms Tuesday evening. Abbotsford drug squad officers seized 850 plants and 3 firearms after executing a warrant. A loaded rifle was found near the front door of the home, and 2 loaded handguns were discovered in a bedroom. Guns and drugs are a continued threat to officers and the public," said Constable Casey Vanette. Another marijuana grow operation was shut down the day previous after a hydro bypass was discovered and led officers to a home. Police found 630 plants growing underneath the living area of the residence, housing a family with school-aged children. End quote. Mr. Speaker, that's the problem facing communities across our country. And despite the efforts of our dedicated Abbotsford Police Department, citizen complaints to City Council about escalating drug activity in their neighbourhoods are increasing. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, there are thousands of Canadians whose lives and families are being ruined by illegal drugs. They've become victims of criminal enterprises, the victims of drug dealers who make obscene profits off the misery of others. Time and time again, drug traffickers rob young people of their future and sell them a lifetime of heartache. Too often, such a future leads to an early death. The good news is that after years of inaction by the previous Liberal government, our Conservative government is finally taking action. We're taking concrete steps to rein in organized crime and the drug dealers who have ruined so many lives without facing any real consequences. It's almost as if previous governments were hoping that the problem of drug crime would simply go away. In the meantime, drug criminals have continued to use our revolving door justice system to evade real and certain justice. And that's why we've taken decisive action. Mr. Speaker, last October, Prime Minister Harper unveiled Canada's... Pardon me, the Prime...
Order. I think the honourable member caught his mistake. If we use riding names or titles, that would be best. Thanks.
And the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and his anti-drug strategy provides almost $64 million over 2 years to prevent illegal drug use, treat people who have drug addictions, and fight drug crime. The strategy proposes a 2-track approach, one which is tough on crime, on drug crime, the other which focuses on the victims of drug crime, including the drug addicts themselves. Our action plan to fight the production and distribution of prohibited drugs focuses on providing strong penalties which will act not only as a deterrent to others, but will put out of commission the really serious drug traffickers in our communities. And that is the context within which our Bill C-26 has been introduced. Moreover, this bill follows up on one of the 5 key priorities identified for Canadians that we identified during the last election, namely to get serious about tackling crime. As with so many others of our promises, we're getting the job done. We're actually fulfilling our promises. So let me tell you what Bill C-26 actually achieves. This bill proposes a series of mandatory minimum prison sentences which ensure that criminals who commit serious drug offenses face appropriately long sentences. I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is not about applying mandatory minimum penalties to all drug crimes. It's not a wide net that catches all drug users. It's not a bill that goes after the recreational users of drugs. Rather, it introduces targeted, mandatory minimum penalties for the most serious of drug crimes and ensures that those who carry out those crimes will be harshly penalized. This bill clearly sends a message that Canadians do not accept drug trafficking as a legitimate business or violence associated with drug trafficking and production. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the production and trafficking of illegal drugs present serious health and public safety hazards. They create environmental hazards, pose significant cleanup problems for city councils, and endanger the lives and health of our neighbourhoods. And I know that from experience, having served on Abbotsford's City Council for some 9 years. Drug trafficking is a lucrative business and attracts the most insidious of organizations, the organized crime groups and drug gangs. Huge profits are available with little risk to drug dealers, and these profits are in turn used to finance other criminal activities. It's become very clear that the penalties and prison sentences for drug trafficking and drug production are considered by many Canadians to be too lenient and not commensurate with the level of harm which such drug crimes impose on our communities. Our Bill C-26 is specifically tailored to target the most pernicious of these crimes, primarily the trafficking, production, importation, and exportation of larger amounts of prohibited drugs. Now, the prohibited drugs that would be covered under our bill are drugs such as cocaine, heroin, crystal meth, and marijuana. That said, I want to make it crystal clear again that mandatory minimum penalties will not apply to simple possession offenses or to offenses involving less serious drugs such as Valium. They also don't apply to the trafficking of small amounts of prohibited drugs for personal use. As I mentioned earlier, our approach is fine-tuned to target the most serious offenders and would operate as follows. Now, Mr. Speaker, you'll have to bear with me. I want to explain exactly how these penalties are going to be implemented. And may take a couple of minutes, but I think it's important for Canadians to understand what this bill really involves. To begin with, the trafficking of the hardest drugs, we're going to propose a 1-year minimum prison sentence where certain aggravating factors exist. We're talking about drugs such as heroin, cocaine, crystal meth. And the aggravating factors which would attract mandatory minimum penalties of 1 year would be where the offense involves organized crime, or where the crime involves violence or weapons, or perhaps a threat of violence or weapons, or where the crime is committed by a repeat drug trafficker. These are the really bad guys. If youth are present, or the offense occurs in a prison, the minimum jail sentence will actually be increased to 2 years. And if you import or export prohibited drugs, the minimum penalty will be raised to 2 years if the crime involves more than 1 kilogram of a drug such as heroin, cocaine, or crystal meth. If you produce or otherwise manufacture cocaine, crystal meth, or heroin, a minimum of 2 years in prison applies. And then there may be additional aggravating factors which will attract a 3-year prison term. For example, these factors would include a situation where the drug producer used somebody else's real estate, say a house, to produce that drug. Or the drugs were produced in a location where children were present. So if you're growing or producing drugs in a home and you've got children living in that home, there's going to be a mandatory minimum penalty of 3 years in prison. 3 years will also apply where the drug production constituted a potential public safety hazard in a residential area, or where the drug dealer set a trap to injure or kill others if they entered the premises. This is quite common with marijuana grow-ops. The drug dealers will actually booby-trap the house to make sure that intruders can't get in. And those booby traps are intended to maim, injure, and kill, and often would impact our police officers. Now, for lesser drugs, such as marijuana, the proposed mandatory minimum sentence for trafficking, importing, or exporting would be 1 year if certain aggravating factors such as violence, recidivism, or organized crime are present. And if a drug dealer is trafficking in the presence of children or in an area frequented by children, such as a schoolyard, the minimum prison sentence of 1 year would be increased to 2 years. And we're also going after marijuana grow-ops. If a grow operator produces up to 200 marijuana plants, he'll get a minimum of 6 months in prison. Up to 500 plants, 1 year in prison. And if he grows more than 500 plants, he'll spend at least 2 years in prison. No more slap on the wrist, no more revolving door justice system.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Now, Mr. Speaker, getting tough on marijuana grow operators will be especially welcome in Abbotsford. Marijuana grow-ops and crystal meth labs have been a blight on our city, jeopardizing the safety of our neighborhoods and families. And at this point, I want to give special credit to Abbotsford City Council. Faced with a former federal Liberal government which refused to get tough on grow-ops and other drug crime, and faced with a police force reluctant to bust grow-ops due to weak federal anti-drug laws, my City Council responded by finding creative new ways to use municipal bylaws and regulations to shut down those grow-ops. For example, what they'll do, Mr. Speaker, they use sophisticated heat sensors to determine whether a house is producing more heat than would normally be expected. So they've identified a house that's probably going to be a drug, perhaps a marijuana grow-op. And of course, there are other telltale signs. Foil on the windows, an odor emanating from the house. Often there's suspicious activity going on. And then the city posts a 48-hour notice of fire and safety inspection. They cut off the water and the electricity, so of course the plants can't grow anymore. And after 48 hours, city staff or the police will return, and typically they'll find the premises abandoned. And on top of that, they file a notice against the property advising prospective purchasers that this has been a marijuana grow house. And of course, that reduces the value of the property in many cases because people don't want to purchase a home that's been used for illegal drug activity. So I commend Abbotsford City Council for taking these steps. But I have to ask the members of this House, isn't it our job as federal parliamentarians to protect our communities? Why was it left to the Abbotsford City Council to deal with this problem? And why, over 13 years, didn't the former Liberal government get it done? Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is getting it done, and there's much more. Bill C-26 also introduces tougher penalties for trafficking in what are commonly known as date rape drugs. These are drugs which are used to drug unsuspecting women to allow predators to sexually assault these women. Mr. Speaker, protecting women against violence has been one of our top priorities. Mr. Speaker, I also fully expect the usual response from the Liberal and NDP members of this House. We've already heard some responses from the NDP this morning. And some will tell you that deterrence and denunciation don't work. Others will tell you that the focus should be rehabilitation and social reform, not tougher sentences. And I'm absolutely certain they're going to tell you that mandatory minimum sentences don't work. They'll also try to convince Canadians that our hands are tied and that Bill C-26 might violate the legal rights of the drug pushers. However, there's one group that they almost never mention. Can anyone guess what that is?
I think I know.
It's the victims of drug crime. Victims across this country that are crying out for redress. They're crying out to be heard. And they haven't been listened to. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House for over 2 years now, and I've observed how seldom the opposition members of this House actually take heed of the cries of victims across our country. Just yesterday, I was at a rally in Burnaby, BC. Actually, the day before yesterday. I was supposed to speak yesterday, and my notes were focused on that. But on Sunday, I did speak at a rally in British Columbia recognizing National Crime Awareness Week. And the rally was sponsored by organizations I really respect. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, FACT, which is Families Against Crime and Trauma. And it's quite clear from the sentiments expressed at that rally and at other similar rallies that many Canadians feel outraged. Outraged that for decades, it's the defense lawyers and the prisoners' rights advocates who have had the ear of government, and that victims of crime have been all but abandoned. Well, I'm here to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that today victims of crime do have a strong advocate in our Conservative government.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Some members of the opposition will also tell you that Canada does not have a crime problem. They will point to statistics which seem to indicate that crime is going up, not down. And you know, there's a wealth of material in this House from the opposition members. And what I did is I just went back to one member of Parliament, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood, who, when speaking on another bill, said the following: "In fact, by any and every standard of measurement, crime is declining in every category. That is the truth." End quote. He went on to say, and again quote, "We have crime rates declining in all categories, in virtually all communities." End quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the Liberals. Well, what are the facts? Mr. Speaker, I believe it was Mark Twain who referred to lies, damned lies, and statistics. And I would suggest that some members of the opposition could learn from Mark Twain. You see, there's always a grain of truth in what the opposition says about crime. It's just not the whole truth, Mr. Speaker. The real truth is that while the overall crime rate has gone down marginally due to fewer petty crimes being committed, Statistics Canada reports that rates for almost all categories of violent crime have gone up, not down. I encourage my Liberal friends across the floor to actually review the latest statistics from Statistics Canada. It's as simple as going to their website, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to quote from those statistics. For example, crimes such as attempted murder, aggravated assault, assault with a weapon, robbery and kidnapping, forcible confinement, all up. Drug offenses involving cocaine, up a whopping 13%, while other serious drug offenses, including crystal meth, were up by 8%. Of even greater concern is the fact that Statistics Canada reports that youth crime has increased by 3%, the first increase since 2003. And in fact, the rate of young people accused of murder was the highest since 1961. Clearly, the violent drug crime problem that plagues our nation calls for solutions, not excuses, and that's what Bill C-26 does. It takes serious action against hitting the scourge of drug crime in our streets. And we're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the Liberals and NDP to stop dithering on the issue of drug crime and join our Conservative government in passing this bill. Canadians are demanding change.
Quicker the better.
It's time we deliver that change.
Well done. Well done.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to compliment the honourable member who did a very good job at describing on the technical matters. He got a little bit out of hand when he started getting a little bit partisan, but the technical areas were very well explained. Now, when we look at the what's going on out there with the trafficking, the production, the import, and the export, I think those are all areas that I don't think without an argument you'll find that people want to see ended, and they want to see tougher sentencing and tougher actions on. And I don't think you'll get any argument on that, Mr. Speaker. And when we see laws like C-26, we see another tool, a tool that will help law enforcement officers to do their job and to get a little bit more encouragement. My question is, well, let me make another comment before I ask my question. I have to comment on what's happening in Abbotsford. As he mentioned, the City Council using many different ways of entrapping and catching drug producers, whether they have grow-ops or manufacturing areas, and I commend them on that. But it brings me back to the police associations and their frustration. One of the things that this government said that they would do, the Conservative government said they would do, would be to bring on more police officers, more funding for police officers to hire more people so that they can take these laws and actually do something with them. Not just stand there and say, okay, well, we've got these laws, but we don't have the men out in the street and the women out in the street who can actually enforce the laws. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is where is the funding that was supposed to be meant, or that was meant to hire more women and men out there as police officers?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague for his question, and I sense that he's inclined to support our legislation, and I commend him for that. We do support C-26 because it is addressing the scourge of drug crime. But with respect to his question about policing, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we had promised that we were going to provide an additional 2,500 police officers across Canada, and guess what? In Budget 2008, which was just passed with the help of the Liberals, we've actually provided the funding for that.
All the provinces.
So police forces across Canada can expect that there's going to be a significantly enhanced police presence available to implement the drug legislation that we're discussing today, to actually enforce the laws that we have in Canada, to make sure the really bad guys, these are the drug kingpins, the drug lords, the high-level drug dealers, are taken off the street, incarcerated, so they can't continue to peddle in misery.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the member's comments from Abbotsford, and he did say that drug offences in certain categories has gone up 13%, and that he believes, and that the public believes, that sentencing is too lenient. I would ask him to actually provide evidence of that, whether or not this bill will affect that in any way. We've actually tried to find some research in terms of what are the average penalties across the country, and it's very difficult to find out. So I'd actually, the member's making these assertions, so I'd like him to bring forward the evidence to show where penalties have been too lenient. Now, I will certainly agree that I'm sure there are cases where there's been big disputes in the public, there's been articles in the newspaper over a particular case that may show that people believe that a particular offence and the rate, the incarceration, the sentence was not adequate. I mean, that certainly happens. But overall, he is making the assertion that penalties have been too lenient, and somehow this bill will fix that. One of the problems with minimum mandatory sentences is that it's more likely to people who are charged fighting those charges because they know that a minimum mandatory will apply. So it's actually going to tie up more court time, more lawyers who he doesn't seem to like. So I just wonder if he can actually show this House and the Canadian people the evidence behind what it is that he's saying. Not just his opinion, not an anecdote, but hard evidence that on the penalty side, and also that this bill will impact the fact that drug offences have gone up 13%. Where's the evidence that it will change that?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the member to get out in the streets. Talk to the people in the streets. Talk to the victims of crime.
Well said.
They'll tell you that the sentences are way too lenient. And in fact, some of the key drug criminals in our communities are getting a slap on the wrist if they're even penalized in the courts.
Revolving door justice.
And if you talk to people like Sandra Martins-Toner and Nina Rivette of FACT, and of course the member would know these people because they work in her community, they will tell you that the penalties are way too lenient in Canada. And it's time that a federal government, stepped forward, did the courageous thing, and start to impose a regime of escalating mandatory minimum penalties, which are targeted, by the way, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking about all the drug users in Canada being subject to mandatory minimum penalties. We're focusing on the worst of the worst, getting the bad guys off the street.
Hear, hear.
And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about our mandatory minimum penalties, they're tailored because of their prophylactic effect. We're trying to take these guys off of the street for longer periods of time, and we want to disturb their criminal enterprises. We want to interfere with them, make sure that they can't function properly.
Well said.
Well,
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Abbotsford for his presentation today. And I want to let that member know, through you, Mr. Chair, that not just in Abbotsford is it an issue, but in my riding of Burlington, I have sent out a questionnaire to my constituents, asking them for their response on us getting tough on crime and tough on drug dealers. And, Mr. Speaker, it was the biggest response I have gotten from any of my mailings to my constituents. By far, the response was that we need to be doing something, that we are on the right track, and that we're making things happen. The other thing I want to mention is that as a member of Parliament, I went to see my local police chief from the region of Halton, and they clearly indicated to me that us getting tough on crime, particularly on drug crimes, is the way to go. My question to the speaker or to the member today, Mr. Speaker, is he talked about this is the Victims of Crime National Victims of Crimes Week, and he was did a great job in terms of highlighting that that's important. Could he tell us, this House, who he considers in the drug crime business, who are the victims, and how does that affect them?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, that's very easy for me to answer, Mr. Speaker. There are two groups of victims in my mind. There are those that are the innocent victim of drug violence, the ones that are hurt, injured, maimed, or even killed, such as Ed Schellenberg from my community. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, in October of last year, 6 men were gunned down in an execution-style gangland slaying. 4 of those were known to police as being involved in the drug industry. 2 weren't. They were innocent victims. One was from my riding of Abbotsford, Ed Schellenberg. Those are the victims of the violence of drug crime. The other group of victims are those Canadians who, for one reason or another, through difficult circumstances, have now found themselves in a life of drug addiction. And to feed that habit, they sell drugs. Now, I believe it's the will of this House that we would focus on them and provide them with a way of getting off of their addictions, being freed from that slavery. And our bill does that because it's a balanced approach. We're not only imposing mandatory minimum penalties, we're also providing an option for judges to sentence appropriate offenders in a way that will allow them to undergo a court-approved drug treatment program. And if that program is completed satisfactorily, the mandatory sentence would not apply. If they don't complete it satisfactorily, there would be a mandatory minimum sentence applied. So those are the victims that we're addressing in our crime bill.
Very well done.
Comment, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, I may, at the risk of disagreeing with a colleague, the Scarborough-Gilwood quote for the member there saying that crime is at a decrease. We know now from breaking news that, in fact, there is a bit of a surge in crime today in that the RCMP is executing a warrant at the Conservative Party headquarters. I'd like my friend's comment on that aspect of crime increase. As a city councillor, he knows, former city councillor, he knows, or should know, it's universal for city councils, that there is a lot of pressure on police budgets. They've been in the job, Mr. Speaker, for over 2 years, 2 years, 4 months. If getting the job done is waiting 2 years and 4 months for more police officers, which is a cry throughout the cities of this country, then what is not getting the job done?
The honourable member for Abbotsford has only about 20 seconds left to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you from experience as a member of Abbotsford City Council that we did our very best to provide our police with the resources needed to address drug crimes. In fact, Abbotsford has its own police force. It's not part of the RCMP system. And the residents of my community were more than willing for us to provide the resources through taxation to our police to ensure that our neighborhoods were safe. And in fact, we had numerous community organizations that would appear before our council regularly to ensure that we had the police presence in the neighborhoods that was required.
Well done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to discuss a very important issue to my constituents of Newton North Delta, our society's approach to illegal drugs. Mr. Speaker, it is affecting my family, neighbors, businesses, and constituents across the Newton North Delta. I say my family because, Mr. Speaker, along with my wife, Ronnie, we are raising 3 children from school age to university. I'm running my own business, in fact, in my own riding. And that, when I go and talk to the parents, when I go talk to the businesses, this marijuana grow up is a problem that is affecting people across the society. Last year, Mr. Speaker, I was talking to Chief Superintendent Mr. McRae, and if you go and talk to him, he will tell you that last year the RCMP handled 7,000 drug-related incidents in Surrey, an increase of 11% from the year before. And same thing, Chief Sesford from Delta will tell you the same story, Mr. Speaker. Addictive, destructive drugs can ruin lives, and often the lives of our children. Crystal meth, for instance, is extremely hazardous to the brain, particularly when smoked. Meth rapidly damages the brain, killing portions of it. It makes the brain of users in the early 20s look like the brains of 60 or 70-year-olds who have suffered from minor strokes. Not all drugs are as dangerous as crystal meth. As responsible legislators, we must keep things in perspective. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-26 is welcome in many ways, although it has its limitations. Before considering the bill, we should be clear on what principles should govern our approach to illegal drugs and other criminal activities. Canadians are a fair and generous people. We have never been as harsh as our American neighbors. We recognize that many social forces push people towards crime, poverty, poor education, unstable childhoods, social isolation, and many more. We believe that the people are fundamentally good, but we recognize that good behavior is not automatic. People need to be encouraged. Canadians also know that it is not enough to try to prevent people from becoming criminals. We must also deal with those who commit crime. People who break the law must be punished. A government that serves the needs of Canadians must be tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime. Everyone should have an equal opportunity to make the most of life, but people should not away with committing crimes. Canada's crime policy should just not be reactive, it should be proactive. Our goal should also be to prevent crime. So how do we prevent crime? Do we hire more police prosecutors and judges? Do we set longer sentences or minimum sentences? I believe the best way to prevent crime is by making sure the criminals get caught and convicted. Mr. Speaker, I was earlier listening to my honorable colleague from Abbotsford. He was talking about 2,500 new police officers that this government promised in its platform. But when it comes to those figures, Mr. Speaker, that corresponds to $32,000 a year for a police officer for only 4 years. Mr. Speaker, this is a long-term, serious problem that we have to deal with. The funding has to be stable to those 2,500 new police officers, and it has to be a reasonable amount that we can hire. We can bring more police officers on the road. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, we need to provide positive activities for our youth, that they do not fall into the drugs. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was talking to the Muslim Youth Center in my riding. The organizer or a volunteer, Janelle Azimullah, and his associates are putting tremendous volunteer efforts to play a constructive role in the lives of Surrey youth. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the aims and objectives of this organization, to protect our youth from ways that are unlawful and illegal, provide learning opportunities for character building, to mold our youth to be committed and dedicated citizens, to offer physical, spiritual, and moral and social education programs, and to promote peace and harmony. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to government, government can be a force of good in people's lives. But when I was talking to this organization, when they went to the Department of Revenue for a charity number, because they are running this organization for the last 4 years based on the donations. And this is the type of work that is really appreciated in my riding, the work they do. But when they went to the Revenue Canada agency, they did not qualify for a charity organization. In fact, these are the type of organizations that has to be encouraged and resources has to be put in place. And similarly, last year, 2 years ago, I was also introduced to another gentleman in my riding by one of my constituents, Roji Thakur, who is also a multicultural coordinator with the Surrey RCMP detachment. She introduced me to a young man, Rob Rai. He works with the youth at risk and teach them the skills through sports and keep them off the streets. And similar to the Muslim Youth Center, Mr. Speaker, this organization is also run by the donations from the businesses. So it is the people who are playing a role in our youth's life. And I'm sure the government can do much more on this. And every social or child care providers that you talk to, Mr. Speaker, the first 6 years of the age for every child development is very, very important. But when it came to this government, cancelling those child care agreements, that shows how serious this government is providing the prevention measures. When they cancelled the Kelowna Accord, Mr. Speaker, that shows their commitment, because that they are not committed to improve the lives of our youth. Certainly, I appreciate them bringing this bill, and I, along with my colleagues, will be supporting this bill in principle. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, the use and abuse of illicit drugs is a serious problem that is increasing. The number of Canadians who have used an injection drug during their life increased from 1.7 million in 1994 to 4.1 million in 2004. According to the RCMP, the number of secret labs seized increased from 24 in 2000 to 53 in 2005. Because growers use volatile materials and frequently obtain their electricity illegally, marijuana grow-up operations pose a threat to public health and safety, especially to their neighbors and children. Production of ecstasy is also on the rise in Canada. The United States has expressed concerns about ecstasy being smuggled from U.S. from Canada. The increase in drug use, trafficking, and production threatens our society. These activities have serious impacts on our communities, such as increasing rates of petty crime, prostitution, increased violence, and increased risk to law enforcement officers. Proceeds from the sale of drugs are used to finance other criminal activities. Mr. Speaker, what we want to stop above all is violence. We need to recognize the problems that are caused by small producers and the biggest danger from the big operations. We need to define where the problem is, where we need to get tough. And we also need to be smarter on crime, Mr. Speaker. The City of Surrey's innovative electrical fire safety initiative has been so successful at shutting down grow-ops that they are doubling the program. It investigates houses with unusual power consumption and cuts off power if there is a dangerous wiring typical of grow-ups. The program has sent a strong message that grow-ups will not be tolerated in Surrey, and it is working, Mr. Speaker. Tougher penalties are an important part of our strategy to fight crime. Bill C-26 proposes several measures on drug crimes. It would create a one-year mandatory jail term for dealing drugs while using a weapon or for dealing drugs in support of organized crime. Create a 2-year mandatory term for dealing cocaine, heroin, and meth to young people or for dealing near places young people frequent. Increase the maximum sentence for date rape drugs. Create a mandatory 6-month sentences for growing as little as 1 marijuana plant for the purposes of trafficking. I welcome C-26 measures to target large-scale growers and traffickers, organized groups, and people who push drugs on our children and teenagers. These are the people who ruin the lives of our future generations, and we hope that this bill will help. When I look at our future generation, Mr. Speaker, our youth, our hopes are not focused more than that should be focused on our youth, and I personally feel that this is the right step in the right direction. Conservatives' approach has problems as well, Mr. Speaker. They see that drug abuse is a criminal matter, but they do not see that it is also a health issue. They are not focusing on the more serious criminal problems, especially gangs and guns. You go talk to any police chief or any police officer in my part of the riding, when it comes to Surrey and Delta, every police officer will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we got to focus our resources on the organized crime. Even the homicides. I mean, for instance, Mr. Speaker, right now, we only have a 60% conviction rate for homicide. This is appalling low. It is used to be much higher, but it is harder for police to get conviction now because more and more homicides are committed by organized crime. Those are the serious problems, but they are not getting the attention from this government that they should. We do not even know where all the new prisoners will be jailed. Mr. Speaker, the British Columbia Provincial Corrections Department says that if Bill C-26 passes, it will probably have to find a room for about 700 more marijuana growers per year. Nobody is sure where they can be because 80% of the provincial prisons in BC are already double bunked and the rest are either in protective custody or too violent for a cellmate. Even the National Post is critical of these issues, and when the Post agrees with Globe and Mail, you know something must be seriously wrong, Mr. Speaker. Just like with the economy, the Conservatives had a fantastic opportunity to change Canada's drug policies for the better over the past 2 years, but they have once again wasted the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Now, I request this government, where it wants to implement Bill C-26, they should also be focusing on the preventive measures and the education resources that we can put into our youth and into our Aboriginal communities. That is very, very important. So, in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this bill, as on every crime bill that went through this House at every stage. I have always stood up to be tough on crime, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I have always been an advocate of preventive measures, education, and social benefits, so that we can keep the social justice, so we can keep the balance when it comes to making laws and providing resources into our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The U.S.-style war on drugs have failed in U.S. and it is failing in Canada. I noticed that in Canada we spent 73% of our drug policy budget on enforcement, whereas only 14% on treatment, and research 7%, prevention even less, 2.6%, harm reduction 2.6%. So we have seen many Canadian families, there are some teenagers that are trapped in a cycle of addiction. It really should be seen as a health issue, not one of morality, because we know that there are many parents that are desperately trying to seek drug treatment programs for their teenagers and their children, but they have not been able to find that in Canada. There are hardly any long-term drug treatment program. There are very few community-based treatment programs. Those that are available are private, very expensive. And then there are some that you end up having to send your kids to U.S. For treatment program. But, of course, the travel costs, etc., are not covered. So we know that drug treatment program works very well, and so would dealing with a young person in a holistic manner, because we know that a lot of them are taking drugs because they are using it to mask the kind of pain that they experience, whether it's physical or mental pain, that abuse that they have experienced when they're young. So what I don't understand is that how this bill would actually work, because it will end up throwing more people in jail, and as a result, they become even more harder criminals, and certainly even more money will end up in dealing with them in the enforcement side. We know that to put a young person in jail, for example, is at least $100,000 a year, whereas a drug treatment program is a lot cheaper. So my question to the honourable member is that how could one even begin to support this kind of very wrong-headed, ineffective, non-science-based approach of war on drugs that have proven to be complete failure in the past?
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member from Trinity Spadina for her statistics that she gave it to me, and I cannot agree any more with those numbers. And if Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member was listening to my speech, in fact, the numbers that she gave, 73% on enforcement, 14%, and 7% on prevention. In fact, I was also mentioning that certainly there are certain aspects of this bill that we got to be tough on crime. We got to be, because if we are not tough on crime, we cannot deal with those problems that we have in our society. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, that this Conservative government is not looking this from a health risk. I do agree with her that we need to put more resources into the preventive and treatment measures. And now the question she asked me, how can I support it? Mr. Speaker, it makes a total sense to support this bill, to go to the committee, so as those members of that committee can come up with cons and pros of this bill and come up with a constructive and a healthy bill that will put resources into the prevention, but at the same time be tough on crime. Because when I look at this, committee have the responsibility, and then we can bring in the experts to that committee to deal with this situation and put their input into this bill, so that this bill, when it comes back to the House, it is a more effective bill. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, we all know how these committees are behaving or are acting under this Conservative leadership these days, because this is a chaos, because they don't even want to take the input from the members of the opposition, because they are forgetting that 66% of the people have elected the opposition. But that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm answering this question to this honourable member, that it makes sense to send it to the committee and let the committee work on this, so that this bill is more effective in a way. Thank you.
For questions and comments, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the intervention today. The honourable member mentions that the Conservatives had a great opportunity to make good changes to the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, and we think we are making good changes. Mr. Speaker, my question, though, to the honourable member is, why did his party, the Liberal Party, not take they had the authority for 13 years, Mr. Speaker. 13 years they were in this House. They had an opportunity to make changes, and they didn't make any critical changes to this area. And as the member of the Liberal Party, how does he feel about the performance of the Liberal Party for the 13 years that they did nothing on this file? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member from Burlington, because I had the opportunity to serve with him on ethics and access to this committee. Mr. Speaker, he asked for 13 years. I can tell this House, Mr. Speaker, and this honourable member, maybe he wasn't aware of those 13 years. Maybe he wasn't aware when Brian Mulroney left this country, Mr. Speaker, into a $41 billion a year in deficit. Mr. Speaker, when the previous Liberal government came in, you know what they did, Mr. Speaker? A budget after budget, Mr. Speaker, they balanced those 8 consecutive balanced budgets, Mr. Speaker. They brought in a Kelowna Accord, Mr. Speaker, right? And to improve the lives of our Aboriginals, Mr. Speaker, we brought in the child care, those landmark child care agreements with 10 provinces, Mr. Speaker, that this government, when they came in, that they deteriorated that. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell this honourable member that he can go and talk to those child care providers. They will tell you, Mr. Speaker, with Liberal government, what they have done, and this government has messed it up. Even on the economy, Mr. Speaker, if you go, it's not me who is saying, the Economist magazine even said that, Mr. Speaker, under the Liberal government, this country was one of the best. In fact, it was the second best country to invest, and it was the top country to live in Canada. But under this government, Mr. Speaker, we are heading into the deficit right now. And these are the achievements that we made, and these are the mess-ups that this government is doing right now, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to ask that member to table some of those things, but I won't. We'll try to get back on the topic of how the justice in this country has gone downhill. Mr. Speaker, one of the questions I want to ask the honourable member, and I'm not sure that he heard some of his other colleagues talking about the banning of handguns and how, and Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a comment and then ask the honourable member. I'm getting sick and tired, as my constituents in my riding are, of politicians who have no solutions to the problem come out and say, let's ban handguns, which for all intents purposes are banned anyways. I wonder if the member knows that crack cocaine and crystal meth and all those things are also banned, and how's that working?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Canberra for his intervention. When it comes to guns, crime with guns, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I'm reading this headline here. More youths in gang, national trend, drug trade behind gunplay, author says. And in fact, less than 48 hours after Toronto Mayor David Miller launched a national push to have handguns banned by the federal government, his city recorded 3 more shootings. Mr. Speaker, it is a self-explanatory. The other issue that he raised is for me to table that those things that I was saying. Mr. Speaker, it is a public record. I hope that Mr. Speaker, that this member can put his team forward to do that research that shows that the economy, Mr. Speaker, one budget after the other, whether it was a Canadian pension plan that was ruined by Brian Mooney conservatives, Mr. Speaker, this was the Liberal government that put that Canada pension plan on a strong footing as well, Mr. Speaker. I forgot to mention that. In fact, when it comes to banning these drugs, Mr. Speaker, and I already said in my speech, I want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, our youth are protected from these drugs. And we got to be tough on the laws, but at the same time, we got to have preventive measures and resources to support those youth. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will say at the outset that I will be sharing my time with the member from Peace River.
Well, thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to speak today on the topic of Bill C-26, which is an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. As you know, the Minister of Justice recently tabled Bill C-26, which proposes a number of mandatory minimum penalties to ensure that appropriately high sentences are imposed on those who commit serious drug offenses. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about applying mandatory minimum penalties for all drug crimes. The Controlled Drugs and Substances Act contains a complex offense and penalty structure. Penalties depend on the nature of the prohibited activity and on the type of substance involved. The most problematic and dangerous substances, such as heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and morphine, are listed under Schedule 1. And offenses involving these substances attract the severest penalties, up to life imprisonment. Cannabis is a Schedule 2 drug, and attracts lesser penalties. It is only if at least 3 kilograms are involved that trafficking and possession for the purpose of trafficking is punishable by up to life imprisonment. Production of cannabis is punishable by up to 7 years imprisonment. The least severe penalties, up to 12 months imprisonment on summary conviction, are reserved for offenses involving substances listed in Schedules 4 and 5. It should be noted, however, that most of the prohibited activities in the Controlled Drug and Substances Act are legal if committed by someone possessing the proper license, permit, or exemption. For example, the marijuana medical access regulations that came into force on July 30th, 2001, that's July 30th, 2001, provide a comprehensive scheme for sick individuals to apply for licenses to possess or grow marijuana for medical use with the support of their doctor or, in some cases, with the support of a specialist. There is also a process to apply for a designated person production license if the individual is unable to grow the marijuana him or herself. As such, there are individuals in Canada who are exempted from the production offence contained in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act who are growing marijuana within their residences or in their yards. The amount of plants that the individual is permitted to produce
is derived from a formula tied to the amount of dried marijuana product which the individual holder of the permit requires on a daily basis. The amount of plants that the permit is authorized to produce can be quite significant. Example, in excess of 50 plants. Now, some members of this House may be of the view that serious drug offenses do not require a response such as the one contained in this bill. However, serious drug crime is a growing problem in Canadian cities and towns, and a serious legislative approach is required. According to Statistics Canada Eurostat, crime statistics in Canada, 2004, the rate of marijuana cultivation offenses has more than doubled over the past decade, from approximately 3,400 offenses in 1994 to 8,000 in 2004. According to a study on marijuana grow operations in British Columbia in 2003, 39% of all reported marijuana cultivation cases, 4,514, were located in British Columbia. Between 1997 and 2000, the total number of these cases increased by over 220%. Although the number of individual operations in British Columbia leveled off between 2000 and 2003, the estimated quantity of marijuana produced has increased from 19,729 kilos in 1997 to a 7-year high of 79,817 kilos in 2003, which was due to the size and sophistication of individual operations. Recent investigations by British Columbia Hydro indicate that the existence of up to 17,000 possible marijuana grow operations. The increase in the illicit production of marijuana has occurred not just in British Columbia, but all across this country. There are no available national data on synthetic drug production. Another RCMP data, however, indicates a steady rise in these production operations where the RCMP seized 25 in 2002 and 51 in 2003, 60 in 2004, and 50 in 2005 synthetic drug production operations. Of the 60 operations seized in 2004, 17 producing ecstasy and 40 were set up to produce methamphetamine. Of the 15 labs seized in 2005, 60% were meth, 30% were ecstasy. Ecstasy seizures and precursors have increased between 2001 and 2006 from 1.5 million tablets to an excess of 70 million. Unlike other better-known drugs of abuse, such as heroin, cocaine, or marijuana, methamphetamine presents some unique challenges. Methamphetamine is a synthetic drug. It's not dependent on the cultivation of a crop. Its production requires no specialized skill or training, and its precursor chemicals are relatively easy to obtain and inexpensive to purchase. These factors make production attractive to both the criminal trafficker and to the addicted user. Methamphetamine also presents a threat to law enforcement authorities. They must simultaneously combat both small toxic labs and super labs, which are primarily controlled by drug trafficking organizations. The small labs produce relatively small amounts of methamphetamine and are generally not affiliated with major trafficking organizations. A number of factors have served as catalysts for the spread of small labs, including the presence of recipes easily accessible over the Internet. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, widespread use of the Internet has facilitated the dissemination of technology used to manufacture methamphetamine in small labs. This form of information sharing allows wide dissemination of these techniques to anyone with computer access. So aside from marijuana, Merithamphetamine is the only widely abused illegal drug that is capable of being easily produced by the abuser. Given the relative ease with which the manufacturers or cooks are able to acquire recipes, ingredients, and the unsophisticated nature of the production process, it's easy to see why this highly addictive drug is spreading. Mr. Speaker, methamphetamine use has a number of impacts on users and on our communities and on society generally. The quality of life among users of methamphetamine is generally greatly diminished. Addicts may experience disillusion of relationship, social isolation, altered personality, difficulty with academics, loss of employment, involvement in crime, exasperation of pre-existing mental illness, drug-related psychosis, brain damage, health risk behaviors, including risky sexual encounters, and declining physical fitness. Furthermore, individuals may be unmotivated to seek help, as methamphetamine can create seemingly high levels of energy and productivity. Communities can become vulnerable to petty crime, social disorder, associated risks to health, increases in violence, and increases in large-scale labs and drug trafficking. Methamphetamine production operations also pose serious public safety and health hazards to those in and around production operations. These operations can result in serious physical injury from explosions, fires, chemical burns, and toxic fumes. They produce environmental hazards, pose cleanup problems, and endanger the lives and health of community residents. The collateral damage of methamphetamine includes impacts of family, school staff, students, law enforcers, and fire department paramedics, health care practitioners, businesses, and property owners. These individuals experience secondhand symptoms of methamphetamine use. First responders may experience exposures to production byproducts, fire explosion or hazards, and may be subject to violence from addicts or frustrations and stress from adequate resources or judicial restraints from preventing them from taking action. Parents may also experience emotional and financial stress as a child goes through treatment strain from missing work, fear, embarrassment, guilt, and shame. The family may also encounter gang-related crime, contamination, violence.
Order. The member didn't seem to be winding up, or he didn't bother to pretend he was. So the 10 minutes has expired. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Comments.
The honourable member for
Thank
Burlington.
you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Dufferin-Caledon for his presentation and his review, which was enlightening to myself, and I'm sure others who heard him speak on what the actual production of drugs in this country and how it actually happens and how easily it can be done. And he indicated that just access to a computer can get you the know-how and the ingredients are easily findable. My question to the member who spoke is this: this week is National Victims Week. We're celebrating everything we're trying to do to help victims of crime, and I would like his opinion on what this bill, in terms of getting tough on drug dealers, will do to help victims of crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Burlington's question. You know, it is an issue that has affected our society in a credible number of ways. The issue of gangs, the issue of problems in schools, the issue of businesses, the breakups of families, it goes on and on. And as several members have mentioned, the member from the previous speaker, the member from Newton North Delta, and the question from the member from Trinity Spadina raised, there are other areas. There's health issues. There's education issues. All of these issues are most relevant. But, Mr. Speaker, something has to be done about the way these drugs are affecting our society. We are going to put people in jail. We're not, the public needs to be protected. The victims from crime, the families that have been affected by the crime that's committed as a result of these drugs, they need to be assisted, and this legislation will help.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for resuming debate. The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with considerable pleasure that I rise today to speak to Bill C-26. And I know that from my constituency, I hear a great concern with regards to the impact of the drug trade and the drug-fueled crime that results out of the drug trade. With crystal meth, the date-rape drugs, the marijuana grow-ops, and the clandestine labs proliferating our communities from coast to coast, Canadians are demanding that this government of Canada take some action. In the last election, we promised to crack down on drug crime. We promised that we would, and this I'm quoting here, introduce mandatory minimum sentences for designated drug trafficking offenses to ensure that serious crime results in serious punishment, and that we would, I'm quoting again, end conditional sentences or house arrest for serious crimes, including major drug offenses. We also promised that we would support results-oriented community-based initiatives for addiction treatments, training, and rehabilitation of those who are in trouble with the law. With Bill C-26 and our national anti-drug strategy, the government is fulfilling these promises. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly pleased that with the proposed legislation, we will take a strong action to combat marijuana grow-ops. Why do we need these mandatory minimum penalties for grow-ops, you ask? We need them because sentences for these offenders amount to little more than a simple slap on the wrist. Professor Daryl Placas did a study of all the drug files opened by the police of British Columbia from 1998 to 2003, and his findings underscore the need and the urgency for these criminal law reforms. Professor Placas found that between 1997 and 2003, indoor grow operations increased in average size from 149 plants to 236 plants. And it should be noted that hydro bypasses that allow for theft of hydro were seen in approximately 1 in 5 grow operations. And also the number of fires associated with grow operations increased from 32 in 1997 to 80 in 2003. And among the suspects, these numbers are important because I think it draws a picture. And among these suspects, 57 had at least one other drug conviction, 41% had a prior conviction of some form of violence, 22% had a previous conviction for production, and 27% had a previous conviction for possession for the purpose of trafficking. On average, suspects had 7 convictions occurring over a 13-year period. What kind of sentences are the courts imposing? Members may find it hard to believe, but Professor Placas found that only 27% of offenders with 9 or more non-drug convictions were imprisoned. For offenders with 9 or more drug convictions, only 54% were sentenced to jail time. Moreover, cases in which prison sentences was the most serious disposition dropped from 19% in 1997 to 10% in 2003, while conditional sentences as the most serious penalty increased from 13% to 46%. When a prison sentence was imposed, the average length was only 4.9 months. Clearly, existing sentences were not deterring individuals with multiple convictions from participating in grow-ups over and over again. Mr. Speaker, I believe all members will agree that these sentences were insufficient to deter persons from being involved in marijuana grow-ups. Certainly, I do not think they are appropriate. These sentences do not adequately reflect the serious nature of these crimes. The issue of grow-ops, and specifically crystal meth super labs, is something that I have taken a personal interest in. My private member's bill, Bill C, 428 that is currently being dealt with in the other place deals with rising the penalties for those who produce and traffic in this dangerous drug. And I can tell the members of this House that I've heard from people from coast to coast, and they are concerned about the illegal drug use, and they are concerned especially about the deterrents that are in place for those who produce and distribute these dangerous drugs that have such a horrific impact in each one of our communities. It is time that we as Parliament send a needed message as to what we think is appropriate, as to what we think is an appropriate range of penalties within what a judge can craft a sentence, taking into account particular circumstances of the offenders. Bill C-26 will set that new range. At present, there is no floor, and the ceiling is only 7 years. Under Bill C-26, there would be a new maximum of 14 years, indicating clearly to the courts how seriously we as parliamentarians take this type of crime. And more importantly, there will be a mandatory periods of imprisonment that reflect the number of plants, and those mandatory minimums will be increased where the production constituted a potential security or health or safety hazard to children who are in the location where the offense was committed or in the immediate area that surrounds it. In the cases where the production constituted a potential public safety hazard in a residential area, or where a trap was placed or set, and in the case where offenders used real property that belongs to a third party to commit the offense. Under Bill C-26, the penalties will be 6 months for the production of up to 200 marijuana plants where the production is for the purpose of trafficking, and 9 months where the offense involves safety and health aggravating factors. It'll be 1 year for the production of 201 to 500 plants, and 18 months where the offense involves, again, a health or safety aggravating factors, and 2 years or more for 500 plants or more, and 3 years where the offense involves health and safety aggravating factors. Clearly, these proposed mandatory minimum terms of imprisonment are measured response and do fulfill the promise to ensure that serious crimes result in serious punishment. And moreover, the proposal fulfills the promise to support addiction treatment, training, and rehabilitation of those in trouble with the law. I remind members that where the accused has a previous conviction for serious drug offenses, but where there are no aggravating circumstances with respect to the offense before the court, the legislation will allow the court to suspend the imposition of sentence if the offender participates in a drug treatment court program. If the person successfully completes the drug treatment program, the court can impose a lesser sentence. Drug treatment courts are fairly new to Canada, but they are, Mr. Speaker, very promising. And I understand that a press conference that was held just a little bit ago with regards to Bill C-26, a gentleman by the name of Joe attended. He's the first graduate of Ottawa's drug treatment court, and he spoke eloquently and emotionally about how the court has helped him to be clean for 16 months. Joe has turned his life around, and now he can contribute to society, whereas before he used to commit crimes to get the money to feed his drug addiction. I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-26. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Peace River for his presentation today and highlighting the penalty side of what Bill C-26 is talking about. I also want to congratulate the member for his personal work on justice issues dealing with drugs and his private member's bill, which is now in the other place for review. The question I have for the member from Peace River is this. The member did an excellent job of highlighting what the changes to this bill will do in terms of increasing penalties for those who are involved in serious drug crime and in terms of its production and sale to others. Could he tell this House what this bill will mean to his community and to his young family in terms of making it a safer place to live in the Peace River district. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've had the opportunity to work with my colleagues on both sides of this House, including the member from Burlington, I appreciate the support that each one has given me. In terms of this bill and the bills that we've brought forward, there's no question that in my riding of Peace River and the ridings, really from coast to coast, there are people in this country who are asking that we as parliamentarians step in and do the work of protecting our young families and the people in our communities that are the most vulnerable. There's no question. I get calls on a regular basis because of my work on the crystal meth front from people from Vancouver, from people from the Maritimes that are concerned about the way that we deal with, that we ensure that we go after, first and foremost, the people that are producing and distributing this drug specifically to the most vulnerable. In the past, there's been attempts to go after sometimes the most vulnerable and criminalize their behavior. Absolutely, we want to continue to ensure that people are not being encouraged to possess drugs. But we also have to go to the root cause, which is really the networking of the manufacturing and the distribution of these drugs. And clearly, that is where Canadians have asked us to go, and clearly that's where this government is responding and getting tough on the real serious crime of producing and distributing the most serious drugs, and this takes us that much further. Thank you.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to offer the member my congratulations on supporting such a great bill for Canadians. I can tell you that the people in my riding of Cambridge North Dumfries can't wait any longer for tightening of these types of crime. I do have a simple question, perhaps requiring a very simple answer, but in my riding, in fact, on my own street, we had a grow-op pretty much across the street from my home, and it was there operating without anybody knowing that was there, obviously. They were turned in by a real estate agent. Now, what happened to it when they were arrested and the whole thing went to court, it turned out that one individual owned about 5 of these homes, but had somehow figured out how to rent them to the bad guys, and as a result, none of the properties were seized. Only one person ever ended up in court, and to my understanding got a $20,000 fine. Now, if you can produce marijuana in a home for a year, it's about $1 million in crop that's produced. For a $20,000 fine, I think that's the wrong message for Canadians, and I'm just wondering if this member agrees with that, and will this bill help solve that problem and send a better message to Canadians about the safety of their communities?
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member from Cambridge's efforts on this front to reform the criminal justice system to have stronger penalties for those people that would go after the most vulnerable in our society. One of the things that I have been concerned about, and he mentions, is with regards to the third, the ownership of the properties that often these criminal acts are committed in. He's talking about a $20,000 fine as a result of having been involved in a grow-up. As a contractor, I know what damage what I've seen from some of these grow-ups. I mean, $20,000 is a drop in the bucket when we consider that there are people that are out there that are landlords, and they're expected to, they hope to rent out their homes. They hope to get a decent return. At the end of the day, they come into this thing that's been used as a grow-op. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages, and there has got to be a signal from this government and from this parliament that we are getting serious on protecting not only those people that are going to get that are being sold these drugs, but also the people that are victimized through this type of an endeavor as well. The people that in good faith rent out their homes. We want to encourage a good rental market, but by not getting hard on the people that rent these homes, destroy these homes, and then these people go on to another home. We do not encourage a rental market, and that also contributes to the issues of low-income housing in this country.
Very good.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for HoC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate on Bill C-26. The Bloc is hoping that this bill will be referred to the Standing Committee on Justice so that we can, once the Justice Committee starts reoperating on a normal fashion. But this doesn't mean that we're going to automatically support the bill further to study. We are hoping, Mr. Speaker, that we'll be able to do a comprehensive piece of work, but we do have many questions. So for our citizens listening to us, Bill C-26 is a bill that introduces minimum one-year sentencing for dealing in drugs, particularly marijuana, when it's carried out for organized crime purposes or when a weapon or violence is involved. We agree, Mr. Speaker, that drug-related activities, particularly when it's for the benefit of organized crime, is a reprehensible act, and we in the Bloc have not changed our idea about the sentencing. I had an opportunity to talk about this on several occasions. Other colleagues have done so as well. There is no conclusive literature that explains or shows that a mandatory prison sentence will in fact act as a deterrent. Quite the opposite. We know that the mandatory prison sentences can lead to plea bargaining, which is a negotiating game where the Crown and the defense attorney plea bargain so that there is no prison sentence. The second offense pertains to a 2-year mandatory prison sentence will be imposed for dealing drugs such as cocaine, heroin, or methamphetamines to youth, and of course for dealing those drugs near a school or an area normally frequented by youth. So we do agree with the principle that if there are people who want to deal drugs in areas where there are young people, that the legislator has to come up with a harsher sentence. This was a recommendation made by the Special Committee on Organized Crime that was set up back in 2002, but we're not. But thirdly, Mr. Speaker, according to this bill, there is a 2-year mandatory prison sentence which will be imposed for the offense of running a large marijuana grow operation of at least 500 plants. Fourthly, a maximum penalty. We have no problems with maximum penalties because that respects judicial discretion, something which must be allowed, where judges can take a look at the circumstances and decide what the best type of sentence would be for each specific case. In the Bloc Québécois, we've always defended the idea or the concept of individual judicial sentences, and we have to look at each case and look at each of the factors involved. I was saying that there was, therefore, a maximum penalty for cannabis production, and it would increase from 7 to 4 years imprisonment. That's the maximum sentence. And finally, there are tougher penalties that will be introduced for trafficking in GHB, which is commonly known as the date rape drug. And this is another provision that we have no objection to. So, on a positive note, in Clause 5, the bill states that for those people who are prepared to take detox treatment, they will in turn not necessarily have a minimum sentence, and this would be a factor that would be considered during the sentencing. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in favor of Clause 5 of the bill, but we do have concerns regarding the other provisions. The bill gives a list of aggravating circumstances where individuals will not necessarily be given a minimum sentence. These are factors which are viewed to be sufficiently severe, where a judge will go and will be tempted to give a more severe sentence. For example, when organized crimes involved, these are provisions in the bill that have already been in existence. Something we adopted and which we analyzed when we had a bill on organized crime. So anybody who commits a crime for the benefit of organized crime, well, these are considered to be an aggravating circumstance.
When the offense is committed and violence was used, that would be included in the aggravating factors. The same thing goes for in offenses in a school or a schoolyard, an offense committed within a prison, or one committed with the assistance of a person under the age of 18 years. Those are some of the aggravating factors that were the minimum punishment would apply. The question of drugs is of concern. We know that in the Bloc Québécois, the issue of drugs can lead to family breakdown, can be very harmful to communities, can help in the creation of criminal networks, can result in violence, and we are not complacent with respect to drugs. Where we can be critical with respect to the bill, well, Mr. Speaker, in 2002, with Randy White, I can name him since he's no longer a member here. I'm sure you remember him because he was here for at least 3 terms of office. He was a strong conservative. There would be other adjectives we might use, but I won't. He was quite firm in his opinions, and he put forward a motion to have this House to establish a committee to study the whole issue of the use of drugs for non-medical purposes. And we worked for a good 2 years on that, and the committee at the time there was the honourable member for Burlington, Ms. Torsney, who chaired the committee. Others, members of this House who are still here, were also on the committee. And we spent a good 2 years traveling around Canada and throughout Quebec to hear evidence. And at the time, I was extremely surprised. So we're talking here early 2000s. And MPs found out that the government spends $500 million on the whole issue of drugs. And of that figure, some $380 million, that's quite a bit, $380 million, that go to the RCMP and to the Correctional Service of Canada. So we could say that these are organizations responsible for law enforcement. And you can imagine that these are organizations not involved in prevention. They do not get involved upstream. They don't try to inform young people about the harmful effects of drugs. And this is of great concern because as recently as at the beginning of this century, we chose a strategy that was prohibitionist. And it was, for the most part, not to say dominantly, associated with features of repression. What is even more disturbing, Mr. Speaker, and this is where we would like to comment on the situation. In the Criminal Code of Canada, for at least 80 years, there have been provisions which prohibit the use, the import, the export, the possession, and the trafficking of drugs. Those are the 5 factors. Those are all prohibited in the Criminal Code for decades. And there was a new bill that came forward, the Controlled Drugs and Substance Use, but there's also the criminal code that can be used to deter people from using drugs. And I say, Mr. Speaker, with complete detachment, because those who know me will know, and some of those even find me too quiet, I have never used drugs in my life. So I'm saying that with complete objectivity here. But since for the last 80 years we've had a prohibitionist strategy, and that poll after poll or survey after survey, when we look at the reality of the situation, we find out that 1/4 of Canadians who use drugs, and I should say 80% of that is marijuana. Socially speaking, should we be investing so many resources to deter young people through the criminal code? If we had $500 million to explain to young people that marijuana might be less harmful than other drugs, but it's nevertheless not part of the Canada Food Gate. We don't have to use marijuana to be happy in life and to be a happy citizen. We need not make a value judgment about what is used, but it's not something that should be encouraged. But this system where we give young people criminal records if they use marijuana, well, socially, is that something that is desirable? And Mr. Speaker, when we looked at this phenomenon in our committee, we realized that there were some extremely serious consequences to having a criminal record, and those consequences had to do with bail, finding a job. When you apply for a job and you go to a future prospective employer and you say you've got a criminal record, there is a stigma attached to that. So is that the right strategy to use when we know that despite the fact that there is this prohibitionist attitude since the criminal code has been in place in Canada, and 1/4 of Canadians say they do use marijuana or drugs more or less regularly. So this is where you have to wonder whether the criminal code is the right way of helping us meet our objectives. Mr. Speaker, I would remind you of the list of stigma that can result from having a criminal record. That could have an influence on a police officer in the case of arrest. It's like a negative prejudice, the rejection of bail, an influence on the choice of the Crown Attorney to determine whether or not he will proceed by way of indictment, fingerprints and so on, or through summary procedure. And there will be difficulty crossing the border with customs in the U.S. has an impact on the obtention of Canadian citizenship, and it has harmful effects in the case of an interview for a job. So, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have provisions in the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, that there should be provisions on trafficking, particularly people who do that and who involve young people who do it, and to get rich and to provide money for organized crime. But shouldn't we have a more subtle approach with respect to the use of cannabis? Second, Mr. Speaker, when we studied this issue in the committee, I was quite surprised to see that in Canada, annually, Canada produces about 800 tons of marijuana per year. So Canada is known as a producer of marijuana. It is even a phenomenon that has seen some increase in BC. They use hydroponic growing. And do you know how much has been seized per year? The RCMP and the law enforcement agencies in this country. The most recent statistics that were put forward to the committee back then, and this is around 2002, but back in 2002, of this 800 tons that Canada produced, 1.2 tons were seized. So $500 million were spent on this. We're 1,000 RCMP officers in Canada who are watching the borders, are involved in investigations regarding drugs, and all these resources, all this social infrastructure, well, not social infrastructure, but this law enforcement infrastructure, for all the money involved for this infrastructure, they managed to seize 1.2 tons out of 800 tons. So, as you can see, there's no obvious way of saying that this is the way of controlling this substance, and there's no obvious way of saying that we should be giving more resources to the law enforcement agency. Wouldn't it be a better idea as a society to turn to the schools, to people who work with young people? These are adults who play a significant role in the lives of teenagers, to explain to them the harmful effects of marijuana so that they can understand why there are people involved in drug use. When we studied marijuana in our committee, when we looked at marijuana in the context of our study on the non-medical use of drugs, and our colleague in the Senate, Mr. Pierre-Claude Nolan, had a committee that looked into this for a number of years, no one was able to conclude that marijuana was a drug that led to the use of harder drugs. The fact that one uses marijuana does not mean that one is going to move on to heroin and other drugs. I am not promoting the use of marijuana. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the argument we sometimes hear that marijuana can lead to harder drugs or will inevitably lead to the use of harder drugs is not something that was scientifically supported at all when we heard from our witnesses at the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, that's what we should say about marijuana, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Bloc will be working on this seriously, and I would remind the Speaker of this. My committee chair, unfortunately, is taking a hard stand and is refusing to assume his responsibilities by calling a vote on a motion put forward by our colleague from Beauséjour that would allow us to have hearings on the Cadman affair. And since the chair refuses to do that, I must say that unfortunately the chair is respecting to comply with the standing orders. In your position, Mr. Speaker, you could say that when a motion is put forward to committee and when the chair's decision is not accepted, it is the prerogative of all members of the committee to challenge the chair's decision. And there should normally be a vote without debate. That happens automatically. So my chair is refusing to comply with the standing orders, and that is creating tension. We're not used to that on the Justice Committee. We've always worked very well together. We've done a huge amount of work, and as you can imagine, that puts us in a very awkward situation. And I would plead with my chair to act more reasonably. And I would like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the Bloc will be studying this bill seriously in committee. We have some concerns about its scope, but we will be pleased to hear from witnesses and to invite the chair to report the bill back to the House at the appropriate time. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak this afternoon in the debate on C-26, the government's bill, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. And Mr. Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation because the issue of drug use in our society is one that affects many Canadians and is one that is important to many of our communities. I know that it is important in my community, where people are both affected personally by the issues related to drug addiction and by issues relating to crime related to drugs in our community. Not only the trafficking and production of drugs, but also the property crime that results from that. And we know that in the Vancouver area, police have told us that probably 80% of the petty crime, the petty property crime, is related to the needs of drug users who resort to crime to deal with their addictions. So it is a very, very serious problem that affects many people in our community. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I believe that this legislation from the government is absolutely the wrong direction to take, the wrong approach to take when it comes to dealing with the serious question of drugs in our society, and that in fact it borrows so heavily on the American-style war on drugs that it has to be seriously questioned. This approach has been shown to have been a failure. A dramatic failure in the United States, a dramatic failure all around the world, where the war on drugs has not resulted in greater success. More people are in jail because of drug infractions, and drug use has gone up. Drugs are more potent. The big crime associated with drugs has increased around the world, and the problems of production countries have also increased. So the war on drugs has yet to prove successful after 40 years of taking huge resources. The huge expenditure by government on the war on drugs in the United States has not gone unnoticed, and the failure of that money to produce any tangible result that has actually led to a lowering of drug crime, a lowering of addiction, those sorts of determinants that might be an indicator of some success. That money seems to have basically been wasted on a plan that is not proven successful. So I'm not sure that at this stage, after so much analysis of those kinds of programs, that Canada should be going further down the road on the war on drugs, this American-style, Bush-style campaign that has proven so unsuccessful around the world. Mr. Speaker, a cornerstone of this legislation is the provisions of mandatory minimums and increased minimums for drug-related crimes. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a particularly flawed piece of the war on drugs. We know that particularly, in fact, when it comes to drug crimes, that mandatory minimum sentences are very ineffectual. They have not ever proven. They've never lived up to the hype that surrounds them. And in fact, many jurisdictions in the United States that went down that road to implement mandatory minimum sentences have in fact backtracked significantly away from them and undone those kinds of legislation, that kind of legislation, because they found that it only ended up putting more people in jail, increasing prison populations, it increased dislocation in families and communities, it targeted racial minorities, it targeted the low end of the drug chain, where sort of neighborhood traffickers got the sentences, but the big guys were missed completely. So it's been proven to be highly ineffectual mandatory minimum sentences. In fact, the U.S. Sentencing Commission concluded that mandatory minimum sentences failed to deter crime and reported that only 11% of federal drug defendants in the United States were high-level drug dealers. 59% of crack defendants are street-level dealers compared to 5% of defendants who are high-level crack dealers, So it seems to be targeting absolutely the wrong people when you're going after the root of trafficking problems in the United States. We know that in the year 2000, California repealed mandatory minimum sentences for minor drug offenses. In 2004, Michigan also repealed mandatory minimum sentences for most drug offenses, including repealing what they had been proud to call the harshest drug law in the nation, life without parole for dealing more than 650 grams of cocaine. So even where elected leaders in a state in the United States had proclaimed to have gone farther down that road than anyone else, had proclaimed their commitment to a mandatory minimum sentence, to a harsh mandatory minimum sentence, they had to backtrack significantly from that and undo that law because it had proven to be so ineffective and actually the reverse, so harmful to the overall campaign to deal with drug issues in that state. Other states like Delaware and Massachusetts have similar legislative reviews already in process to do similarly to reduce mandatory minimum sentences. You know, mandatory minimum sentences have been called by the American Bar Association's Kennedy Commission. They called for their repeal, and they said, in quote, mandatory minimum sentences tend to be tough on the wrong people. And we can't, I think, any longer pretend that this approach to dealing with drug use, drug crime, drug addiction is an effective approach to dealing with that problem. It's so clearly proven that all it does is increase the population of prisons and increase dislocation. It doesn't solve the problem of drug-related issues at all. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we've depended heavily on enforcement measures to deal with the problem of the problems related to drugs. 73% of money that's spent on drug issues in Canada is spent on enforcement. That's a significant percentage of all of the money that we spend on drug policy in Canada. 14% is spent on treatment, 7% on research, 2.6% on prevention, and 2.6% on harm reduction. So those other key elements that I think most people concede are absolutely crucial to a sensible drug policy, a sensible attack on dealing with the issues in a positive kind of way, are dramatically underfunded in Canada, when 73% goes to law enforcement proceedings related to drug policy. The legislation that we have before us will do nothing to significantly overturn that imbalance, and in fact continues the undue emphasis on enforcement by taking us farther down the road of mandatory minimum sentences in Canada. And I think there are really this has been so effectively proven to be the wrong way to go, have been so clearly shown to be an ineffective way of dealing with the core issues of why people use drugs and why and how we can change those patterns that have such detrimental effects on society, families, and communities. Mr. Speaker, I think, too, that this bill also puts a greater emphasis on drug treatment courts. And there is significant concern about drug treatment courts in many quarters because many people believe that it's impossible to coerce somebody into drug treatment. And the coercive effect of a drug treatment court is fairly plain when you look at what they're really about. What they try to do is to defer somebody into a treatment program monitored by the court, by a medical professional, by social workers, to keep them out of the criminal justice system, to keep them out of jail. They have had to have pleaded guilty to drug crime, but have opted for this treatment program, and they're monitored throughout that process of referral into a treatment program. But the reality is that the most successful drug treatment programs are ones that are initiated by the person who has the addiction issue when they're ready to do that drug treatment, when they want to go into that program, not for other reasons like to avoid going to jail. And the reality, too, Mr. Speaker, is that there's a real lack of evaluation of the effectiveness of drug treatment courts. They have not been effectively evaluated. The reality is that we don't know that they produce a significant difference than, for instance, someone going to jail for the same kinds of drug crimes. We don't know. There doesn't seem to be a significant correlation between lowering of the kinds of criminal activity that someone who goes through a drug treatment court would be involved in, and the kind of activity that someone who goes through the justice system and might end up in jail participate in, either during the time that they're waiting to go on trial or the time that they're in in treatment or subsequently when they've completed their treatment program and or are released from jail. There just doesn't seem to be a significant improvement in the results that show from someone who goes through a drug treatment court. So I think the book is still yet to be written on the effectiveness of drug treatment courts. It sounds like a good idea. It sounds like a great idea to keep somebody out of jail and get them into treatment. But there are significant problems with first coercing somebody, first forcing somebody into a treatment program as a way of escaping that. We've seen in some places in the United States that people often opt for a drug treatment court as a way of avoiding jail, because even if they don't really need to be in that kind of treatment program. We also know that here in Canada, spaces in treatment programs are still very limited, and that the need for those is still far outweighs the number of positions that are available. So without a significantly increased commitment to treatment programs, it makes it difficult for this kind of program to succeed. But there are still very serious problems about that, and it's far beyond time. We need to be looking at significant research into the effectiveness of drug treatment courts. It's ironic, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to talk later about Insight, the safe injection site in Vancouver. It's been the subject of 24 studies about its effectiveness, almost all of which have been positive. And yet the government still won't commit to its continuation beyond June of this year. And yet here they are introducing a bill to further support drug treatment courts when the available research on them is very inconclusive and very scanty, to put it mildly. How the government can choose to support this option and dismiss another one that's been studied and studied and studied and shown to be effective well, I don't understand how they could do that, Mr. Speaker. So I think there is a very significant issue around this other aspect of the bill before us in its support for drug treatment courts. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that there is something to be said for a four-pillar approach to dealing with drug policy in Canada. That harm reduction, prevention, treatment, and enforcement all need to be pieces of how we approach dealing with drug issues in our society. Harm reduction measures like safe injection sites, like needle exchanges, have been shown to be very effective, both as public health measures, but also as places for ensuring that people who are ready to deal with issues of addiction get the kind of assistance they need when they're ready to do that. And certainly in the Vancouver area, places like Insight, the safe injection site, have broad public support. Certainly people in Burnaby Douglas are broadly supportive of Insight and the approach that it takes to reducing harm in our community. We know that lives have been saved. We know that diseases have been prevented from further spread because of the work of Insight and the people who make that facility work so very well. It's been a significant new institution in our community, both a public health institution and as a component of a positive drug policy in our community. We know that prevention programs are crucial, and I don't think anybody is going to dispute the need for continuing education programs that ensure that people are aware, and young people in particular, are aware of the problems associated with the use of drugs. And none of us want to see that kind of program stop. But we also want to make sure that there's increased funding so that job can be done more effectively. Treatment programs, we know how crucial they are, but we also know how few places there are in reality. And we know that it's absolutely crucial that when someone makes the decision to go into treatment for drug addictions, how crucial it is that space be available when that decision is made. Because putting off that kind of decision lowers the effectiveness, lowers the success rate very dramatically. And so we need to make sure that there is an increased commitment to treatment. And enforcement is a piece of all of this. Unfortunately, I believe that the overemphasis on enforcement has not served us well. The resources that go into enforcement policy, to law enforcement, I think it has not served our society well. I think that Canadian society has shown different attitudes around drug use, recreational drug use, that often throw these kinds of measures into some disrepute and throw the police who are required to enforce them. It's affected, I think, how people view police forces in many of our communities as well. So I think there are serious issues around the emphasis on enforcement. But I'm not, all of those are key to how we proceed on drug policy in this country. And as I noted a few minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, that Insight, the safe introduction site in Vancouver, has been studied. And I think there are now 24 studies, including most recently, just last week, the government's own hand-picked panel that looked at Insight and came to the same conclusions that so many others, that it has had a very positive effect in terms of saving lives, of reducing the spread of disease, and of ensuring that people are deal with their addictions in a context where they can get help and where where the risks to their lives are significantly reduced. I think too that moving drug injection out of the back alley and into a safe, clean facility has a number of positive effects for the community as well. And I think all of us who've witnessed people injecting drugs on the street have felt very uncomfortable and unsure about what to do in that kind of circumstance. And knowing that there is now a place where people can go and deal with their addiction in a safe and controlled environment, I think, is a very significant improvement. But, Mr. Speaker, I think what I really want to talk about in many ways today is the failure of how we approach the use of drugs in our society. And I think there's a lot to be learned from the past, from North America, from the United States experience with alcohol prohibition back in the 1920s and early 1930s, when alcohol was prohibited in very similar ways to the way drugs are prohibited in our society today. We know that alcohol prohibition was a massive failure in the United States. We know that it led to all of the same kinds of problems that we're experiencing in our society today with drug prohibition. We saw in the 1920s and 30s an increase in family dislocation because of rampant alcoholism. We saw an increase in the inability of people to get assistance for the kinds of alcohol dependency issues that they had because alcohol was a prohibited substance and therefore illegal. And therefore it put up barriers to people getting the kind of help that would actually improve their lives and the lives of their loved ones. We saw the problems associated with backyard stills and basement stills, where it caused problems in neighborhoods, it caused fires, explosions, all those kinds of things, which are parallel today with grow-ops that exist in homes across Canada, and the kinds of problems that that's caused for other tenants in buildings, for instance, but for neighborhoods where those grow-ops are located. We saw in the case of alcohol prohibition the growth of organized crime, and a very significant period of growth of organized crime in the United States. And some people see the roots of organized crime in North America in the period of alcohol prohibition, where gangs became very powerful and organized and had significant resources to use because of their involvement with rum running and illegal sale of alcohol and distribution of alcohol. A very similar situation to what we see today with the involvement of organized crime in the drug distribution, drug production here in Canada. So there were very, very significant problems with alcohol prohibition, and society decided in its wisdom in the United States that this was a failed program, that it made more sense to regulate the use of alcohol and to ensure that there was access to that and to put resources into all of those other programs that were so significant to dealing with the serious problems that did arise from the use of alcohol in society, but that the outright ban of alcohol was a complete and utter failure. And we in Canada never went down that road. We've always decided with regard to alcohol that regulation was the way to go. The legal use of that product and regulation was the way to go. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should have learned something from that experience with alcohol prohibition. We're seeing, as I've mentioned already, exactly the same problems in our society related to drug prohibition. And many of the people who study this issue have noted that very, very clearly. One organization in particular that I think is doing excellent work on this is LEAP, Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. And I'd invite anyone who's watching to look at LEAP's website, because on there they will find many resources from law enforcement officers who themselves have decided that they can no longer support prohibition of drugs in our society. They can no longer support what it does to society, what it does to law enforcement officers, what it does to public policy, because they see it as clearly bad public policy that needs to be overturned. So, Mr. Speaker, just in conclusion, I believe that this bill before us takes us down absolutely the wrong road, that it furthers the failed war on drugs, that it puts forward mandatory minimum sentences as a solution when all over the United States absolutely similar legislation has been shown to be a complete failure, and most jurisdictions have moved to undo such legislation where enforced or coerced treatment, such as drug treatment courts, is still very unproven as a policy. So I think there are significant problems with this legislation, and hope that we can have a very serious debate about it here in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be very quick. I appreciate the intervention from the member from the NDP. I just want to at the end of his speech, he talked about prohibition of alcohol and that it didn't work, and he prefers the regulation. And he talked about a leap. I think it would be a big leap off a short pier for us to be doing this. But I just want to be clear: is it his opinion or that of the NDP as a policy that all drugs should be legalized and regulated, and that there should be no laws making the use of illicit drugs a illegal substance? I wasn't clear whether it was just his opinion or that of the policy of the NDP.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was speaking personally when I said that we should be learning from the experience of alcohol prohibition, and I feel that very strongly. I know that in my community, when I have community meetings, I've often had discussions around drug policy, have had discussions around the rate of crime in our community related to the use of drugs and drug addiction. And I believe that there's strong support in my community for reviewing in a very determined and complete way the kind of drug policy, drug enforcement, drug law regime that we have before us. I think people appreciate in my community that there are very serious problems with the kind of approach that we have in place. I think they believe that there are lessons to be learned from alcohol prohibition. And I do think that that is something that we need in this place to take very seriously in all our communities. The NDP has said on several occasions that we believe in decriminalization of marijuana, for instance, because we recognize the injustice that's done related to the use of marijuana, and especially the possession of small quantities of marijuana. That far too many people are ending up with criminal records for the use and possession of this substance, and the effects of which are considered by many to be not significantly harmful in our society, and that this would be a good example of a place where a significant change could be made to our laws. But the NDP has been very clear also that mandatory minimum sentences are not the way to go in dealing with drug crime, and we're very, very clear about that. We've also been very clear often in our support for a comprehensive four-pillar type approach to dealing with drug policy in Canada that includes harm reduction, prevention, treatment, and enforcement. So all of those issues are part of NDP policy. The part of my speech dealing with the whole issue of prohibition and the need to look at the issue of drug prohibition very, very seriously, those were my contributions to this debate, Mr. Speaker, and ones that I will continue to make because I believe that there is much that's instructive in both the history of alcohol prohibition and in our need for a comprehensive review of drug policy. Thank you.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Burnaby Douglas for outlining some clear problems with this deeply flawed piece of legislation. The Ottawa Citizen had an editorial back in November, and it said, it goes on at length, but it actually says about this bill that this is bad law in pursuit of bad politics based on non-existent science, and Parliament shouldn't go along. The member from Vancouver East has put together some numbers, and she talked about the fact that in Canada we spend 73% of our drug policy budget on enforcement, and only 14% on treatment, 7% on research, 2.6% on prevention, and 2.6% on harm reduction. And of course, what we know is from examples like Insight, which of course this government again is failing to announce any extension beyond the current time limit of June. I wonder if the member could comment on some of the very important elements around treatment and harm reduction that are simply missing in the drug policy that we currently have in Canada.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's absolutely shocking that this government hasn't gone forward to renew, to extend the life of Insight, the safe injection site in Vancouver. There is a facility that has such strong public support, broad public support across the community in Vancouver. That this was a place where Vancouverites are proud that people came together from all levels of government, from the community, from the drug user community, to come up with a new approach to public policy that actually would save lives, that would prevent the spread of disease, that would get drug use off the streets and out of the back alleys and into a safe location where professional healthcare workers could offer advice, could get people into treatment programs when they were ready to go and to take that important step. I think across the community there is widespread recognition that this has been an important step forward in how our society deals with that, and that the Conservatives can continue to demand report after report after report that only say the same thing, that these effects are known and that they are provable, that this is what's happening at Insight. Even the government's own hand-picked panel that's apparently just reported has said exactly the same thing, that this is something that's worthy of the support of government, that the goals that it set out to make, that it is achieving those goals. And we need to move forward with that. This kind of facility needs to be introduced in other communities where there is interest to do that. And there are other communities across this country that want to follow that example and go down that same road because they know that it is a positive way of affecting the lives of people who are drug addicted. It's a positive way of affecting the community to ensure that something is being done to help people get the assistance they need and to save lives. So we need to see an expansion of this kind of project, not constantly having to worry about the short leash that this government seems to have that project on. And the sooner the better that we can extend this project and make sure that it has a permanent place as one of the strategies towards dealing with drug addiction and drug use in Canada. It's not the only issue, the only policy, but it's certainly one piece of the puzzle that's absolutely crucial. And a measly 2.6% of drug policy money going into harm reduction is absolutely inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. We need to restrike that balance of how we spend money in this country on drug issues, and making sure that treatment and harm reduction and prevention get a significantly larger piece of that pie. Because we know, time and time again, those are the areas that have proven to make real change in this country, that have made real change in the lives of Canadians, in the lives of people who are addicted to drugs, in the lives of users of drugs, in the lives of families who care about them, and in the life of the community around them. And that those are the things that have done that effectively. The research is all there, the experience is all there, the negative experience of our neighbors to the south is there. All that information is before us, Mr. Speaker. We should be finally putting that into a public policy framework in Canada. We need good public policy. Even an organization like the Ottawa Citizen has said that the kind of route that this government's on is just bad public policy. And I think that's been proven time and time again. We need to turn that around and get down the right path and show support for things that actually do work in this regard.
Further questions and comments? Resuming debate. The Honourable resuming debate or questions and comments? Trinity Spadina?
Yes, questions. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the honourable member about the importance of the four pillars approach, one of treatment, prevention, harm reduction, and enforcement. Certainly in many of the big city caucus meetings that are from mayors across the country, they have talked about these four pillars approach, how it would be comprehensive, how effective it is. And I know in Toronto, for example, there had been lots of studies and consultations, whether it's between the families or chief of police and a lot of people that are working with young people that have drug addiction problems, plus doctors and scientists. And therefore, pillars approach has been proven to be effective, and certainly this bill in front of us only deals, by and large, on enforcement, and we know that enforcement alone would not assist in the situation at all. In fact, it would just put more people in jail, and they come out as hardened criminals. But perhaps the honourable member have some opinions on how the treatment, prevention, harm reduction would work from coast to coast to coast.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think we've talked a lot in this debate about the four pillars approach and how certainly in Metro Vancouver, in the city of Vancouver proper, but in those communities like Burnaby that surround it, where it's a broadly accepted approach to dealing with it, and a new approach, and one that I think merits consideration by many other communities, and I know some are already going down that road. We have seen the effectiveness of many of those policies. I remember probably 20 years ago when the first needle exchange started in Vancouver. My former boss, Sven Robinson, his sister, Ingrid Robinson, was one of the first workers in the needle exchange program and became very, very well acquainted with drug users on the downtown east side of Vancouver, on Hastings Street and Main Street. And she saw directly the effectiveness of that kind of program, how it saved so many lives, how it prevented the spread of disease, and how important it was. Very controversial at the beginning of its program, but now broadly accepted in many communities here in Canada and around the world. We know that that kind of approach of harm reduction has had a significant effect, a positive effect on the lives of many people, saving many of their lives and on the lives of our communities, and something that we need to ensure has a permanent place in our repertoire of measures to deal with the effects of drug use in our society. But, Mr. Speaker, if we continue to have an overemphasis on criminalization of drug use, then we're going to keep beating against that wall where we're trying to do trying to meld two very different approaches. We know that when people are engaged in something that's contrary to the criminal code, that there is very little reticence to deal with the effects of that and to seek the help that they need, because they fear that they will be sanctioned criminally for that. We know so often that this is a health issue, that drug use, drug addiction is a health issue and should be treated that way. I think it's very important that we put less emphasis on the criminal approach to this and get back to dealing with the issue of drugs and drug addiction as the health issue that it truly is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to be able to speak about this issue on drugs. Even just yesterday, we heard a mother pleading about her two teenage children, and these teenage daughters of hers have had a really hard time trying to find drug treatment programs. This mother ended up spending tens of thousands of dollars to send her daughters to U.S. to give them a drug treatment program that is comprehensive and long-term. And she was speaking out and lobbying for a drug prevention program and also a treatment program that is within Canada. And yet, everywhere she goes, she is told, and many thousands of Canadian families, middle-class families, are told that there's just not enough funding to support drug treatment programs. But somehow we see that I see this Conservative government have a lot of money for putting people in jail. What I want to talk about is what this bill is all about. This bill ignores the root causes and the problems of drug use in Canada. It gives the mandatory minimums sentences, but we have seen science and studies that said over and over again that this kind of mandatory minimums just don't work on drug crimes. And we have heard in many statistics that in U.S., where they have many years of wars and drugs, they have noticed that that it has failed as more and more people are in jail, and yet more and more in the neighborhoods are trapped in a cycle of violence. And majority of these violence are caused by drugs, drug use and drug dealings. As a result, what we have noticed is the Canadian Bar Association, that the Justice Kennedy Commission in 2004 called on the Congress to repeal mandatory minimum sentences, particularly in respect with drug crimes. And interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the report said that mandatory minimum sentences tend to be tough on the wrong people. We want to jail the kingpins, but it's the kingpins, drug lords, that are most likely going to be able to get off, and the people that are going to be jailed and most likely going to be harmed or put in, that are going to deal with this, which we will, these mandatory minimum sentences, are really the folks that are small fries, they call it, on the street. We also noticed that the U.S. Sentencing Commission concluded that mandatory minimums fail to deter crime, and report that only 11% of federal drug defendants are high-level drug dealers, the kingpins I was talking about, and that 59% of crack defendants are street-level dealers, compared to 5% of defendants who are high-level crack dealers. Yes, we need to crack down on all crack dealers, but why aren't we going after those that are the high-level ones? I think those are the people that we really need to go after. We have noticed that because we are just going to be napping on all the small folks out in the street, this will be a recipe for exploding prisons, courtroom backlogs, and millions of dollars of taxpayers' money. We have seen research that said that for each person that would be put in jail, we have seen at least $100,000 plus per person per year. Whereas if we can take that funding for a prevention program, effective counseling program, effective drug treatment programs, we will actually see results. But that is not where this Conservative government is going. This Conservative government is ignoring what is working and is, of course, going forward with a failed George Bush Republican-style war on drugs. But that has been waged for many years, and we haven't seen much of the results. In fact, we have seen a lot of handguns that are in the States that are now illegally imported into Canada, and these illegal handguns are making the drug situation in big cities like Toronto even more dangerous. And as these folks that are on the street protecting their turfs, they are buying these illegal guns and causing havoc in our communities. We believe this will actually make it a win for organized crimes, because you are going to take the small players off the street and pushing up the price of drugs and leaving the door open for organized crime. That's making the situation worse. But, Mr. Speaker, I actually want to spend more time talking about the 4 pillars approach, what actually will work. I have noticed that even in this House of Commons, we had a special committee in 2002. This committee is called Non-Medical Use of Drugs, and the Office of the Auditor General and the Senate Committee have called for 4 areas: strengthening leadership, coordination, and accountability with dedicated resources; enhance data collection to set measurable objectives; evaluate programs and report on progress. We do want to know what we are doing, how we're spending taxpayers' money would be effective. Without evaluation programs, we don't know whether these programs are effective or not, and that we need a balance of supply and demand activities across government. And the fourth one, which is the most important, is said that we absolutely need to increase our emphasis on prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation. And we know that this balanced approach is not happening right now. How do we know that? Because you can just follow the money trail. I have noticed that Canada, for every $100 we spent on war on drugs, $73 goes to enforcement, i.e. catching the people that are doing drugs. Another only 14%, which is $14 out of every $100 are spent on treatment program. And research, tiny amount. Researching whether any of these is going to be effective, only $7 out of 100. That's hardly anything. To be even more outrageous in terms of our approach, if you look at the figures, for prevention, which is the most important, we know it's most important. It deals with the root problem of drug programs, of drug addiction. You know how much we spend, Mr. Speaker, out of $100? $2.60. 2.6% of our money that we spent on war on drugs is on prevention. That's really quite shameful. Harm reduction, same thing, 2.6%. So every $100 we spent, only $2.60 goes to harm reduction. No wonder this program, this war on drugs is not working. Let me point to you, however, that in other parts of our country, there are people that are taking leadership, and in Toronto alone, there's a drug strategy recommendations. Many of the recommendations actually deal with the federal government. It calls on the federal government to establish a national framework for action for us to take leadership. Of course, we're not doing that. We're actually going the other way right now, the Conservative government. It calls on a holistic family approach. It said that we absolutely have to support funding for family-based support services to help families that are dealing with substance use, because often it's not just one person. That one person doing the drugs that are addicted actually have impact on all the family members. We need to provide support, counseling, strategy for family members as to how they would deal with this one family member that are addicted. And the approach, by and large, is one of health. When you're addicted, you need to have the tools to be able to get out of addictions. And it also called for that it needs to support parents who wants treatment program and provide on-site childcare at treatment facilities. That's a very common sense approach, because a lot of treatment facilities, if you have a young child, you would not be able to take your kid to be able to be there, and as a result, some of the folks that are addicted, because they don't have child care support, they end up not going to these treatment programs. It also, for young people, they said that we absolutely have to have comprehensive prevention programming for young people as to how they could avoid getting addicted in drugs. That it should be, in fact, a comprehensive mandatory drug prevention programming for young people. And often they are missed. We are beginning to do that I see that in tobacco. And it's been effective. It looks at the tobacco, which is also a drug, by the way. We have seen that the prevention programs is effective, that you are noticing that fewer young teenagers, for example, are now smoking. So we know that if we put our minds to it, we have seen programs that work. We also are saying that it's important that we train people on the front line, whether they are teachers or frontline workers, so that they could detect a person that are addicted to drugs, so that there would be early intervention and counseling support in place to assist these young people. Of course, we need to deal with the root problems. A lot of young people especially, they do drugs because they need to have the kind of drugs to mask the pain they're experiencing. Some of the pain could be physical abuse, sexual abuse, or mental abuse that they have experienced when they are a child. And unless we provide the kind of counseling support that they need, it is very difficult for them to get out of the addiction, the cycle of being addicted and go to treatment and then getting trapped again. There are also other recommendations that said that we have to work with the people that are abusing the substance, and that we have to work with them in order to come up with some kind of comprehensive approach. And by far, this is not what's happening in many places. There are also service barriers. We have seen drug addicts that want to get off from a life of violence, of street lives. They want to escape that cycle, and yet because they cannot find affordable housing, they have not been able, as a result, they cannot get their life back in order because they're trapped in with the people around them that are doing drugs. So we have seen programs where they have supportive housing. And supportive housing, you would think that what does that have to do with drug use? What does that have to do with war on drugs? Actually, having decent, stabilized, affordable housing with some kind of supportive network around you is very effective. We have seen it work in downtown Toronto, that former drug addicts will tell you that they have turned their lives around. Not because they went to jail, they in fact made the situation worse. They were able to turn their lives around because they found stable housing, and they were able to feel that they can begin to contribute and participate in society in a meaningful manner. That is a way, whether dealing with our young people or for people that have addiction, that have been on the street for many years, that is the way to crack through it. Because often drug users also have occasionally mental health problems, and until you deal with that kind of mental health program, they will continue to use drugs. We have also noticed that a lot of the drugs users are more and more so connected with violence, in a cycle of violence, and that unless you enhance the neighborhood, that whether it is working with the community to provide alternatives, working with the police to target high-level drug traffickers, and importers and producers of illegal substances, that unless you work with the police in a holistic way, just saying that let's just have minimum sentencing is not going to do it. It also noticed in the city of Toronto, they have said that there are occasional parents, unfortunately, that use their children as runners for drugs. And one way to effectively deal with it is to make sure that yes, there are occasionally, it's quite unfortunate, that one way to deal with it is to work with the police and to look at ways to protect these young children in their neighborhoods, so that they would be pulled out and that the parents would be punished properly. So all in all, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is proud to say that we do not want to just have a very simplistic approach to drugs, controlled drugs and substance, and that we have to have the four-pillar approach, and that having people punished for and going to jails for extensive period of time for just for marijuana use, for example, will just not be effective. This failed U.S. war on drugs, having it imported to Canada, will definitely, we will see that it will, the U.S., for example, will spend tens of billions a year on enforcement and jailing folks, while crime rates and drugs use have soared. So, Mr. Speaker, I just hope that the other parties will not just send this bill to second reading, and that if that happens, that in second reading in the committee there would be a tremendous amount of amendments, so that we will not have this bill coming back to the House of Commons the way it is, because we certainly cannot see any reason to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was happy the member mentioned the four pillars, and I'd just like her to comment further on the pillar about other activities that would reduce the use of drugs, especially in youth. And I'll just talk about while she thinks of that, talk about a project in my riding where young Aboriginal carvers who have exceptional talent, but some of which had problems with employment or substance abuse, have been funded for this program, and some of them have come out as master carvers. It's an excellent use of their talents. It gets them into positive activity. It's been a great project, and I think the funding's running out, and I hope the member would support more funding for that project, and she might have ideas of other projects similar to that, so that the total answer is not simply incarceration.
The honourable member for Trinity
Thank you
Spadina.
for that excellent question. Yes, I too have seen from small towns to big cities. We need to believe in our young people, because our young people is our best allies against illegal drug use, is our best allies to keep our streets safe. And yes, I too have seen very, very effective holistic approach on dealing with drug addictions. I have seen young people that live on the streets that are just trapped in a cycle of addictions and violence, and yet their lives completely turn around when they discover self-confidence, when they discovered, in the case of the honourable members, in the case in his riding, being able to carve. In downtown Toronto, there are programs where teach young people how to do art, whether it is mural painting or making music or sketching, or even small things like making jewelry so they can sell them. It gives them a sense of self-confidence. Once they have that sense of self-confidence and a feeling of pride of who they are, and that they are no longer living in a cycle of poverty, that they have some means of employment or some hope so that they can go back to school or return to their families, then you see their lives turn around. They feel they no longer need that drug in order to feel that they are important. Because I've seen young people, they abuse themselves and they abuse drugs because they don't feel that they are very important. They don't feel loved, and once they find that power within themselves, then it liberates them from having the confidence to say no to drugs, to say no to that cycle, that kind of living on the streets and living in violence. But those kind of programs is very holistic. It's not cheap because it deals with the person as an individual, as a human being, rather than this young person, just as a criminal to be removed out of society, thrown away in jail, locked up, so that we will never have to look at this person again. And Mr. Speaker, this kind of approach, lock them up, throw away the key. These young people do come back out on the street, and they become hardened criminal, and it makes the entire matter far worse.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, I've heard the police in my riding say that without a solid harm reduction strategy, they're really helpless in dealing with drugs, that what they're dealing with is essentially, and I quote a public statement that some police made, that what they're dealing with is essentially a social health issue. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has very well explained the inadequate response of the Conservative government, providing very minuscule amounts to prevention and detox and treatment, Mr. Speaker. And I see the leadership is really coming from local community groups. I see groups in Victoria like Kool-Aid, Our Place, another group wanting to start a therapeutic community to help young people, and they are struggling to deal with, to make ends meet, to deal adequately with the issue. So I'm wondering if my colleague would like to comment on the kinds of difficulties that such groups have in their communities because they are underfunded by the federal government.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, there really is a complete lack of funding, whether it's the drug prevention program or drug treatment program, or funding to enhance the community so that they have the capacity to come up with innovative solutions. We know the answers lies in strengthening a family, strengthening a community, strengthening a neighborhood. But they are often finding that the funding is short-term. It goes from project to project, it's project-based. And once the project is finished, even though it is tremendously effective, that it is creating a lot of goodwill in the community, it brings lots of hope and excitement, is effective in the community, and yet the project's finished, maybe after a year, perhaps after 2 years, and all of that goodwill, all of that effective strategies completely goes to waste, and 5 years later maybe, the community are offered yet another pilot project funding. So there's absolutely no opportunity for administrative support, from learning from successes, from taking the best practices from all of these kind of wonderful neighborhood community-based successful programs, that they are not used collectively to create a permanent long-term strategy. That is not done. It's not done, Mr. Speaker, because of a complete lack of leadership on the drug prevention programs and strategy here in Ottawa. And there are many other things, even just something as simple as a 24-hour crisis hotline for people that use legal and that are abusing drugs. You would think something so basic, fundamental, that if I notice my teenage daughter or teenage son may be abusing something and getting into a dangerous territory, what do I do as a parent? Am I able to call a 24-hour hotline? Is there a crisis intervention strategy that is across the country? No. So parents are often left alone by themselves, struggling, trying to figure out what to do. And now if there is a mandatory minimum sentence, they will see some of the teenagers, because they just got caught up with the wrong group of people, wrong gangs or whatever, now facing huge criminal charges. And these could be the first time young people, they need some kind of opportunity for a second chance. And once they have a criminal record, once they're in jail, they learn to become hardcore criminals. They graduate out of the jail to become completely trapped in that cycle of poverty, of drug use, and of violence. And that's a completely wrong approach, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to participate in this debate today. It is an important debate, and Mr. Speaker, this bill is being introduced to further the Conservative tough-on crime agenda. It is clear that with the number of justice bills they have introduced over both sessions of the 39th Parliament, that this will be one of the major focal points of their re-election campaign. But, Mr. Speaker, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act regulates certain types of drugs and associated substances. And the new legislation will amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, focus on drugs in Schedules 1, which includes opiates such as opium, heroin, morphine, cocaine, and methamphetamines, and Schedule 2, cannabis-related, including marijuana. Currently, there are no mandatory prison terms under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, but the most important serious drug offenses have a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. Under the proposed legislation, anyone found guilty of a serious drug offense would automatically receive a mandatory term of imprisonment. And for the purposes of this initiative, serious drug offenses mean production, trafficking, possession for the purpose of trafficking, importing and exporting, and possession for the purpose of exporting. The bill amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to include mandatory prison terms for drugs listed in Schedule 1, such as heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine, and in Schedule 2, such as cannabis and marijuana. Generally, the mandatory sentence would apply where there is an aggravating factor and would also be increased where the production of the drug constitute a potential security, health, or a safety hazard. Also, the maximum penalty for production of Schedule 2 drugs, for example marijuana, will be increased from 7 to 14 years. Commonly known date rape drugs include GHB and flunitrazepam, will be moved from Schedule 3 to Schedule 1, and it will provide access to higher maximum penalties for illegal activities involving these drugs. The legislation will allow the Drug Treatment Court to impose a penalty other than a mandatory sentence on an offender who has a previous conviction for a serious drug offense where A, the offense involves no other aggravating factors, and B, the offender successfully completes the Drug Treatment Court treatment program. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important debate. It is certainly a conversation or a dialogue that Canadians are having, Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We've heard from members today speak to this bill, and you've heard from Liberal members on this side of the House who are supporting this bill to go to committee because, as we said, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important dialogue that Canadians are having. Although we agree that there must be a balanced approach, and as we heard from the former member from the former speaker from Trinity Spadina, she talked extensively about the 4 pillars approach, which includes prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and enforcement in this war on drugs. We see the Conservatives taking a hard-nosed approach, which seems to not be designed to encourage these 4 pillars approaches. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it is very reminiscent of the Republican approach in the war on drugs. We have a war on crime. This is what the Conservatives are tagging this. The problem, as we as Liberals see, is that this is not looking at a balanced approach. And as Canadians are engaged in a dialogue about this issue, about the increase in crime and the types of crime, the increase in gangs, gang violence, the increase of serious offenses related to drugs, there absolutely has to be a dialogue. But Mr. Speaker, as we heard as well, when we look at the drug policy budget in Canada, 73% of that drug policy budget is spent on enforcement. and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. But what happens is when there's not enough money, when there's not enough budgeted to begin with, only 14% goes to treatment, 7% to research, 2.6% to prevention, and 2.6% to harm reduction. Well, the budgets are not adequate. We need to be resourcing, and we need to be resourcing all sectors of these strategies. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the conservative approach, which is a war on crime, a war on drugs, I would like to quote Dan Lett. He is a writer for the Winnipeg Free Press, and in response to the Prime Minister's announcement yesterday in Winnipeg to battle auto theft, he said Harper's pledge Monday was to introduce tougher laws to crack down on the trafficking.
Order. The honourable member knows that she should be using the quote in such a way as not to mention the Prime Minister by name. So perhaps we'll just end it there. The member has 14 minutes left. And we'll move to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to welcome anchors from CTV and A-Channel who have traveled to Ottawa from across Canada to mark their long-standing commitment to local and national news. It wasn't fancy, but it was over 50 years ago that the first images originating from the little log cabin flickered across TV sets in northern Alberta. CTV Edmonton has been the overwhelming choice for local news and information ever since. Today, thousands of constituents in my riding tune in every night for the information they need. Local newscasts from CTV and A-Channel stations have been a vital part of Canadian communities like Edmonton since the 1950s. Absolutely. Telling stories that matter to millions of Canadians and supporting the causes that contribute and build our communities. You bet. Distinctive local and national news continues to be a vital element of Canadian cultural fabric. On behalf of the Conservative Caucus, congratulations, CTV, as you mark your long-standing commitment to local and national news.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to praise a constituent who is leading Toronto chapter of Women for African Grandmothers. Beverly Britz is spearheading the effort to ensure that affordable drugs reach the developing world for the treatment of HIV/AIDS. Right now in Africa, there are more than 11 million orphans being raised by their grandmothers. This group is currently working to have Canadian law allow the free flow of affordable drugs to developing countries by pursuing legislative changes to the Canadian Access to Medicines regime in the House of Commons. Parliamentarians must come together with the political will to save lives and eliminate suffering. Legislative measures should be taken now by the Minister of Industry to improve access to medicines for the developing world. Beverly Britz and her group are doing their part. I urge all members of Parliament to support Women for African Grandmothers in this noble cause and to help those suffering and dying from HIV/AIDS in Africa. Thank you.
Honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the Standard Life Fund team of the Hautes Études Commerciales in Montreal won 8th place in the RISE Forum. This fund, created in 1999 thanks to a $2 million donations, is now worth about $4 million, which is the second largest student fund in Canada. The management of this fund allowed the HEC students to win this prestigious prize at an international level, an annual competition organized by the University of Dayton, the UN, and the Global Compact program. The funds are evaluated according to their performance, and the HEC team had 10.83% that made it win the international category. They manage the fund through a management committee and act as analysts and portfolio managers. On my own behalf and that of the Bloc, we offer our sincere congratulations to the HEC students for this first place win. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ignored.
Mr. Speaker, I remember the first time I was invited to a TV newsroom. Like most ordinary Canadians, the experience was slightly overwhelming. Whirlwind of cameras, cables, lights, microphones, and a lot of people with big hearts helping to keep it together. The help of plenty of duct tape, of course. CTV News is celebrating 50 years of providing Canadians with the news they need. When CTV News World first launched, it was broadcast from Ottawa with anchors, the names we recognize today, Charles Lynch, Peter Stursberg, and Peter Jennings. Since then, CTV has been home to Canada's longest-running morning show, Canada AM. The CTV weekly news magazine, W5, has been a Canadian investigative news powerhouse since its first broadcast in 1966. Mr. Speaker, where would we be in places like Winnipeg without the CKY Supper Hour News. Where would we be without that constant voice from our local communities and involvement in our communities? And I want to thank, of course, all of those involved in Winnipeg, the technicians, the journalists, the anchors, the administrators, everyone who has brought us such a powerful local news network. Now calling itself Canada's #1 network, I would suggest that CTV News...
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, in the near future, a woman will preside over the destiny of a major Canadian financial institution. This was the prediction in 2006 by the person who became the chairwoman and CEO of the Mouvement des Caisses Desjardins. Monique Leroux has become the first woman to occupy the highest position in the largest Canadian financial co-op with 108 years of existence. And a talented musician and exceptional businesswoman, Ms. Leroux has blown a breath of dynamism and decentralization in emphasizing her cooperative convictions. Founded in Lévis, this is the most important co-op movement in Canada. It's one of the biggest employers in the Quebec City area, has 6 million members and 40,000 staff, 8,500 in Lévis and Quebec City, and assets of $144 million. I wish to congratulate Ms. Leroux and wish her all the best in her endeavor. Thank you.
Gore Malton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Sikh community celebrates Vaisakhi, the 309th anniversary of the founding of the Sikh Fellowship, Khalsa. Vaisakhi is one of the most important dates in Sikhism. It is marked by cultural and religious events across Canada and around the world. Each year, since I was first elected to the House of Commons, I have hosted a Vaisakhi ceremony in my Ottawa office. I wish to thank all my colleagues who were at this morning's event, including the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Opposition House Leader, and the Honourable Chief Opposition Whip. I would like to thank Mr. Speaker for attending every Vaisakhi celebration on Parliament Hill since 1994. To all the people who attend today's ceremony, I will give my most sincere thanks. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, the Recreational Vehicle Dealers Association of Canada's members, along with industry partners from Campgrounds Campings Canada and other RV stakeholders, are on Parliament Hill today as part of their annual Industry Advocacy Day. Representatives will be meeting with a number of MPs to discuss the growing RV trend and the RV industry's important role that it plays in exploring this wonderful country that we live in. According to their National Ownership Survey released in 2007, 14% of households own an RV, and 90% of RV owners say their #1 priority is exploring Canada. In fact, a 2007 survey on vacation patterns revealed that RV owners were more than twice as likely to spend their vacation time and dollars in Canada as compared to non-RV owners. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure my colleagues in the House will agree with the strength and continued growth of this family-friendly industry. Recreational vehicles will continue to play an essential role in showcasing Canada as a beautiful country that it is.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is currently reviewing rural letterboxes. Many citizens have been informed of stoppage of their mail delivery because of the danger of the emplacement of their letterbox. Canada Post makes this decision unilaterally to transfer mail delivery to super mailboxes, thus raising the ire of rural communities. The Canadian Postal Workers Union is asking for a moratorium on the imposition of this measure. The Bloc Québécois is supporting this. Canada Post must stop making decisions about rural mail delivery without consulting the citizens and the union leaders representing letter carriers. There should be solutions acceptable to all parties. I also ask that the review of letterboxes be resumed with consultation.
A stolen car can be devastating to a hard-working Canadian family. Beyond the loss of the vehicle's dollar value, which is a devastating loss in and of itself, the degree that families rely on their vehicles only becomes apparent when that vehicle is no longer available. Whether it's driving to work, dropping off kids at school, or at doctor's appointments, the lives of honest Canadians are severely disrupted thanks to the criminals out to make an easy buck. Tragically, car thefts often lead to deaths or serious injuries to innocent bystanders or motorists. Theft of cars and trucks are not simple property crimes. They are dangerous acts that put the lives and safety of us all at risk. That's why I put forward my private member's bill to make auto theft a separate offense under the criminal code. It's why I'd like to acknowledge the Insurance Bureau of Canada for all their work bringing attention to this important issue. And I'd like to congratulate the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice for announcing yesterday in Winnipeg tough new laws to crack down on the trade in stolen vehicles that enriches organized crime at the expense of hard-working Canadian families.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a recent meeting of the Natural Resources Committee, we learned of a further emergency regarding the availability of rail transport services for the forest industry. Witnesses testified that pulp cars are being artificially restricted by both national rail companies. The resulting shortage is inflating transportation costs and strangling product distribution. The Minister of Transport has the power to step in and assist during this crisis. He can utilize the tools that were passed recently in Bill C-8 and force the railways to free up their rail cars that are hidden in storage. On behalf of suffering forestry workers in my riding and across the country, I call on the Minister of Transport to stand up for these workers and use all available means to ensure availability of rail services for the forest industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, every 3 minutes a car is stolen in Canada. This is, of course, unacceptable. Yesterday, under the leadership of the Prime Minister and our Minister of Justice, our government took action with the introduction of new legislation to crack down on car thieves. Unlike the Liberal Party, we are taking action to strengthen Canada's justice system. Mr. Speaker, there are now tough new laws on the books that will properly punish gun-toting criminals, impaired drivers, and sexual predators. While our government was acting to protect Canadians, where was the Liberal Party? They were once again missing in action, nowhere to be found. Their recent actions are strikingly similar to the 13 long years in which they did nothing on justice issues. This is what happens when you have no policies, no direction, and no vision. Unlike the Liberals, our government is committed to strengthening Canada's justice system. We've introduced a number of bills that will take on drug pushers, combat identity theft, and overhaul Canada's outdated youth justice laws. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to strengthening Canada's justice system, we are just getting started.
Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, today the media reported that this government wants to ditch Bill C-21, the repeal of Section 67 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, because they don't like the amendments passed at committee. The Conservatives don't agree with the amendments that the Canadian Human Rights Commission asked for to guide them in making decisions. The Conservatives don't agree with amendments that would allow First Nations band councils a transition period equal to that offered to provinces when the Canadian Human Rights Act was originally passed. Why don't they agree with those amendments? Because the Conservatives don't believe in collective human rights. That's why they refuse to support the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Once collective rights are protected by law, it is up to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to decide when they are a legitimate defence, not this government. And the tribunal has started to limit when those rights can be used by rulings on employment issues with band councils. The minister should accept the will of the committee and bring the legislation back to the House for a final reading immediately.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour.
I'm very happy to welcome anchors from CTV and A Channel from across the country who are here to celebrate local and national news.
In my Atlantic region, CTV plays a crucial role thanks to its commitment to our communities. Every week, CTV Atlantic produces an impressive 27 hours of local programming.
For years, reports from CTV and 8 channel stations across Canada have played an important role in helping Canadians understand the pivotal events of modern history. It's good to see CTV Atlantic's Steve Murphy here today. He and his team from Atlantic Canada have covered all the major stories, from royal visits to the tragedy at Peggy's Cove. They have been there to tell Atlantic Canadians the story.
On behalf of the Liberal caucus, I would therefore like to congratulate CTV for its 50 years of local and national news and underscore the importance of the vitality of this institution for Canadian culture. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Order. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, this week underscores the importance of raising public awareness to the victims of crime. Everywhere, communities will hold meetings on the effects of crime on the victims and discuss more effective methods to help them. Victims are often desperate following criminal acts committed against them. Therefore, parliamentarians must ensure that they legislate accordingly. But it is essential to have consultation from citizens to make our actions effective in order to support our struggle against crime. I wish to reiterate the heartfelt support of the Bloc for victims of crime. Contrary to conservatives who only want to eradicate crime through repression and reclusion, we believe in the benefits of rehabilitation and awareness. It is by taking this path that we will have a greater social justice that will benefit all of society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has clearly abandoned Brenda Martin. It began with Miss Martin's own MP, the member for Northumberland Quint West. When asked in February 2007, he said that he had reviewed her case and that Brenda Martin belongs in jail. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. This is the same person that the government later sent to Mexico to advocate for Brenda Martin, the person who he believes should be in jail. Then we have the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs who traveled to Mexico, but did not even bother to visit Brenda Martin. The Secretary of State, though, did make her cocktail party that evening. Mr. Speaker, we're told that the Secretary of State has been removed from the Brenda Martin file due to her incompetence and neglect. We can only hope that she has not done irreparable harm to Brenda Martin's dire situation. When is this government going to take concrete action to really help Brenda Martin?
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are finding it increasingly difficult to understand and trust the Liberal Party's divergent positions on almost every issue. Despite claims they are united, all evidence points to a number of different factions within it, all with extremely varying positions. What is more remarkable is that the Liberal Party's own leader changes his position on issues from day to day and week to week. Who can believe anything he says when 1 week he's against the budget, the next week he supports it? One week he doesn't agree with our immigration reforms, the next week he's supporting the government. The Liberals voted in favor of Bill C-10, the same measure announced by the previous Liberal government in 2003, but have now changed their mind. It is the Liberal Party that has trouble sorting out its policies. Riddled with division and frustration, the Liberals have become the party of no policy, no leadership, and no credible plan for Canada.
No principles. Hear, hear. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm that the RCMP was at the Conservative Party headquarters today because of their in-and-out election advertising scheme, or their attempt to bribe Chuck Canman, or Terry Kilray, or the laundering of money through the University of Calgary to affect elections in Ontario, or which is it? What is going on?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Conservative Party initiated court action against Elections Canada some time ago on the advertising issue. Mr. Speaker, I also would observe that tomorrow Elections Canada officials were scheduled to be examined by lawyers from the Conservative Party, and while today's actions may or may not delay that somewhat, Mr. Speaker, we remain extremely confident in our legal position.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, who is also the leader of the Conservative Party, it's about him and his government. Elections Canada has already ruled that the Conservative Party broke the law. Now the RCMP, Canada's national police force, is raiding Conservative Party headquarters. What will it take for the Prime Minister to finally admit that the Conservative Party
broke the law.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the House Leader has said many times, that is completely false. Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why, in fact, the Conservative Party itself has initiated the court action, and obviously we will abide by whatever the courts decide. But, Mr. Speaker, in this case, our legal position is rock solid.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, it's been 6 months now since the government has been systematically hindering the procedure and House Affairs Committee in order to avoid dealing with these issues from the last election. And now that the RCMP has raided the Conservative Party offices, will the Prime Minister finally agree to cooperate fully with Parliament, with Elections Canada, now with the RCMP, or will he continue to hide the truth? The Right Honourable Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this case is before the courts. The Conservative Party initiated the procedure, and Elections Canada officials were supposed to be examined by Conservative Party lawyers tomorrow. If there's a delay because of what happened today, then we are still confident in our legal position. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
How did it get to this? An RCMP squad raiding the offices of the Conservative Party, shredders working overtime in some back room, spinners in frantic damage control. I mean, how did we get here? Why did Elections Canada have to get a search warrant and the help of the RCMP in the first place? Why did they have to pry information from this government's clenched fist? Why did we get here?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party asks a very good question because we have been cooperating fully. We've provided every document that has been requested by Elections Canada as a consequence of the lawsuit which we initiated with them over our interpretation of the law. So his question is a very good one. We don't understand why this was necessary.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, this is what you get when you pay fast and loose with election law. This is what you get when you stonewall Elections Canada. This is what you get when you cheat and you get caught. This is what you get with this Prime Minister. He sets the tone. Will he finally admit that this is about his character?
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor. We will have some order for the answer. Order.
Mr. Speaker, of course, it's about no such thing. It's about the fact that we have initiated an action against Elections Canada over a difference of interpretation in the law. That's an action we've taken to the court because we're very confident of our interpretation. The fact is that it's Elections Canada that initiated today's action. We don't believe it's necessary. We've been always forthcoming with any documents they've been requested, and that does pose the questions that the Deputy House Leader asked at the start. It's a very good question he asked.
The
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, this government has a problem with coordinating and transparency. Since 2006, the Ministers of Defence and Foreign Affairs have been succeeding one another, and yesterday the Minister of Foreign Affairs has made quite a mistake, and today we learn that General Hillier, the Chief of Defence Staff, will be retiring for an unknown reason. Would General Hillier's retirement not be related to what the Minister of Foreign Affairs did? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, General Hillier has worked very well with the government. He has done an excellent job in rebuilding Canada's armed forces. He is a great Canadian, and we are very proud to have worked with him. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Not that long ago, General Hillier said that he was satisfied with the governor in Kandahar, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. is wondering about the governor, and I quote, "Is he the right person at the right time in the right place?" Was the Minister of Foreign Affairs speaking about himself or about the Governor of Kandahar? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is a good Quebecois and a good Canadian. He is working for the interests of Canada on the international scene, and Canadians and Quebecers and his constituents are proud not only of that minister, but of the role that Quebec is playing in Canada and throughout the world. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, when the Bloc Québécois was worried about corruption allegations and allegations of torture that the Governor of Kandahar was facing, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that the situation had greatly improved in Kandahar. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that same minister short-circuited a diplomatic action by asking President Karzai to remove the Governor of Kandahar. Does this contradiction not prove two things: the lack of transparency of this government and the incompetence of the minister? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Afghanistan is a sovereign state that makes its own decision about government appointments. But what I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada is helping Afghanistan to become a stable, democratic and self-sustaining state, so it can never again serve as a haven for terrorists threatening global and Canadian security. Since 2006, Canada's efforts have been guided by the Afghanistan Compact, Mr. Speaker. We are there to do our business, and as the Prime Minister said, we have full confidence in the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the more things change, the more things stay the same. A lack of transparency with the Afghan detainees, a lack of transparency with the NATO contingent that is currently or will soon be in southern Afghanistan, a lack of transparency when it comes to the Military Police Complaints Commission. Does the Prime Minister not realize that his government lacks transparency, Mr. Speaker, and that his ministers are amateurs? And this is one more reason to leave Afghanistan in February 2009. The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Bloc Québécois does not support the Canadian mission in Afghanistan. They are being amateurish in conversations here in the House of Commons when the Bloc Québécois contributes absolutely nothing to the true debate because they don't support the Afghan mission. This government supports the Canadian Armed Forces and international aid efforts in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do that and support our mission and the men and women in Canada's armed forces. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, the actions by the Liberal Party led the RCMP to investigate the sponsorship scandal, and the Conservatives conducted their election campaign asking for more transparency because of what the Liberals had done, and they were right about that. But when the Prime Minister says that he is whiter than white, that he's not facing up to the problem, and there is a problem. The RCMP is in the Conservative Party offices. Why did Elections Canada have to ask the Right Honourable the Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, in this case that is before the courts, the Conservative Party provided all of the information that was requested by Elections Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, we are anxiously awaiting the resolution of this issue before the courts because we are very confident in our legal position.
And for it. Mr. Speaker, it sounds to me as though the Prime Minister is suggesting that the RCMP has gone fishing, that they've gone on a fishing expedition prompted by Elections Canada in the offices of the Conservative Party. In actual fact, what this government is doing is closing the doors to the transparency that they promised the Canadian people. They campaigned that they were going to be as pure as the driven snow. Well, it turns out, Mr. Speaker, that it's not much different over here than it was over there, and the RCMP has had to be called in again. The question is, why? What have they got to hide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, in this particular case, a case that is before the courts because the Conservative Party initiated the case, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the Conservative Party has given to Elections Canada all of the documents that it has asked for. As the House Leader said, it's unclear in our mind why exactly Elections Canada is undertaking this action today. Its officials were scheduled to be examined by our lawyers tomorrow. In any case, that is going to go ahead at some point, and we remain extremely optimistic and confident about the public resolution of this matter.
Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, for 8 months, the Conservatives have been stonewalling attempts by our parliamentary committee to investigate the In-N-Out scandal. The Conservatives even took Elections Canada to court in a phony attempt to delay the investigation. Now the Conservatives have stonewalled so long that the Elections Commissioner has had to call in the RCMP. Will the government now, at long last, with their pants on fire, admit the truth and tell Canadians why they covered up this scandal?
The Order. The Honourable. Order. The Honourable. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor to respond. We'll have some order, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the visit by Elections Canada today to the offices related to the issues of the court case that we have initiated because of our difference of opinion with Elections Canada, and we're very optimistic about that. As for the Procedure and House Affairs Committee effort that the Liberal Party has initiated, let's be honest about why they're doing that. There's legislation waiting to be studied at that committee that the Liberal Party demanded, the issue on visual identification of voters, that their leader stood up and told Canadians he wanted to see passed, and now guess what? He's changed his mind. He's against it. He doesn't want Canadians to know about that flip-flop.
The Honourable
Member for Beausejour. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives deny having offered compensation to Chuck Cadman. They refuse to investigate the Mulroney affair. The RCMP is searching their offices to investigate election funding issues. The Mayor of Ottawa is under criminal investigation because of the Minister of the Environment. Is the man at the centre, or will the man at the centre of all of these scandals finally take his responsibilities? And my question is for the Prime Minister. The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Liberal Party for some time has had no substantive policy. There's been a vacuum of leadership. When they take positions, they change them. And as a result, without any vision for the country, all they can do is focus on and create imaginary scandals. Today's imaginary scandal they're chasing is actually on a court case initiated by our party, the Conservative Party, to advance our interests because of a disagreement we have with Elections Canada. That's hardly a scandal. It's a question of a solid interpretation of the law as a result of the fact that we do follow all Canada's election laws, a stark contrast with what we saw in the past from that party.
Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Documents filed in the federal court by Elections Canada make it clear that one of the architects of the illegal In-N-Out scheme was Conservative Party Executive Director Mike Donison. Another was Conservative past campaign chair Tom Flanagan. Mr. Donison is now the senior policy advisor to the Minister for Democratic Reform. Given today's RCMP raid, will Mr. Donison be stepping aside from his current role?
Excellent.
The Honourable Government House
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, let's be clear. Elections Canada is in a dispute with the Conservative Party for which the Conservative Party has taken Elections Canada to court. We are very confident of our grounds. We have based it on our interpretation of the law, an interpretation that is not only consistent with our view, but consistent with the conduct and the way other parties have interpreted the law through their own spending practices. So they better be hoping we succeed in our court case, because that means that they've been doing things right too.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Donison is the principal advisor to the Minister for Democratic Reform, and even if he is involved in this illegal in-and-out scheme, the RCMP was forced to seize Conservative Party documents related to this illegal scheme. Will the Government House Leader ask Mike Donison to leave today? The Honourable Government House Leader.
I've indicated several times this is flowing out of a disagreement with Elections Canada that the Conservative Party has, that the Conservative Party has brought to the courts. For some reason, Elections Canada has asked the RCMP to assist them with their warrant. The RCMP has made clear, contrary to what we've heard from over there, that they are simply assisting with Elections Canada in their process. Why that's necessary in advance of a process where we've indicated a willingness to disclose every document they ask for, I don't understand.
The Honourable Member from Montmorency-Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. We are entitled to wonder about the in-and-out scheme that allowed the Conservatives to spend $1.8 million in 2006, which is against the law, is probably the reason why the RCMP is searching the offices. And the Prime Minister can say that this is normal. Perhaps the Prime Minister might think that this is a courtesy call by the RCMP. We know that a warrant is necessary for a search. Will the government undertake to make public immediately the RCMP search warrant? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, our funding activities are legal and they are legal under the law. Other political parties have used the same practices over the years without causing any problem. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader has just said that all parties do this, but I would remind the Government House Leader that only the Conservative election reports have been challenged and no other ones. If this government, the champion of transparency, has nothing to hide, then they should table the search warrant here in the House. That's what we're asking for. Order, please. The Honourable Government House Leader.
He puts it very well, the Honourable Member does, when he points out that it's only the Conservative Party that was singled out by Elections Canada, which is odd when all political parties use exactly the same approach. That is why we went to court to have the matter cleared up.
Order. There's too much noise. I can't hear the answer. Order. The Government House Leader was asked a question. He has the floor to respond, and we'll hear his response. Order, please.
That's why we have the same situation at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, where they wish a study only of Conservative spending practices in this regard, and we have asked that the identical spending practices of all the parties be studied, which they are all refusing to have done. We believe all parties should be treated equally, all parties should be held to the same standard in the law. That's why we've taken Election Canada to court. That's why we want the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to be balanced.
Order. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, in July of this year, the 540 employees of Golden Brand in Montreal will be losing their jobs. This is a direct consequence of Chinese competition that could be unfair competition in the textile industry. Does the Conservative government not realize that its lack of leadership at the WTO means job losses, including Golden Brand, and this is breaking down Quebec's social and industrial fabric? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, when an event such as that one occurs, it is sad for a region, for the employees, and for their families who will be having difficult times. Mr. Speaker, that is why We have aid measures to support economic development in the regions, and it is in that context that we have to act to ensure that when a company wants to start a business or expand or wants access to new markets, we have the tools to do that. And the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. A totally ridiculous answer, Mr. Speaker. Ridiculous for the employees. In recent years, Chinese imports of textiles and clothing have increased eightfold, and the Bloc Québécois has been asking for emergency transitional measures to protect the garment industry against this sudden growth of Chinese imports. Other countries have done this. What is the federal government waiting for to protect Golden Brand employees as well as the 100,000 workers who depend on the textile and garment industry in Quebec and in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the textile industry, we have a program. It's a program that allows businesses that want to buy new equipment or expand to obtain $100,000 non-refundable, after which we can provide loans. A businessman who wants to do this can avail himself of these tools.
Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for 17 months now, this government has failed to address allegations of torture and evidence of corruption in Afghanistan. Now, at a very delicate moment, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has made an extremely clumsy mistake that undermines international efforts in Kandahar. Mr. Speaker, both the Minister of Defence and General Hillier have spoken warmly in public about the governor, but behind closed doors, Mr. Speaker, apparently another message and another tune from the government. Then the Minister makes the colossal mistake of babbling in front of the media. What does the Prime Minister intend to do about this mess, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Afghanistan is a sovereign state that makes its own decision about government appointments. I can assure you that Canada fully respects this and is not calling for any changes to the Afghan government. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to know that we are in Canada is in Afghanistan to help stable, democratic and self-sustaining state, so never again can Afghanistan become a haven for terrorists threatening both the global and Canadian security. And as the Prime Minister said, we have full confidence in the Minister of Foreign Affairs because he's doing a great job for Canada. Thank you.
For member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the response from the Prime Minister's stand-in. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the diplomatic efforts in Afghanistan have been frustrated by the incompetence of this government. By making those careless comments, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has sabotaged months of diplomatic effort and has harmed the diplomatic effort, the international effort with respect to Afghanistan. The Prime Minister should be defending transparency, should he not? What is he going to do with respect to Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs?
From the Liberal stand-in leader. Mr. Speaker, Afghanistan is a sovereign state that makes its own decision about government appointments. I can assure you that Canada fully respects and is not calling for any change to the government of Afghanistan, and we have full confidence in the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada for doing a great job for Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
No.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa has the floor now. Mr. Speaker, I would have asked a question today on the competency of the Minister of Heritage, who says one thing in private and something else in public on C10, but that's is just sophomoric behavior. However, I could also have talked about the incompetency of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and his remarks that shame us all. Now, with respect to General Hillier, the true Minister of Defence has just announced his resignation for the future. Can the Minister of Defence explain why are they muzzling the MPCC with respect to the complaints about torture? First of all, Mr. Speaker, welcome to the Honourable Member. He's returning to Defence, I can see. The Prime Minister has said that we have a great deal of confidence in General Hillier. He has worked very hard to rebuild the Canadian Forces, unfortunately. The member obviously didn't have the same opinion of General Hillier, but we want to say thank you to General Hillier for the great service he has given our country.
Even the Military Police Complaints Commissioner himself has said how disappointed he is that this government won't show transparency and accountability. Their court application will not only prevent public hearings, but they would kill the whole investigations going on for more than a year. The Minister of Defense can try any excuse he wants, but his actions and the actions of this government are clear. They want to stop anyone from investigating allegations of torture. What does this government have to hide, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, quite to the contrary, I think we have seen a historic effort in transparency. We have given the Police Commissioner access to over 1,300 documents, 38 witnesses, Mr. Speaker. We've had 17 technical briefings. That's 16 more than the members of the government when they were government opposite. We've had I know Foghorn Leghorn across the way doesn't want the answer, Mr. Speaker, but let me continue. Mr. Speaker, we have had debates in the House of Commons. We've had votes in the House of Commons. Again, something the members opposite refused to do. We've had unprecedented cooperation with the armed forces. We support the men and
I'm mercifully unfamiliar with all these names. The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale. Order.
Mr. Speaker, last week Ontario Premier Dalton McGuinty and his Trade Minister stated that human rights were a federal matter and it was the province's role to get involved. This week, after a trip to China, Trade Minister Pupatello suggested that Canada should nurture dialogue with China regarding human rights in Tibet. Can the Justice Minister please tell the House the government's view on who should be advancing the issue of human rights?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was only a few days ago that the Ontario government was trying to pass off human rights as solely a federal responsibility, and now they are suggesting that there should be dialogue between the Chinese government, the Dalai Lama, and the Canada may be able to help. I'm glad they finally figured out that human rights are the responsibility of all levels of government. Mr. Speaker, this government is interested in promoting human rights, and we continue to encourage dialogue between the Chinese government and the Dalai Lama and the full respect of all human rights.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Defence staff will announce his resignation today. This will have an effect on our troops, our international relationships, and the ongoing war in Afghanistan. General Hillier has shaped the conduct of the war in Afghanistan for both Liberal and Conservative governments. Can the Defence Minister explain what steps he has taken to ensure a smooth transfer of leadership at the highest level of the forces, and will Canada's next Chief of Defence Staff be subject to approval of the Standing Committee on National Defence prior to the appointment?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, it is somewhat ironic to see this newfound interest in the Canadian Forces by that member in the NDP. However, Mr. Speaker, again, returning to the subject of General Hillier, this has been a man that has overseen an unprecedented period of growth within the Canadian Forces. He spoke of a decade of darkness, Mr. Speaker. That reversed with the coming to office of the Conservative government. We've seen investment in both our personnel and our equipment. We've seen General Hillier preside over a period of time in which the esprit de corps of the Canadian Forces has reached historic heights, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work with the Canadian Forces to see that they have that leadership in the future.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was forced to repudiate his Minister of Foreign Affairs' suggestion yesterday that the Governor of Kandahar should be replaced. This has actually squeezed President Karzai, making the actual replacement of Asadullah Khalid practically impossible. quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Affairs Minister is becoming an embarrassment for all Canadians. Doesn't the Prime Minister realize that putting a flat tax poster boy in charge of Canada's affairs abroad was a very bad idea? Doesn't he realize that the conduct of our Minister of Foreign Affairs has to be more than just a photo op?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
As the Prime Minister has said, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs has said, and as I'm repeating, Afghanistan is a sovereign state that makes its own decision about government appointments. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that Canada fully respects this and is not calling for any change to the Afghan government. And as just now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said, everybody has a full confidence in the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He's doing a great job for Canada, for its constituency, and for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, Barry Cooper, is a good friend of the Prime Minister and Tom Flanagan. Mr. Cooper directed a group that was involved in an inquiry on a fraud at the University of Calgary. Mr. Cooper worked for the Conservative Party, even stranger still, because the government has the government offered to take away Mr. Cooper's association with the government during the past campaign?
About our mission in Afghanistan, concerned about the quality of health care offered to Canadians. We have people with real concerns about the economy and what's going on in the United States. And all we have opposite, Mr. Speaker, is a party with no policy, a party with no leadership, a party with no vision, and a party following these made-up scandals, Mr. Speaker. They should concentrate on the priorities of hard-working Canadians.
Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, a research trust at the University of Calgary was misused to fund illegal advertising during the last federal election campaign.
Again.
The group involved Friends of Science is now advising the minister on his climate change policy. And we have the likes of Flanagan, Cooper, and Paulson involved in yet another scheme to break election advertising rules. They ran climate change denier ads in 5 markets in Ontario. You know who oversaw it, Mr. Speaker? The Environment Minister. Who is responsible for yet another attempt to cheat the electorate and buy the election?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, blah, blah, blah. The member for Ottawa Centre puts on his tinfoil hat and develops these great theories, Mr. Speaker. There are 2 reasons why this government is in office. 1 is because of the leadership of the Prime Minister of Canada, and 2 is because of support of the Liberal Party of Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who is willing to speak to Mr. Cadman's words and Mrs. Cadman's and what they mean, but who isn't willing to speak to his own words and what they mean. Why, Mr. Speaker? His own words. He knows what he said and why he said them. Instead, silence. Day after day. To the Prime Minister, it's time. Just look up, just stand up, just explain.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works. Order.
The member for York Centre is setting an indoor record here for missing the point. And the reality is, a simple fact of the matter is, it didn't happen. The Liberals have made an accusation that there was a $1 million life insurance policy drawn up and offered to Chuck Cadman. It didn't happen. The accusations by the Liberals are false, and the member for York Centre should be embarrassed for repeatedly asking these embarrassing questions rather than asking substantive questions that are of interest to his constituents.
Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, nothing. Nothing. He just sits there with every question slinking lower into his seat, deeper into his papers, hoping it will all go away. Well, it's not going away. To the Prime Minister, just look up, just stand up, just explain.
Order. The Honourable Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to standing up in the House of Commons, we're the people who stand up and vote in this place for a better future for this country. We're the political party in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have the lowest taxes in this country in 50 years, the largest investment in infrastructure in this country in 60 years, new support for new Canadians, support for our farmers, cutting the landing fee for new Canadians in half. Mr. Speaker, we are standing up for Canadians day in and day out, and the Liberals can sit there with their imaginary scandals and their imaginary problems that they continue to put before this House of Commons, because day in and day out, Canadians can rest assured that this Prime Minister and this government will continue building a better Canada.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, before the Standing Committee on Official Languages, to justify the cut of all Francophone artists from the broadcasting, Richard Stursberg, the president of CBC, today gave unacceptable explanations as a representative of the Crown Corporation. Would the Minister of Heritage deal with this issue? The Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the CBC missed a good opportunity to present Francophone talent when it rebroadcast the Pantheon Gala for Canadian viewers. As the Honourable Member knows, the Standing Committee on Official Languages and Canadian Heritage invited the management of CBC Radio Canada to come before the committee to answer some difficult questions. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafitte. Mr. Speaker, Thursday I will be present at the annual meeting of the shareholders to question the company about the future of the aluminum industry in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area. In establishing restrictions for the Carcan sale to Rio Tinto, does the Minister not realize that he has abandoned the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area? The Minister of Industry. Order, please.
The question continues to fulfill the obligations that they have given to both the Government of Quebec, the Government of Canada. They continue to make investments. They continue to make this industry stronger, Mr. Speaker, and I expect that this industry will continue to flourish both in this region of Canada as well as elsewhere.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour.
The government is trying to fool Canadians. They began a bogus civil lawsuit to try and get refunds from Elections Canada to which they were not entitled. The RCMP never execute search warrants in civil cases, and the Minister knows that. We have here a quasi-criminal investigation began by a former Crown prosecutor, the Commissioner of Elections. Mr. Speaker, the Minister knows the difference. Why won't he just admit it?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
I thank the member from the quasi-official opposition for that question. I think we've dealt with this issue many times. In terms of the election financing approaches, we comply with all aspects of Elections Canada law, of the elections law in question. We have a disagreement with Elections Canada on how it should be interpreted. That's why we initiated an action in the courts, and we're content to have it settled in the courts. I know he'd like to have parliamentary committees settle all legal matters. We believe the courts are the right place to do it.
The Honourable Member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it might seem incredible, improbable, and even far-fetched, but once again they are trying to cast doubt on our will to defend supply management at the WTO. It's even more far-fetched when you know that the Bloc voted against supply management in the speech from the throne, and they're completely absent from the WTO. The Bloc is absent from power. It's not there for Quebec. Can the Secretary of State for Agriculture confirm for the 100th time that our government is standing up for the supply management system at the WTO? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Are we defending supply management at the WTO? The answer is yes. Did we bring up Section 28 of GATT The answer is yes. Where was the bloc? Absent. With respect to the proposal on cheese, yes was our answer. The bloc was absent. Did we put special safeguard measures in place? Yes. Where was the bloc? Absent. Did we say that we would defend supply management to the very end? Yes. But where was the bloc? Absent as usual.
Member for Skeena Poultry Valley.
The Auditor General is sounding the alarm in Le Devoir today. She says signing and ratifying an international agreement means you have to live up to it or pay the penalty. Yep. Sheila Fraser says the price for failing to meet Kyoto should be included in the Conservatives' federal budget, but it isn't. Will the Finance Minister heed the warning of Canada's Auditor General, or does he plan to stick future generations with a bill for his government's failure on climate change?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to do two things. One, we're going to immediately continue to move forward on our plan to reduce greenhouse gases and help fight global warming. And let me assure the member from the NDP, Mr. Speaker, if any bills come in from Canada's dark 10 years under the previous government, we'll be sending them to the Leader of the Liberal Party to go with his $800,000 campaign debt, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Poultry Valley.
Mr. Speaker, when you don't pay back, if you do not pay for a mortgage and you don't pay it down, you lose your house. If you don't pay your credit card debt, you are prosecuted. Why? Because there is a contract. An agreement is broken, and then there are consequences. Why is the government refusing to follow the advice of Sheila Fraser? Why is it ignoring the position that it has to pay for Kyoto? The Minister of the Environment, Mr. Speaker, we're very aware of the fact that we have to act. That's why we are acting. We are doing real work with respect to the major polluters, something that has never been done by previous governments. We want to work with other countries to find real results. We want real results for Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are hiding the truth from Canadians. They have instituted false proceedings, civil proceedings with respect to Elections Canada, and they know that the RCMP never executes search warrants in civil cases. What it is doing here in executing a search warrant is dealing with a quasi-criminal case. What is the difference here? Can they explain that?
The RCMP has said publicly that it's not an RCMP investigation. They've referred all calls to Elections Canada. They've indicated they were asked to assist by Elections Canada in executing an Elections Canada mandate. We understand it is in relation to the issue of the campaign financing questions and our approach on spending, which is the subject of a lawsuit we have initiated with Elections Canada. So we are quite confident of our case, we're quite confident of our practices, and we continue to stand by that and will in the future.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's the party
Order. Order. We have to be able to hear the question. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville has the floor. We will have some order, please. Perhaps the Honourable Member for Barossa, the Honourable Member for Fredericton could have a Valium. We have to be able to hear.
In Winnipeg, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice unveiled more measures our government is taking to protect Canadians from crime. Tough new provisions to combat auto theft, Mr. Speaker. And yet, some were critical of the new measures, saying it doesn't go far enough to address petty auto theft and dangerous joyriding. What can the Minister of Justice tell us about the history of this bill and other efforts by the government to curb auto theft?
It's a good question. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, the facts are simple. Every
Ralph,
3
calm
minutes,
yourself.
Mr.
Calm
Speaker,
yourself,
a
Ralph.
car gets stolen in this country, and it costs Canadians over $1.2 billion. This is why this government is taking real action to protect Canadians against this very serious crime. Now, this is in contrast to the Liberals and their soft-on-crime approach, Mr. Speaker. They recently gutted the private members' bill on auto theft by getting rid of the mandatory jail terms. That's their approach, Mr. Speaker. Our message to car thieves is clear. The free ride is over.
Order. That will bring to a conclusion the question period for today. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-26, enacting the Controlled Drugs and Subsistence Act, and to make consequential amendments.
Ottawa South is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent to table the audit performed by the University of Calgary Audit Services, which I referred to in my question during question period today, which clearly demonstrates the kind of fraud that was ongoing in the last election campaign. I seek unanimous consent so Canadians can know the truth.
Does the honourable member for Ottawa South have the unanimous consent of the House to table these documents? No. There is no consent. On a point of order, l'honourable...
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond to the government House Leader's claim on concerning his use of the standing order on April 8th and the need to have a royal recommendation to go ahead with a vote on third reading of Bill C-490. Let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, regarding royal recommendation, Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867 said it is not up to the Parliament to appropriate any part of public funds or any taxes or funds for something that has not been recommended by a message of the Governor-General during the session when the bill is proposed. So, as we can see, Mr. Speaker, any bill that creates a new program that requires use of public funds requires royal recommendation. We all agree on that. That is in the principle of responsible government. But now, from a procedural standpoint, the chair has to look at the appropriation limits referred to in Section 54, which have always been debated in this House. According to the Robert, appropriation is to make something one's own property. The objective of this bill does the opposite of a measure that requires royal recommendation. Rather than getting money from the public treasury, the bill states that the money belongs to the elderly and not to the government. The Constitution Act spirit must be understood in such a way that there's a difference between a program that commits new public funds and one that asks the government to reimburse money to people who never agreed to pay that money, and that is the case here. When it comes to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the GIS, and Bill C-490. Let's be clear, the people targeted by this bill should have obtained the money if they had applied for it from the first year in which they were entitled to it, and this would have been paid to them. The government knowingly maintained these people in ignorance, hoping that a maximum number of them would not seek their entitlement. And this, they knew, would not be reimbursable retroactively. These are arrears going into the public treasury, and these are expenses that should have been incurred but that were not paid out. So, in closing, Mr. Speaker, it's deplorable to see that the Conservatives are playing petty politics with this. When they were in opposition, the Conservatives had joined the bloc to ask for full retroactivity of the amounts due to seniors under the GIS. This was even part of their election platform. Since they came to power, they changed their tune. They had a chance to act. Quebec seniors will remember broken promises by the Conservatives, as will all Quebecers. I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, that
this demonstration will mean that Bill C-490 will not require royal recommendation, and thus we can proceed with a vote on third reading for the better good of seniors and social justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le même appel au règlement?
On the same point of order?
A different one? Okay. Est-ce qu'il y a des autres?
Are there other submissions on the question raised by the honourable member for Joliette at this time? Otherwise, I thank him for his remarks. Another point of order, the honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, during the response to a question from the member from Ottawa South, the Environment Minister suggested that the member from Ottawa Centre wasn't aware of what was going on because perhaps he was wearing his tinfoil hat a little too tight. I just wanted the member to clarify, the Minister of Environment to clarify which member he was referring to, and to assure him the only hats that I have in my cupboard are ones for the Ottawa Senators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I have great esteem for the member for Ottawa Centre, and while I would accuse him of many things, I know him, or I have no evidence of him ever wearing a tinfoil hat. And if in any way, shape, or form I misspoke, Mr. Speaker, I say to the great member for Ottawa Centre, I apologize.
The Honourable Member. Okay. That concludes that matter. Now, orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-26, an act to end the Controlled Drugs Act and Substances Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
When this matter was asked before the House, the Honourable Member for Churchill had the floor. There are 14 minutes remaining in the time allotted for her remarks. I therefore call upon the Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am going to continue on. As before the break, for a question period, I was discussing about this whole matter of balance and how we have to address these issues. And in fact, as I was saying, that this is a deep concern to all Canadians, that there is an ongoing dialogue amongst Canadians about what is a balanced approach and how do we get there. And as I was mentioning, there has been by the Conservative members a strong slogan that they are involved in a war on crime, this war on drugs, and there's this fear-mongering sensibility that is, reminiscent of the Republicans. And I would like to continue where I left off, and it was a response in an article in the Winnipeg Free Press in response to the announcement by the Conservatives to battle auto theft. And Dan Lett, who is a reporter with the Winnipeg Free Press, said that this pledge Monday was to introduce tougher laws to crack down on the trafficking of stolen vehicles and parts. The problem is that the changes he outlined will do precious little to help the situation here, where auto theft is less about organized syndicates and more about a bunch of teenagers out for a dangerous joyride. This approach, I continue on, this approach to fighting crime is probably the best example of not actually doing anything while creating the impression something is being done. The so-called war on crime is often about being seen to be addressing the problem while ignoring the root causes that lurk below the public's radar and seemingly out of the grasp of politicians. He continues on, longer sentences mean more people in remand, on trial, and in jail, which means significant increases in the cost of administering the courts and of incarceration. That leaves less money for social programs that divert potential auto thieves to more wholesome activities. As more young people experience prison, we already incarcerate youth at 10 times the rate of European countries. Society can boast more graduates of what is essentially a post-secondary education in crime. Mr. Speaker, that was Dan Lett from the Winnipeg Free Press in response to one of the most recent announcements that the Conservatives made in their war on crime. And I mention that because I think those are important points to consider, and there's certainly points that have been raised in the House in this debate on Bill C-26. And in fact, Bill C-26 is part of a larger larger effort by this Conservative government in their war on crime. And I think that what is really important in terms of how we move forward is absolutely that we need to look at how is it that we start to address issues. We also saw in Winnipeg and in the Winnipeg Free Press yesterday an article about a recent shooting, and it was a gang-related shooting. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a serious issue, and as I said earlier, it affects people from coast to coast to coast. So we do indeed have an issue in this country that is related to drugs and gangs, and I think that we do need to have debate about how is it that we find an approach and specific pieces of that approach that are going to make a difference for our safer communities. I'd like to focus on a number of pieces that are directly related to my riding, Mr. Speaker, because when we talk about this issue about drugs and crimes, and they are very, very closely related, and when we look again at the statistics in the drug policy budget and the amount of money that's being spent on enforcement, I'd like to mention that in my riding, Mr. Speaker, I have many, many dozens, in fact, First Nations, and they have separate jurisdiction, comes under federal jurisdiction, and in fact, their funding for their band constable programs, which is an intrinsic part of dealing with this issue, policing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in the communities, I have a group of communities. There are 4 that are very closely situated, and recently, about a month ago, children and youth from those communities, the Island Lake communities they're referred to, which include Wasagamak, Garden Hill, St. Teresa Point, and Red Sucker Lake. The youth, the Island Lake Youth Council, decided to walk from the Island Lake area to Winnipeg as an effort in terms of protesting the lack of attention by this government to the issues that are creating serious health and social issues, and that includes this issue on drugs and gang-related issues. Mr. Speaker, in those communities in 2006 and 2007, in that fiscal year when this Conservative government took power, they cut all of their band constable funding. So those 4 communities went from having band constable programs, which are part of what all First Nations expect and indeed require, as all Canadians do, to participate in policing efforts. And their band constable funding went from $70,000, approximately that would be about the average amount that each of those communities were receiving, to 0 in 2006 and 2007. And Mr. Speaker, those funds were reinstated in the last fiscal budget, but Mr. Speaker, now we see that there is an impact. When we cut literacy, when we cut housing, we heard from the member, again, the member from Trinity Spadina, she talked about housing and what does that have to do in relation to gangs and drugs? Well, there is a critical issue. There is, as Dan Lett so aptly said, that it is the root causes and that we can't ignore the root causes in this dialogue. So when we're talking specifically about the issues of drug policy, we are talking about issues related to prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and enforcement. But we're also talking about those other issues, which this government, who claims to be tough on crime, has not put in an effort to ensure that we are, as a society, addressing all the issues that are going to ensure safer communities. So we can't just address this issue piecemeal, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that, in fact, the whole issue of creating more jails, building more jails as part of being tough on crime, just ends up being part of, again, I believe it's part of a Republican strategy that creates more criminals. And in fact, many of the amendments that we're talking about here are amendments that are going to have an impact not on like the big drug suppliers, not on the people that are involved in this organized crime, but really it's the people at the lower end of the chain, as you're saying, and it's also been researched and found that that these mandatory minimum sentencings are also going to be blunt instruments that fail to distinguish between low and high level, as well as hardcore versus transient drug users. So again, Mr. Speaker, if we're all wanting to participate in an effort to build safer societies, build safer communities, I think that's the approach that Liberals are condoning. That is the approach that we have to move forward in. And certainly without a doubt, this issue around drugs and gangs and the relationship between drugs and gangs is something that doesn't escape anybody. In fact, one of the primary pieces of the work around the Mental Health Commission has been to ensure that this issue of addiction, the Mental Health Commission has seen that as a priority. They are moving forward to create pilot projects. And I'm sad to say that, again, here's another piece in which Northern Canada has not been identified as a part of the country which will be participating in this pilot project. It's we have, as I said, Mr. Speaker, I have a very large riding. It encompasses about 2/3 of the province of Manitoba. I have dozens of communities, dozens and dozens, and we require these services as well. So where we have, again, all of these root causes and in support systems within communities and within a society that are intrinsic in building a healthy community, we have seen this government make very little effort. And in fact, they eliminated the national child care strategies, which affected not only all of the provinces, but they also affected First Nations. First Nations had, through the Assembly of First Nations, a national child care strategy as well that they had signed with this government. We have the issue of housing, and this government will often say for the Aboriginal community that they've identified more money than any government before for First Nations housing, but Mr. Speaker, not one penny of that money was identified for on-reserve housing. And in fact, we know that these youth that walk from the Island Lake Tribal Council area, one of their primary concerns is around these social issues, and housing being one of them. Overcrowded housing, which would just be completely unacceptable in any other part of this country. Mr. Speaker, as I said, that I think is you couldn't find a group of youth, I think, that are more committed to trying to raise the issue of what kind of crisis they're in. And their issues are around health services. In fact, one of the, this government, again, they talk about human rights and then their commitment to human rights. And yet, the bill on human rights, which sought to amend, to repeal Section 67 of the Canadian Human Rights Act for First Nations, which exempted the Indian Act, the committee, the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, worked very hard and very long, and over 90% of the witnesses, and in fact I would say that approximately 95% of the witnesses that presented at committee had made recommendations to ensure that the collective rights and ensure that the bill would move forward to, again, participate in Canadian society as Indigenous peoples within this country and ensure human rights for First Nations. And one of those pieces, again, Mr. Speaker, I raise this matter again because it's just dumbfounding to me that children residing on reserve do not get health services for complex medical needs. And health care should be a universal right in Canada, Mr. Speaker. So this youth group from the Island Lake Tribal Council, they walked because they are concerned about drugs and gangs in their own communities. They're seeking assurance from this government that they can move forward. What we are recommending on this side of the House is a holistic way in moving forward, addressing these issues, the root causes, and identifying how it is that we can hear from Canadians and amend this bill so that it is it ensures that we are moving towards a safe society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Speaker for her insights on this matter, particularly with respect to this announcement yesterday. A typical Conservative announcement which appears to do something about something when in fact it does nothing about what the subject matter might be. And I was wondering, first of all, with respect to whether she has in her possession or is knowledgeable about any study, anywhere, any place, any time, that shows that somehow or another imposing harsher sentences on people who steal cars and things of that nature has any impact whatsoever on the actual incidence of auto theft. It would seem to me that if you're going to start a criminal code initiative, you should at least start with some basic fundamental evidence on that point. So that's question number one. Question number two is with respect to the misallocation of funding. I agree with her entirely. When you're doing this kind of funding, you're essentially going to be putting more people in jail, or you hope to anyways, in which case you're going to take funding from out of the community and put it into jails. Under our previous government, in my own community, there was actually initiatives, particularly in the Scarborough Village area, where we actually put money into the community, and in fact, crime rates went down. And I want her to comment upon this misallocation of funding, because what you put into the penalty system, you effectively take out of the community. And I wonder whether that is consistent with her own experience as well.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his questions, his two questions. And one, in fact, he raises an excellent point, which is that there is no evidence that will demonstrate that incarceration, longer incarceration sentences will have a positive impact on an individual. And in fact, it has been proven in many studies that it is a multi-pronged approach that needs to be in place, and rehabilitation is an intrinsic part of dealing with offenders. And I'd like to also add to that there is also an issue where I think in the sentencing where this bill, as it stands, seeks to take from the judges the ability to have discretion around the offenders and the offense and mitigating circumstances and considering all of those pieces. And so I think that that's a really important point that the member raised, and I thank him for that. I'd like to also thank him for this whole raising this issue around the investment in crime prevention. It was a very, very serious part of how the Liberals would approach the issues of crime. And in fact, under this current government, crime prevention dollars have been rolled back in my communities. And in fact, the Allen Lake Tribal Council, which I talked about, was an area in which they did receive crime prevention dollars. And they did have very positive impact, because for people that don't know, those First Nations do not receive funding for recreation services in First Nations. So again, they don't receive funding through the transfers, through infrastructure dollars that are transferred to the provinces. They don't receive funding for recreational facilities or recreational programs at all. And so again, like other Canadians, they are lacking not only in that funding source, but now they have lost their crime prevention dollars. And as I said, that this testament of youth walking 800 kilometers in the cold spring weather through winter roads is just an absolute shame. And in fact, here is a community in which young people are saying, to this government, we need all of these pieces to move forward. Certainly, as I said, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are not saying that we should not be looking at this. We need to look at this issue. We do have serious gang and drug-related activities in this country. It is causing serious pain, serious damage to many communities, and that's not just in the urban centres, Mr. Speaker. That is in rural Canada, and that includes towns and First Nations. And in fact, I believe that Canadians want to participate in this dialogue, and I think it is really important that we send it to committee.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the debate, I can't fail but to mention the fact that so many of our Aboriginal population is in penitentiaries across this country in numbers that are greater than they should be as far as percentages when you look at the small population of the Aboriginal community in Canada. When I was at the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and I have been on that committee since I've been a member, one of the witnesses that came before us was an ombudsman for people that are currently being held in prison. And the numbers that he presented to our committee showed a very alarming rate of offenders that are currently in the system and come from Aboriginal communities. But not only that, that many times they are not qualifying for rehabilitative programs because of the type of prisoner that they're labeled there. And I'm wondering, with the bills that are being introduced by the Conservative government, that we're even going to see more and more of our people in the system instead of being out of the system and becoming part of contributors to society.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Nunavut for her question because it is a critical issue. As I said, I represent a riding which has 36 First Nations, and there are numerous Métis people in my riding as well. And in fact, we see that this pattern is, it runs across all Aboriginal peoples in Canada, so that we do have a disproportionate number of Aboriginal people within the prison systems. And in fact, whenever these issues around these types of pieces of legislation come up, it becomes a primary concern within our communities, because the whole effort, as I said, Mr. Speaker, must be on crime prevention, supporting people. It needs to be about addressing these root causes, and not solely. I'm not saying that, you know, bad criminals should not be incarcerated, that certain crimes people should be escaping incarceration, but I think that there needs to be really a balanced approach here, that we need to address and be very clear and very honest about the fact that there are these disproportionate rates of Aboriginal people in prison, that we need to support communities, as I said, not pull their crime prevention funding, not pull their band constable funding, invest in addressing the root causes, because, Mr. Speaker, the cost of what Mr. Lett calls in his article a post-secondary education in crime is far more expensive than a post-secondary education, for that would benefit this country. Again, it's about investing in the country. I really don't understand this sort of fear-mongering, this mentality of war on crime, pulling funding that addresses root causes. And I think that in the end, it ends up, as was mentioned here, one, it's never been it's never been proven by data or research to have any benefit, and it is an enormous cost to the country. And I think that those are the pieces that we need to look at as we move forward on this bill.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do something unusual. I don't usually quote from newspaper editorials, but I came across this at the end of last year from the Ottawa Citizen, and it seemed to me that not only in this editorial I thought this was the best one, but it accurately reflects a number of editorials from major newspapers across the country. And it starts off with the heading of drug-induced stupidity, talking about C-26. And I'm going to read from most of it, Mr. Speaker. More than half the people incarcerated in American federal prisons are there on drug charges, according to the U.S. Department of Justice, and about 1/5 of those in state prisons. This doesn't count people whose crimes were indirectly related to drugs, but it includes people jailed for life for possessing one marijuana joint. Nevertheless, the war on drugs rages on. Canada's Conservative government is choosing to copy this strategy, which has been failing non-stop since Prohibition. The reason Canada has drug addicts on its streets is supposedly that dealers aren't going to prison for long enough. So, Tory Justice Minister, and I won't put his name in, Mr. Speaker, because it's improper to do so, but so Tory Justice Minister has a bill to make the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act harsher. Judges have had the discretion to sentence drug criminals according to the evidence presented in their cases. But now the Justice Minister, again his name is there but I won't say who it is, but now the Justice Minister wants to change that by imposing mandatory minimum sentences. For instance, anyone dealing marijuana would go to jail for at least a year if he or she did so in support of organized crime. And then in brackets it says, that is, in a money-making enterprise involving 3 or more people, in close brackets. It goes on to say, though, Mr. Speaker, that covers just about all marijuana dealers, who are by definition organized if they have one supplier and one customer. Most of the changes are like this, referring to C-26. Some drug users might be exempted from the minimum if they are diverted into special drug courts that focus on treating addicts. But an addict who deals to support his habit, who can't break the addiction despite treatment. Why? What he needs is more prison time, right? Actually, wrong. This is bad law in pursuit of bad politics, based on non-existent science. Parliament shouldn't go along. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we, the NDP, are not going to go along with this. We've made it quite clear, as opposed to the other opposition parties who stand in this House and make speeches opposing mandatory minimums in this area, but then are going to, in fact, vote in principle in support of this bill to send it to committee. And that's, in particular, the Liberal Party, to their eternal shame. Mr. Speaker, what this bill is going to do is absolutely nothing with regards to reducing the drug consumption in this country, in our society. And all we have to do is to look to our neighbors to the south, or to the north if you're from Windsor, and look at their experience over the last 35 years. And it's uninterrupted, Mr. Speaker. Over that period of time, the United States has actively engaged in their so-called war on drugs. And at the end period of time, what do we have, Mr. Speaker? We have production of drugs in the United States and around the globe up. We have the consumption of drugs that are illegal in that society in the United States up. We have prison populations that have more than doubled, in some cases tripled, in terms of the number of people incarcerated related to drug charges. We have the cost of all of that war on drugs, up in the range of 10 to 20 times, depending on from state to state in the United States. We also have, Mr. Speaker, finally in the last few years, a recognition by that society, by that country, that it's not working. In my neighboring state, to Ontario, across the river from in Detroit, in the state of Michigan. Last year, the state legislature, who controls the criminal law in this area, the drug area, began to reduce the number of charges where if people are convicted of drugs, they would have a mandatory minimum. And they did it for two reasons, Mr. Speaker. I think one could be somewhat cynical and say it was only because of how much it was costing and the rate of incarceration that was occurring in that state. But they also did it, Mr. Speaker, because they finally recognized that it wasn't working. And in spite of those experiences in the United States, you can go through at least a half dozen to a dozen states just in the last few years that have begun to drop mandatory minimums with regards to drug offenses. In spite of that experience, in spite of this government being responsible for knowing about that experience, they intend to copy this failed experiment. And, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting. You know, we've had both the, in front of the Justice Committee and the Public Safety Committee, since this government's been in power, both the Justice Ministers and the Public Safety Ministers in front of us. And I've repeatedly asked them, as have other members of the committee, about the basis on which they are making these decisions. And when you listen to them and you listen to their answers, it's always ideological. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, in their, maybe to their credit, but in any event, I want to say I have not 1 second of hesitation that they believe that ideology, that they believe that by following, by mimicking the U.S. experience on fighting drug crime, that they, in fact, will change society, that it will work. They actually believe it. The problem I have with when I hear them say those things is because then we pursue it and we say, well, on what basis do you believe that? And there is absolutely, I repeat, absolutely no scientific basis. There is not one study that they can point to where mandatory minimums have been shown in the drug area have been shown to work in reducing the consumption of drugs or the reduction in crime as a result of that consumption. I don't for a minute, Mr. Speaker, nor does my party downplay the consequences of the crime rates that are going on around drug consumption. We know both the level of crime rate in those specific areas and the consequential crimes that are committed in our society as a result of people doing breaking and enters, doing armed robbery, doing other violent acts because they no longer are in control or because they need financial resources to buy drugs. We're very conscious in our communities. I live right next door to the city of Detroit. We see on a daily basis the crime rate that goes on there, one of the highest in the country, and of course the country that has one of the highest crime rates in the world. So we see that on a daily basis in my community. I think we're somewhat lucky that more of it doesn't spill over, but it does spill over to some degree. We have victims in my community, Mr. Speaker. But again, I believe it's to the eternal shame of the Conservative Party, this government, that they continue to mislead the Canadian public, that by introducing these kind of amendments to the Criminal Code and to the Controlled Substances Act, that somehow we will reduce the level of victimization in this country. It's not going to happen, Mr. Speaker. It has not happened any place in the world where this type of an approach has been taken. Nowhere. This government can't point to one jurisdiction in the world where this has worked. Not one. And so when they stand up in this House, Mr. Speaker, and they repeatedly mislead the Canadian people, and I'm not suggesting they do it intentionally, they believe this is going to work. They do believe it. But when they refuse to face the facts, to look at the reports, to look at all of the research that has been done in this area, then they are, in fact, misleading the Canadian public. Because it's not going to work. You know, I was thinking of my colleague from BC, who gave a speech a while ago and gave the definition, the classic definition of insanity, Mr. Speaker. That of someone who repeats over and over and over again the same course of conduct and expects a different result. The United States has followed that policy with regards to their approach on their war on drugs, and now we have a conservative government here attempting to do the same thing. They're going to repeat the same errors over and over and over again, and they're not going to get any different result. The consumption rate of drugs is going to continue to climb. The production rate around the world is going to continue to climb. We're going to continue to be a market for them. Every single study that we have done shows that you really have to get at the whole issue of treatment. How do you get people off drugs? And putting them into prisons is not the solution. It just simply doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. I want to spend a few more minutes as well that always bothers me about this government, Mr. Speaker, when they pass these kind of laws. And there was an analysis done of the impact of this bill on the incarceration rate. It's going to have the effect, Mr. Speaker, of increasing our population in our provincial jails, for which this government pays nothing, by significant percentages. We know that at least 700 to 900 additional people are going to go into our jails, and I think that's, quite frankly, optimistic that it's going to be that low if this bill goes through as it is presently written. Just to put that in context, Mr. Speaker, we have at the present time roughly 10 to 11,000 people incarcerated in our federal prisons. At the tune, if it's in, depending on the level of security that they're held in, to the tune of about 110 at the top end to roughly 90,000 at the minimum security level per year. That's what it costs us to put them in. We're going to increase that number by probably 1,000 in the first couple of years if this bill gets passed. That's at the federal level. Mr. Speaker, at the provincial level, we're going to have at least as many more. At least as many more. Because this bill, in spite of the rhetoric that we hear from the Justice Minister, in spite of that rhetoric, this bill is not, in fact, going to go after organized crime. It is going to be used to go after the small pushers, and these sentences, as a result, are going to be in that 6-month to 2-year range. And so at least half of the people incarcerated, if this bill goes through, will be incarcerated at the provincial level. And the average cost across the country, and it does vary fairly significantly from province to province, but the average cost runs at about $75,000 to $78,000 a year. That's money that the provincial governments have to find. And we know, Mr. Speaker, any number of, especially the smaller provinces, are not going to have the ability to cover those costs unless they take it from other parts of their budgets. And so we're going to see other programs suffer, in particular probably some of the programs in the corrections area that are more effective in reducing drug consumption, illegal drug consumption. There's nothing in this bill, and we have heard nothing from the Minister of Justice or the Minister of Public Safety to indicate, or I should perhaps add as well the Minister of Finance, to indicate there is going to be any additional funding to the correctional services at the provincial level to cover these costs. And they're not inconsequential. We're talking in the range of $75 million to $100 million plus that is going to have to be found to cover these costs if the incarceration rate is as high as we expect it to be. And there's been nothing, no indication from the federal government that they will help in that regard. They are simply going to dump that cost onto the provinces. Mr. Speaker, we can go on. There's other costs that are going to be related here to that increased incarceration. Our length of trials are going to go up. We've had both judges and prosecutors and defense lawyers all indicate that. If you're faced with a mandatory minimum sentence, chances are there's not going to be a plea bargain. that there is going to be a longer trial. That's the usual consequence. And again, we can go across the border into the United States and see that repeatedly, where their trial, the length of their trials, the number of trials, the reduced number of guilty pleas in these charges, all were altered because of the mandatory minimums. That, Mr. Speaker, puts an additional financial burden on the court system. It means our police are spending more time testifying in trials. It means our prosecutors are spending time in court on these charges for longer periods of time because the trials go longer, and the same for our judiciary. All of those costs, Mr. Speaker, are costs that have to be borne by because the vast majority of these cases, I should point out, Mr. Speaker, are not tried by our federal judges. They're tried by our provincial judges. So all of these costs are costs that are being serviced and dumped, literally, on the provincial governments, with no indication of any compensation from the federal government to assist them in that. I've seen no assessment of how much it's going to be, but again, it's at least going to be in the tens of millions of additional dollars in those areas. Again, Mr. Speaker, what we will see is other programs in any number of areas being having the provincial governments having to draw from those sources in order to be able to cover these costs, because they don't have a choice, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the interesting things here. They have no voice in this. They have to lay those charges. Police officers have to. The Crown attorneys have to ask the mandatory minimums because, of course, they're mandatory. And judges have to send them to jail for those mandatory minimums because they are mandatory. There's no discretion here at all in the system. Mr. Speaker, and those costs just go on. Let me move for a minute from the effect of this to alternatives. And, Mr. Speaker, there are, in fact, alternatives. We see this government actively engaged currently in trying to shut the Safe Needle program in the city of Vancouver down. In spite of, as recently as yesterday, a report coming out saying, I'm sorry, you have to appreciate this report came from a body that was appointed by this government. They did the complete analysis of the 24 reports that have been done on that center. They concluded, as every single one of those reports did, that the site should remain open, should be receiving federal funding on an ongoing basis. That the site actually reduces crime rates, certainly saves lives, literally saves lives of the drug users. And, Mr. Speaker, you can go through all the other positives of this. Obviously keeps them out of the court system to a much greater degree and leaving the police to do other work. And in spite of that, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you're going to continue to hear this government attack that center and look for some other way to pull the plug on it. They almost did it last fall in September as a result of a huge outroar from the community. They backed off and extended the funding to this June. But the fear in the community in Vancouver is very palpable that they're going to figure out some way politically they can justify doing this. Again, not based on any facts, not based on any science or any of the studies that have been done. And that attitude, Mr. Speaker, that ideological passion, let me say fanaticism, that we get from this government in this area is reflected again in this bill. No facts on which to base it. In fact, they have studies from the Justice Department, 2003, 2004, on the use of mandatory minimums, specifically in the drug area. Mr. Speaker, maybe I should just diverge for a second. My party has, in fact, supported the use of mandatory minimums in this Parliament in areas where we think that, in fact, they can work. It's a limited area. It has to be focused. I've given this speech I don't know how many times in this House. It has to be focused. And we've done that quite extensively where guns are involved, where firearms are involved. And we believe that can be justified by studies, by scientific fact. But there isn't one study that doesn't say that the use of mandatory minimums with regards to drugs is useless. There isn't one. And in fact, there is a major study that was done, I believe in 2003, by the Department of Justice that canvassed all of the studies that had been done, prior reports that had been done, showing that when you have somebody who's involved in the drug trade, and in particular, most of the, and we have to appreciate this, most of the small drug users, drug pushers, are users as well. And that's who this bill really is going to end up targeting. I know the government says that's not the case. That's not who they mean. But that's what's going to be the result. And so, Mr. Speaker, I see my time is up. But I would plead with this government, and actually I would plead with the opposition parties. This is the time at second reading to vote this thing down. In principle, the opposition party should not be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I have two questions for the member, who I know is well versed in these areas, so they will be in-depth questions. The first one is related to, I mean, he made the obvious point that some of these measures are the same ones that the United States followed, and there was no appreciable reduction in drug uses. And pretty well everyone involved in the justice system knows that. So my question is, where was the breakdown in communication? Obviously, the Department of Justice researches these items. They would have had this information to give to the government, that this is not what works. Everyone wants to reduce drug use. So why does the member believe that the Department of Justice would have informed the minister of this and they would have come up with a more effective strategy? Where does he think the breakdown there was? That's the first question. And the second question is, you could see someone coming up with a philosophy if they were in jail long enough, and in that jail system they got appropriate treatments to deal with the root causes of the problem so that they just don't keep them in there and extend their sentence a bit and they come back exactly the same. So you would assume that if by staying in longer they get more treatment, there's effective, sufficient treatment in the criminal justice system, and the member probably knows better than I, that's why I'm asking him to answer this. Does he feel that the treatments available while someone is incarcerated are sufficient in today's federal justice system?
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the questions from my colleague from the Yukon. I did find that in my notes. I found the study. It's called, and so maybe somehow the government missed it. It's called the Mandatory Minimum Penalties, Their Effects on Crime, Sentencing Disparities, and Justice System Expenditures. And it was done in 2002 by the Justice Department. And it said this, and I'll just quote this part of it. MMS, mandatory minimum sentences, do not appear to influence drug consumption or drug-related crime in any measurable way. That was a basic conclusion that it reached. And to answer the question more specifically about the miscommunication, I don't think there's any miscommunication here. I know a number of the people in the Justice Department. I'm sure they showed this to the justice ministers. But again, there are blinkers being worn by the government. They are so driven by their ideology on this issue. They sincerely believe that if we punish people more severely, more and more severely, that we can change their habits. They are absolutely refusing. I was going to say reluctant, but that's too soft. They are refusing to have their eyes open to look to anything else. So if the justice officials went to them and said, look, we've done all this research and here's the result of it, and it shows no measurable difference at all, no use at all for us doing this, they would just ignore that, and I'm quite sure that's what happened. With regards to the other issue about the availability of treatments when a person's incarcerated, if the person's incarcerated at the provincial level, there is hardly any available treatment. And what is available is so backlogged that for the vast majority of people who serve 2 years less a day, they will never get through the backlog. They'll be out of custody before treatment's available. The situation at the federal level is not much different. The vast majority of treatment programs, especially around drugs, it's fairly scarce at the federal level. It's severely backlogged in terms of availability. And again, we see that in the vast majority of cases, people may access those treatment programs. Let's say they actually serve 4 years. They may get into it by the 3rd year, and they are there for such a short period of time that it really doesn't work.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I want to thank my colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh for his excellent speech and ask him a question pertaining to a situation in my own constituency of Winnipeg North. In particular, the neighbourhood of Point Douglas, which is one of the most hard-hit neighbourhoods in Canada in economic and social terms. In response to the police and in response to our mayor, who, like the Conservatives, quickly jumped to get tough solutions, which we don't dismiss, but we want to see applied judiciously, Sel and Christine Burrows said the following: "You want to get tough with these kids? Well, I hate to tell you, but the majority of these kids have seen a bloody sight more tough than you or most of your kids will ever see. Many of our," and they're talking about lost boys, "were unwanted boys. They were delivered into a life of misery and poverty, mental illness and addiction issues, learning disabilities, hyperactivity, racism, FASD. These are all parts of growing up a lost boy." Sal and Christine Burrows suggest that putting these kids in jail is not going to be any kind of solution. They're just going to be repeating a life of crime and drug abuse. They ask us to think outside the box, and that means thinking outside of the jail cell. And I'm wondering if my colleague could give some comments on this issue.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague from Winnipeg North for the question. I think we need to put this into context as to what's happened. I heard one of the Conservatives talking. It was like one of those speeches that you heard being given in our legislatures in the United States, in particular, in the run-up to prohibition. And the words that were being used are exactly the same. That again, prohibit the use of alcohol, and all of society's evils will be cured. We have the same attitude with regards to drugs. And so by incarcerating our youth, and we're seeing it in their attempt, Mr. Speaker, in the youth justice bill that's waiting before the Justice Committee right now to be reviewed, this attitude that, again, more penalties, harsher penalties will cure all of society's evils, contrary to all the evidence. We know, Mr. Speaker, that with regards to drug consumption in particular, that the vast majority of users of illicit drugs have other emotional, psychiatric, psychological problems. And that the treatment model, and we can look to all sorts of experiences in the in Europe, where the treatment model, that is, you get the youth at an earlier stage, in fact, does work to a significant degree. I'm not going to suggest for a second, Mr. Speaker, it's perfect. It's not. We're human beings, and the people who provide that treatment are human beings. And it does not work in every case. But it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that if you use a treatment modality, especially for youth, versus an incarceration modality, that the treatment modality has a success rate that's 4 and 5 times the incarceration modality rate. We have the knowledge, we have the ability from a social science standpoint to treat. We just don't have the resources. We're much more prepared to spend millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars on the war on drugs, as opposed to spending similar amounts or perhaps greater amounts on a meaningful modality that would work.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'll try to be very brief. I have been listening to the member. I have great respect for the member's handle on some of these justice issues. With respect, I tend to disagree that we can't do something because the member thinks that it doesn't work, and therefore we shouldn't really do anything. The fact is this government has put forward millions of dollars to try to attempt to find the indicators of crime early on in the school and those sorts of things to try to assist in the prevention of crime. But when people repetitively choose to make the same mistakes, like I'm holding statistics from my area of the country where violent crime is up 28%, offensive weapons up 20%. I mean, the list goes on, 100% increase in some of the drug crimes. If you add them all up, including all the different traffic violations, the crime rate is actually down 3%. But the fact is, on some of these violent crimes with respect to drugs and weapons, the crime rate in my area has gone through the roof. And I think we need to get tough on these criminals at once and for all, not the ones that need help. I understand that. But there's a lot of folks out there making a lifestyle choice here.
Well, member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
I don't know where he gets his figures from, Mr. Speaker, but I'm sorry. I'm glad he raised it because I heard other speakers make it. There's only one figure that you really look at to be absolutely certain about what's happening with violent crime rate in the country, and that's the murder rate. And for the last 20 years, the murder rate in this country has gone down. I just want to finish, Mr. Speaker, if I can. These are the figures of how we spend money on drug policy. 73% on enforcement, 14% on treatment, 7% on research, 2.6% on prevention, and 2.6% on harm reduction.
You rest your case.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to this bill. Mr. Speaker, the increase in drug use, drug trafficking, has become a very worrisome problem in many of our communities. We've seen the increase in petty crime, and we've seen the ravages amongst many young people of the use of drugs. And Mr. Speaker, before I go on, I'd just like to say that I'm going to share my time with the member from Surrey North. Mr. Speaker, we have, as I was saying, we have all seen the ravages of the use of drugs, and it concerns us all, members of all parties. Where we may disagree is on the best approach in responding to that very real problem. Mr. Speaker, there is a confusion, it seems to me, between the notion of mandatory minimum, and some people have equated it to minimum effectiveness, and the idea of being soft on crime. So I'd like to talk about mandatory minimum and quote some of the experts who believe that it is the least effective tool that we could use to deal with this particular problem. And Mr. Speaker, not only experts believe it is the wrong way to go, but most Canadians also believe that drug addiction is an illness and it should be treated in that way. And I'd also like to speak, with the time that I have, to the kind of response the Conservative government is giving to that particular approach. So, Mr. Speaker, the mandatory minimum is a bad idea on principle. And in 2002, the Justice Department report concluded that mandatory minimum sentences are least effective in relation to drug offenses. And here's what they say, and I quote, "Mandatory minimum sentences do not appear to influence drug consumption or drug-related crime in any measurable way. A variety of research methods concludes that treatment-based approaches are more cost-effective than lengthy prison terms. Mandatory minimum sentences are blunt instruments that fail to distinguish between low and high level, as well as hardcore versus transient drug dealers." And Mr. Speaker, that was a report by the Justice Institute, not by the New Democratic Party. And these would be some of the consequences of adopting this kind of ill-thought-out, ideologically driven policy. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister would like us to believe that this approach is just being tough on organized crime and big-time traffickers. And the reality is that it will not deter organized crime. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we presently have a legislation around organized crime with mandatory minimum sentences, and we can see the great effect that has had in reducing the number of Hells Angels, for example. Frank Aduero, head of the Criminal Lawyers Association of Ontario, noted that Justice Department research shows that mandatory minimum sentences do not deter offenders more than tailored, proportionate sentences, and often result in lower conviction rates because judges are reluctant to convict anybody or someone for a minor transgression if they know the penalty is harsh. Mr. Speaker, politicians have no business making preordained decisions on the future of people being brought before the courts. This belongs to the judges. A judge who has heard the case from start to finish should be the only person to decide what penalties are appropriate. Mr. Speaker, this reminds me somewhat of the Conservatives' attempts to meddle in what they thought where nuclear safety should begin and end. Imagine, I don't know how much safer Canadians feel today after the Conservative government meddled into our nuclear energy regulator in Canada, but I certainly don't, Mr. Speaker. This is, as I said, should be the purview of the judges in Canada. This is just too draconian to pass a law that ignores mitigating circumstances. For example, Mr. Speaker, imagine someone dealing with marijuana would go to jail for at least a year if he or she did so in support of organized crime, supposedly. And organized crime, Mr. Speaker, I'm told is defined as a money-making enterprise involving 3 or more people. So that covers almost all marijuana dealers who are, by definition, organized if they have one supplier and one customer. Most of the changes in this law are like this. Now, I don't know if I think that we would all be concerned as parents to see children taking serious drugs, whether it be cocaine, crystal meth. But this is precisely where my colleagues and I feel that the government's resources should go, rather than in making these kinds of draconian laws. It should go in supporting the harm reduction approach, a 4-pillar approach that does involve enforcement, real enforcement, Mr. Speaker. And that is certainly needed. But at the moment, without the other pieces of the 4-pillar approach, prevention and treatment and housing, and I'll come to that, without those other pieces, Mr. Speaker, the enforcement becomes a revolving door, very simply put. And the police are telling us that. They're telling us that basically what they're doing, what they're attempting to respond to is basically a social problem. And, Mr. Speaker, I have some statistics here on the amount of money that the government is spending on its drug policy, and I have it here. 73% of its drug policy is spent on enforcement. Treatment is 14%. 14%, Mr. Speaker. And I know in Victoria, in my riding, people who are trying to help drug addicts, who want out, who want treatment, just cannot provide it. It's just not available. There is no money for treatment. There are no treatment beds. There are no detox beds. And this is coming in report after report on the issue in Victoria. So 14% goes to treatment across Canada. Prevention, well, 2.6%. Mr. Speaker, that's simply inadequate to address the very serious issues. On our streets, while the federal government attempts to bring in these imaginary and ideologically driven solutions, cities and municipalities are left to pick up the pieces and to deal with the lack of leadership by senior levels of government. We see the ravages on our streets. We see the impacts amongst our young people. And yes, we do very strongly need enforcement. But, Mr. Speaker, more than anything, I see all the social providers in my city scrambling for funding, whether it be to establish programs around mentorship to help young people avoid crime, or programs to support those people who do want a way out, or in fact to provide detox services or treatment services. And Mr. Speaker, the services, the money is not there to provide those services. And that's where the negligence, and we have to say it, is of senior levels of government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I was listening to the member. I want to thank the member, but I just want to make a clarification to the House and the member. I don't want to imply that the member wasn't here during the debate on the Chalk River nuclear problem, but all members in this House who participated in that debate came to the conclusion and voted unanimously on the actions that the government had to take in that regard. And I don't think it's fair that the member stands up in public and makes assertions that are contrary to that truth. I want the member to know that in my riding, I have the statistics here, and we certainly do look at statistics even if they don't say what we want them to, looking specifically at murder rates, which the NDP is inclined to do, because, of course, that tells them the story that they want to hear. The fact is that drug crime in my riding, in some cases, heroin, for example, is up over 100%. Folks in my riding in the downtown Galt area of Cambridge have called me into their homes to talk to them about the number of crack addicts that are roaming the street. It is absolutely epidemic. I have ex-patients of mine who are police officers who tell me that they spend most of their nights dealing with drug issues, and the next night they're dealing with the same ones because, in fact, it's a revolving door in the justice system so carefully built and supported by the previous Liberal government. So I would like to ask the member what she expects us to do with the current rate of drug-related crimes that impact everything from insurance cost, as some of these folks break into local businesses to finance their, in some cases, their chosen lifestyle. I understand there are certainly folks that by no choice of their own have these, but I'm not talking about those people, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about the folks that make a choice, bust into a business, the business insurance rates go up or worse, as is the case in my riding. Some businesses can't even get insurance. And the downtown core of these communities start to rot as buildings become empty. I don't believe for 1 second the MDP has even a semblance of a grasp on this problem. But I suppose that's okay, Mr. Speaker, because I don't think they'll ever come to power, so that in itself is a good thing. Perhaps a member wants to comment on that reality. Thank you.
Well, member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it was the Prime Minister who assured all Canadians that there would not be a nuclear problem because there couldn't be an earthquake. So I don't think any of the other members of other parties supported that have that kind of crystal ball to make those kinds of comments. But, Mr. Speaker, on the question that he asked, I understand very clearly the frustration in seeing the drug use in many cities across Canada. But I also think that that kind of frustration shouldn't drive us to poorly thought out policies that by all reports, not ours, by all reports, even from the Justice Department, are shown to be ineffective. And I would suggest that one of the answers, Mr. Speaker, instead of going to a knee-jerk reaction of wanting to incarcerate more people, and incidentally, that in itself brings about its own costs that are quite incredible, Mr. Speaker. Instead of doing that, it may be an idea to reconsider some of the policies that are at the source of these problems that we see, the kind of hopelessness that we see, the increasing poverty that is prevalent in our community. 25% of the population in my riding is living at or below the poverty line. I think these are the kinds of issues that we might consider in terms of good social policy that might help. And again, I want to stress that enforcement has to be a part of the solution to address those hardcore cases that the member just referred to. But to go beyond that and to talk about using mandatory minimum sentences for the kind of situation that he has raised of robbery is just plain ineffective.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her previous comments. I'm pleased to rise and have an opportunity to share some comments about the bill that is before us today. And Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that this is yet another example of what I consider to be and observe to be a lack of balance in the actions of the Conservative government. I come from the city of Surrey. Now, the city of Surrey has some significant drug problems. There's no question about that. And we see and every day we see individual drug use, and we see drugs trafficked by very, very sophisticated, organized crime. We just, a few months ago, had a tragic incident where two innocent bystanders were killed as a result of simply being in the vicinity in an apartment building of a gang that was producing crystal meth. So I don't think you'd find anybody in any part of the city in which I live who would oppose actions that would impose very significant penalties on those who produce, traffic, and lure children into the drug trade. Nobody would suggest that the penalty should not reflect the crime. It should. It often does not. And I don't think there's anybody who would oppose that. In the city of Surrey, we actually have been able to create some successes around grow-ops. And now some grow-ops are quite small, although they would probably still fit the 3 or more definition. Some are much larger because they're part of chains. But we've won an award in Canada for the way in which we are taking down grow-ops by working not only with the RCMP, but with the fire department, with hydro, and we have made significant inroads into the numbers of grow-ops that are shut down. Now, are those people who are running those series of grow-ops people who should be absolutely in jail for what are very deterrent, I would hope, periods of time? Of course they should be. Of course they should be. But I always have to ask the question, what does this bill say it is? What is it? Who does it help? And who does it hurt? Well, the bill says that it's about minimum mandatory sentences, which it is, and which we have, as one of my colleagues said earlier, we've supported minimum mandatory sentences in this House before under different circumstances, so we are not opposed to a minimum mandatory sentence. But to suggest that this bill is going to make some huge difference in major drug activities, drive-by shootings, major crystal meth labs, I don't think that's going to be true. I think the people who it's going to make a difference, what it is a bill that is going to make a difference for people who are individual, maybe small-time nonviolent offenders. They may be trafficking on their own, not that that makes it okay. But then I go, when I say what is it, I go and I look at the amounts of time that are being recommended. 1 to 2 year mandatory prison sentences, prison sentences of perhaps minimum of 6 months, 1 to 3 years, etc. Those are not the people. Those are not the people that are creating the roots in our community of drug crime that are destroying and killing people. Now, I know that drugs are destroying groups of people. People are being shot, and I know that they are also destroying individual lives as well. But who does this help? I mean, I think really, and I can't remember who said it, I think it was probably Neil Boyd from Simon Fraser University. But, I mean, what he said is the people who are going to benefit from this are the drug traffickers, because the cost of drugs is going to go up. And they're going to make a bigger profit. So that's who it's going to help. Don't think that was the intention of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Nor do I think, and I do think it's going to hurt people who would benefit from a very different kind of help. And I'll speak to a moment in what we might be able to do about that. One of the things that worries me quite a bit, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of drug courts. Now, I mean, I think drug courts are a fine thing. We've got lots of research that says, you know, as a concept, as an intellectual concept, they work. In certain places, they work. But drug courts only work, if someone is there, not just to get around a lineup, if someone is there because they really want help, and if they are there and will be able to access treatment after they've been through the drug court, and that, of course, is where the entire system fails, because we do not have enough treatment for drug courts to refer people to. We are short, very, very short. Perhaps it's only in British Columbia. That would seem to me unusual, but we are very, very short of drug courts for youth, or drug facilities for youth, particularly for young youth. for youth or adults that are dually diagnosed, for women, and for women who have children. For women to be able to either take their children with them or know that they are in a safe place while they are receiving treatment. So the drug court concept is fine, but it's not nearly enough treatment, and that the system will block up as soon as there is no place to refer people to. And those drug courts are going to be funded by provincial governments. The people who go to prison from the sentences I read to you a moment ago, a year, 2 years, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, are going to go to jail, have been said earlier, prison in provincial facilities, which are provincial dollars. Well, those are dollars that could be going to the treatment that those people going through the drug courts would need. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that while we look at those drug courts, until we are prepared to find a way that the province is not simply downloaded upon to resource them, then we're still in significant difficulty. And this bill is not going to make that any better. In point of fact, this bill will probably make it worse. What we need, and others have said this as well, is a balance. We need a multifaceted approach. This is absolutely about appropriate sentencing. But it's also about a coordinated, well-researched, well-documented, well-shared information about early intervention. One of the members said earlier there has been all kinds of money go into, drug prevention programs and so on. And I don't know if there's been all kinds, but there has been some money. The evaluation has been poor. We don't know what's worked. We have not evaluated them properly at all. We just put the money out. There's a program. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. But there's no way of gathering that information, which I think is a critical federal role. It's one of the most important roles the federal government can play, which is to gather information from across the country, to ensure that that information is both qualitative and quantitative, and then to be able to ensure that that money put into drug prevention is done in a way that will be effective and efficacious, whether that's for 4-year-olds or 14-year-olds or 40-year-olds or 80-year-olds. I see I'm getting a time signal, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Just in wrapping up, let me make a couple of closing comments. We talk about being able to have this help with drug gangs organized drug gangs in the community. We can't even prevent organized drug gangs in prison. We just had a riot at Mountain Prison in British Columbia. 2 people were killed. And so we're talking about putting more people in prison when we have a growing drug gang problem in prison. So I'm not quite sure how.
I'll have to stop the honourable member there. Before I take questions or comments, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan, First Nations Technical Institute. Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a comment on the member's speech, which I do appreciate very much. I think the member has somewhat more of a balanced sort of approach to this idea. But I just wanted to suggest to the member that no one in Canada denies that drinking and driving has gone considerably down. We know we have the RIDE program, and it goes up 1 year, it goes down a little bit. No one would deny either, Mr. Speaker, that education has helped educate folks that drinking and driving is a bad thing. But I don't think that anyone can deny either that tougher penalties has caused a great reduction in the episodes of people getting killed by drunk drivers. So it's sort of a retrospective study that we do what makes sense, knowing full well it will happen, and the proof is there in the end. That, of course, takes courage and leadership, which this government is showing. I want to talk, though, the member mentioned about some of the causes of crimes, and poverty, no one would disagree, is one of the big ones. This government put forward a drop in the GST by 2%, which helps, not completely, but it certainly helps. Child care benefit helps, not completely, but it helps. Decrease in income tax to the tune, in some cases, of $600 to thousands of dollars a year for folks. We have help in the budget for the disabled, for seniors. Seniors can now make a lot more money if they choose to work, and if they don't, they have greater benefits. We've paid down the debt to help poverty into the future. As the member mentioned, these are the multifaceted approach of this government that the member is looking for. So the question really is, why did the member vote against that?
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be a longer answer than you're going to allow me, I think. So I think we all look at our balanced approach and the way that the kinds of programs that are offered in a very different way. And I would see the ones that were in the budget, particularly around $100 a month for families to, quote, provide child care as being not very effective. But I want to go back to a comment the member made earlier, because I actually live in Whalley, which is probably known as the worst part, or was. We actually are very proud of living in Whalley, all of us who are there. It's our city centre. But there are many businesses who are in the position that you just described earlier, colleague, and I'm glad you raised that, of businesses that are having trouble keeping going, of businesses that may be shutting down, of businesses that come to work in the morning and there's people sleeping in their doorsteps. They have to step over them to get into their business. There is garbage around, there are sleeping bags, body waste, etc. But those are not the people that this bill is going to affect. And that's my point earlier, but who does it hurt and who does it help? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is our comments. The honourable member for Windsor, Arthabaska, Richmond, Arthabaska. Wait.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize, but the French interpretation doesn't seem to be working at this time.
Avec la transaction en général, ou...
Is it only your earpiece, or is it the same for everyone? We will investigate this. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you for solving that problem so ably and so quickly. What I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about is prevention. And one of the issues that we've seen, Mr. Speaker, is a lack of attention to prevention from those individuals that have been brought into the drug culture or have been introduced to it and then been used by other people as well, too, to promote other people's needs. I used to work on behalf of youth at risk, and what we found is if we actually had intervention programs that support either getting back to school or helping to find employment that were out there, there's been a lot of success stories where we could actually get people untangled from these environments, because what we found most often is the fact that what individuals were looking for was hope and opportunity, and what they weren't seeing is that develop in their life, because either they hadn't reached the goals that were necessary or they made bad decisions that needed to be fixed, and hence when bringing in programs that assisted in the facilitation of changing that direction really worked. And we had individuals that clearly were able to repatriate their life, Mr. Speaker, to a way that is much more progressive and law-abiding and contributing to society. And the honourable member did mention about prevention, but I'd like her to highlight a little bit more about that because I think it is an important issue that hasn't been discussed enough.
There's only about 30 seconds left for the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you. Prevention in 30 seconds. Okay. Well, I think that we can identify during pregnancy and early infancy those families or infants that may be at risk running into difficulty later. If you ask kindergarten teachers, they can identify children who are going to need some extra support. And as the member said, when youth move into that 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15-year age that perhaps he was talking about, that if we hold out a hand, get them after their, well, hopefully before their first contact with drugs or with the law, but immediately after, that we know that there is a very high incidence of being able to prevent that second contact with the law. So thank you to my colleague for asking that question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy today to speak during the second reading debate of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. This bill is intended to provide for minimum sentences for serious offenses related to drugs and increase the maximum penalty for the production of marijuana. If C-26 seems clear, we believe that the objective, that is to reduce the consumption of narcotics, must be done through measures that will allow us to achieve positive results. The use, production, the sale, the traffic in drugs is a scourge throughout the planet, in Quebec, in Canada, elsewhere in other countries. And many means have been taken to reduce the use of drugs among young people and avoid having those involved in organized crime produce drugs or grow marijuana and then sell these drugs to young people. Young people, of course, are a target group for this type of good. And the Bloc Québécois has taken a close look at certain provisions of this bill. What we note, first of all, is that based on certain principles, the Conservative government is pursuing its ideology of dealing with crime through minimum sentences. We do need serious and minimum sentences for organized crime, which, as I said earlier, leads to the use of drugs. But as is the case with many other bills, this bill deals quite extensively with sentencing, and we don't think that's the only solution. The ministers and members of the Conservative Party constantly tell us that minimum sentences will allow us to more effectively fight crime, and our justice critic has said this on numerous occasions, that is, that this is not the only solution. In the United States, for example, longer sentences are applied. Our neighbors to the south put 3 times as many people than we do in jail, and there are 3 times more murders in the United States. But we are a responsible party, and we intended to take a very close look at this bill because we're very much concerned about the use of drugs by young people. And I say young people because mostly it is young people between the ages of 16 and 24 who use these drugs.
Although we have to recognize the fact that the offenses that are drug-related are rising, we want to see that there is an ultimate goal that is kept in mind. That is to say, the overall reduction of drug-related crimes. We want to be sure that there are beneficial results in terms of drug consumption. That is to say that this will have an effect on the growth, grow-ops, and so on. The different organizations, the health organizations, the various detox centers throughout Quebec and Canada. What we are wondering is there something that we can do to better improve what can be done to help that progress. And that is why we are ready to look at this in committee. To obtain this goal, we believe that the principle of rehabilitation is efficient, and it should be borne in mind. With respect to justice, we firmly believe that the most efficient approach is always that of prevention. That is, we have to attack the root causes of crime. For example, if you think in terms of the causes of violence, suicide, delinquency, the damage that is done, all of these have to be repaired after the fact. And perhaps the most judicious way of proceeding and the most profitable in a sense is, in terms of society and not money, is prevention. Mr. Speaker, we have to be aware of this. It's not by cutting prevention programs and health promotion programs that the Conservative Party seems ready to do and has been ready to do since it was first elected, that you achieve results. It is by having alternative measures that you achieve results, some alternatives to drug consumption, involving all the stakeholders throughout Quebec and Canada. Mr. Speaker, I worked for quite a number of years as a social worker, and I can say that I know how prevention programs can work and how we can help reduce the number of drug-addicted people through prevention. I'm quite convinced that individual, social, and family intervention is far more effective. We have to take into account that the penalties and sanctions that are related to drugs are very important. 2.5% according to Statistics Canada, and less than 0.5% over 35 years are figures that are significant. It indicates that it is primarily young people who take drugs. So therefore we have to have awareness heightening programs in schools. There have to be community projects in youth hostels. We have to provide for alternative sentencing, diversion. All of these things have to be in place. There has to be street work as well that is done. We have to have representatives who go out there and need to be supported in bringing the information to young people. And so we have to try to encourage young people to embrace these alternative measures. Young people don't take drugs necessarily just because they want to. Of course, there may be adults, but very often it's because young people are unhappy. There are underlying reasons why they take drugs. We are all aware that the offenses with respect to drug trafficking have to be dealt with very severely. Quebecers and Canadians are entitled to live in safety. We are aware of the fact that drug taking amongst young people is on the rise, and that can be very dramatic. But we have to have the tools at hand to turn the situation around. We are afraid that C-26 might penalize far more people. As a legislator, it is very important to have young people benefit from any type of means that will promote rehabilitation. And as we all know, Mr. Speaker, when they are sent to prison, they are sent to a school for crime. That does nothing to help society. This is why we have to study this bill in great depth. We want to be sure that the principle of rehabilitation remains underlying this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. The member, I'm glad the member talked about rehabilitation, and if you could just elaborate on that. in some more details, especially in his writing of success stories.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. The success stories are there. They exist in Quebec, throughout Quebec, and also throughout Canada. You know, the phenomenon of drugs is not new. Some people have specialized in that area, some to provide treatment. Psychologists, for example, they provide intervention, they provide approaches to try to help young people who are struggling with drug addiction, and adults as well. We have seen, and in the bill, a part of it is quite interesting with respect to this. For example, a person who is addicted to drugs could have as a sentence, for example, to attend a detox treatment center. Well, if you have somebody who is selling drugs, and very often somebody who pushes drugs is somebody who takes drugs as well, so perhaps that person, like my colleague from the NDP indicated, they're involved in drug taking in prison. So it's not really to prisons that we should look to solve the problems.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was also interested in the comments of the member. I know that from the statistics I've read and the information that I have at hand that harsher penalties, longer penalties for people, putting people in jail actually increases recidivism, repeat offenders. And that if you put money and resources into treatment and prevention, that your chance of success are much enhanced. And in fact, what we find is that in Canada today, we're spending 73% of our drug policy budget on enforcement and only 2.6% on prevention, 14% on treatment, and 2.6% on harm reduction. How could we, looking at those statistics and that information, be actually entertaining a bill such as the one that is before us here today?
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I quite agree with my colleague from the NDP. Of course, we have to develop prevention. We have to do more, and I believe that my speech dealt with that. With respect to the bill that we have before us, what we're saying is this. There is a rise in offenses, for example, related to trafficking cocaine in our society. Would the solution then be, and is this a document that we can study together in committee? I don't think we can close our eyes to any way of improving the situation, because sometimes the situation is very severe. As I said in my speech, we have young people who traffic drugs, but also you have organized crime and adults who traffic drugs. So we in the Bloc are very responsible. As I've said in my speech, we want to look at the bill. We want to contribute to any possible changes to improve the bill. If that can improve the lot of young people in Quebec and Canadian society by improving this bill with certain suggestions, with amendments, well, we will go that route. We hope that we will be able to develop better methods to fight drug addiction and drug trafficking. We will support that, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire. Resuming debate. Resuming the honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's several reasons I'd like to get this bill to committee. I'll I'll talk about some of the positive items first, because that'll be a very short part of my speech. But I'm glad with the objectives of the bill, at least to further inhibit organized crime, trying to prevent harm of youth, increase security, and health and safety. I'm also in favor of moving GHB and flunitrazepam from Schedule 3 to Schedule 1, so there can be more serious penalties for those date rape drugs. But once again, I have a lot of problems with this bill, and I'm going to go through a number of them now. A number of them have already been suggested by other people today. But one of the reasons I'd like to get it to committee is so that once again we could get the government doesn't seem to listen to the facts presented by the various opposition parties, so that they can once again hear them from the experts in committee as witness after witness come forward with what are becoming pretty commonly known facts, and maybe get the government to change its direction so that its crime package will not be such a disaster and fallen apart the way it has. As you notice, it's fallen right off the radar screen this spring because it's really been much of a disaster in a lot of ways based on what these experts in the field have come forward with. And one of the problems I think they've had this great problem with their crime agenda is the process. Normally in the bureaucracy, bringing forward bills in government, the process is that experts in whatever federal department, in this case the Department of Justice, who have had a lifetime of expertise to study what happens in other countries, to do studies on the effects, and then propose to the government effective potential changes. And when talking to one of the witnesses when Justice Committee, we were in Toronto, and I asked him if this was a normal, why are we getting so many bad bills that didn't make any sense? And he said that, of course, that process from bottom up was not the process as being followed by this government. It wasn't the normal legislative development. Of course, that would obviously lead to a number of problems that, of course, even would be beyond the control of the Conservative backbenchers, so I can't blame them. But it is kind of ironic that the Conservatives have called this Justice Week, and an hour and a half ago, for the fourth time, their chair of the Justice Committee walked out again, halting all the progress on justice bills like this, a whole bunch of lineup that we have at Justice Committee, and actually doing that by not following the rules of order, standing rules. And of course, I don't think it's ironic that it's Justice Week when no progress is being made on any of a lot of committees that are looking at other justice type of issues. In the United States, of course, they have tried this mandatory minimums. I think a number of members have pointed that out. I won't get personal about, as some have, but just say that the results of sweeping mandatory minimums in the 1980s in the USA has been overcrowded prisons with no appreciable use in drug crime. And of course, there's our closest example of something that doesn't work. And why, in heaven's name, in Canada, would we want to implement something that has proven to be an abject failure? And the problem is, not only would it be a failure for the objective that every single member of Parliament here wants, which is to reduce drug crime, and I honestly believe everyone here does, it not only would be a failure in moving forward in success, we'd be actually moving backwards. Because what happens when you increase these overcrowded prisons are already overcrowded? As I'll talk later, there's not enough treatment facilities, not enough capacity to deal with the existing prisoners so that they're dealt with, they're corrected, they're healed, and they don't come out and hurt us again. They don't re-victimize victims that we're trying to protect. And you're just exasperating that whole problem and making a step backwards. We don't want to take the evidence from the United States. And of course, there are all sorts of studies that mandatory minimums to a large degree don't work, except in some very select cases. But in the area where it works the least is where this bill is focusing on. That's drug crimes. And if you don't want to believe all the expert studies by professors and everything from other places, which of course any normal academic or rational person would believe, you can go right to the Department of Justice, to their own study in 2002, and said that mandatory minimums do not influence drug crime in any way. It was their basic conclusion. So mandatory minimums in a lot of ways are not helping the situation. As we talked about on Monday, it's one of the negative aspects of the massive attack on judicial discretion we've had under this government. Obviously, the more choices a government judge has, the more options he has to make the right decision that would, of the alternative treatments and sentences, that would help a person stop from reoffending and once again save victims and make society safer. So anytime you put caps on that, obviously you're reducing the potential to have a better outcome and a safer Canada. Now, there is an item in this bill that suggests that the Conservatives may be understanding that a bit and going in the right direction. They've actually increased one of the maximum penalties from 7 to 14 years. And unlike most of their previous bills, which limited judicial discretion, a total mistake, as the academics have said, in this case, they're expanding judicial discretion. They're actually making a maximum penalty longer, which may or may not be warranted, but in some cases it would, and the judge now has that option to make Canada safer in that way. There was an interesting comment by a member of the government that said, well, just because he was commenting on one of the other opposition parties' comment and said, well, just because it doesn't work doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. Well, of course it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. If you have a fire, everyone wants the fire out, and you're throwing gasoline on it, it's not helping. That's not what you do. You don't do something that makes the matter worse. You look for another solution. And there are a lot of options around, which a number of people have spoken to, and I'm going to speak to later today. One of the members, the member for Cambridge, talked about the crime rate in his riding expanding dramatically. And considering that crime in Canada is reducing over the years in general, that definitely is a very big problem in his riding. So if I was that member, I'd be looking at all these various solutions. The police that they had promised in their first term, I think they're now acting on it. It was a problem for the North. I'm glad to see my colleague from the Western Arctic here, because the distribution of those police are on a per capita basis, which means that he and I get approximately one police person to cover, and the assorted support to cover an area larger than any country in Europe. And that's not going to make a lot of difference there. The member from Cambridge also talked about the police having to, one of their biggest problems night after night is dealing with drug problems. And once again, because the prisons aren't working, because that system's not working. As we know, everyone gets out of prison. Virtually everyone gets out, so obviously it's not working, so he should be looking at other solutions so that the police in his riding do not have to deal with a problem where we haven't fixed the problem. We've just delayed it for a few days or a few years to whatever time they're going to get out. And of course, suggesting that a drop in the GST, I know one member went laughing from the House when that was a suggestion to solve the problem. A lot of these, most of the people that are in such desperate strait don't have a huge amount of disposable income that they're going to make great savings on the GST to go in right way of life, when had the income tax not been increased 0.25% in the rate in the Conservatives' first budget, and another in the following year, another 0.25%, at least they would have had it off their basic income if they had any income at all. Of course, the murder rate in Canada has gone down across Canada in the last 20 years, as the point was made earlier. Now, there's an item here I am pleased with in the bill, and that is it will allow the Drug Treatment Court to impose a penalty other than a mandatory sentence when an offender who has previous conviction for a serious offense where the offense involves no aggravating factors and the offender successfully completes the DTC treatment program. And I commend the government for this move, because this is an area, this is a recognition that you have to deal with the problem, not just put it on suspended hold for a year or two so it comes out and continues to be a problem, that you can actually take a serious look at the problem, and the fact the government's making the provisions for those drug courts, which have proven to have been successful in a number of cases, to actually seriously look at the problem. I certainly commend that particular part of the bill. I also commend the attack on organized crime. I'm supported any items that would try and reduce organized crime. But once again, most of the speakers today have suggested that this bill would not have that effect. And I want to just read a quote from, once again, a criminal lawyer who teaches drug policy, so one of the most experienced experts in Canada, and he says, organized crime doesn't care about the law. With these changes, the government is doing a service for organized crime. And this is from Eugene Oscapella, a criminal lawyer who teaches drug policy at the University of Ottawa and once advised the Law Reform Commission of Canada. The Law Reform Commission, of course, and the Court Challenges Program, which the Conservative government unfortunately dished, and so they can no longer help improve the laws, and probably could have given very wise advice in this particular area. It has been suggested by others that, and I'm not saying this is my opinion because I don't know, but it's suggested that this particular bill would scare off the lower criminals, the mom-and-pop operations, so that there would even be more of a market for organized crime. But I'm certainly in favor of anything that the government can prove to me would reduce organized crime. So in relation to the solutions now, and as I said, everyone in this House wants to reduce drug crimes, and so we should be looking for solutions that actually work, other than solutions that the research has shown every single MP through speeches in the House and expert witnesses coming to committee that doesn't work, or it doesn't work very effectively. So what actually would work in a lot of cases to reduce this problem? One of the items that has proven successful, and as I've said before in this House, to a large degree we've had a criminal justice system, penal system that for 1,000 years hasn't really worked, because people just go into jail and they come out and reoffend. And so extending them there another day or another year doesn't make any difference. They're going to come out and reoffend. And that's a total failure. And that happens far too often. So what can you do to stop that? Well, we had some good examples from experts right in this city here in Ottawa on Restorative Justice Week a few months ago. Hundreds of enthusiastic people in the city of Ottawa that work on some of these new alternative restorative justice work. Alternative sentencing, diversion, treatment, group conferencing, family group conferencing, which has been very successful in my riding, family circles, all sorts of different ways when normal, simple incarceration in itself wouldn't work. And at this conference, and I think it was actually the Ottawa police chief who is so enthusiastic about finally having success, finally having an alternative that has a greater degree of success, was suggesting that even these methods that I've told you fail 30 or 40% of the time. That means 30 or 40% of the time, the often youth that go through these alternative sentencing, this restorative justice, still come back and reoffend 30 or 40% of the time. But had they gone through the regular justice system, incarcerated or increasingly incarcerated, as this bill suggests, they would have reoffended 70% of the time. So it's an amazing success story. And what had the Conservatives done with this amazing success story? What was their strategy? They tried to reduce, in Bill C-14, the use of this in a large number of cases, which would have been an absolute disaster for the country, and particularly in my riding, the increase in crime. Victims that we're trying to protect, more of them would have been victimized, and when we finally come upon a solution that in a number of cases worked, it wouldn't be allowed to continue. Another program that I mentioned earlier today, in a question that we have in our riding, a positive preventative measure is a carving course for Aboriginal and other youth in our riding. These are very artistic people that either were having trouble getting employment or had substance abuse, and has produced some incredible work, some beautiful art, and really enlisted these people. And I'm not sure, at one time they were looking for more funding. If the government has funded them, I give them wonderful credit for that, to continue the program, because it's been such a success so far. I hope they've continued it, and if they have, I give them credit for that. But that's the sundog carving, and a wonderful type of model that hopefully we could try in other places. Another example that I can't imagine that people wouldn't be very supportive of is improving the treatment of the prisoners. As I said, what good does it do to put them in jail, and whatever time they come out, they're going to reoffend? We've got to try and improve it. And I think most people that have visited the prisons would suggest that there be a wiser investment of money in prisons and in aftercare, in such things as drug treatment, in literacy, in anger management, in all the programs that from any visits I've had are suggested it's too minimal, it's not nearly enough, and could far more go to solving the problem than simply building more jails. I also decry the lack in all the justice strategies so far, any significant mention of assistance to Aboriginal people, and the much higher rate of incarceration. And once again, for the Aboriginal justice strategy, once again had a success story, all sorts of things, way higher than the traditional system of putting people in jail or jail longer when they just get out and reoffend. This was having great successes, and I have to commend the minister in one way. And at the last minute, he extended that program, and he's a fan of it, so I commend the minister for that. But I want him to make that permanent and to do that soon, because it is such a successful program. Finally, I have two other items, Mr. Speaker. One is related to harm reduction. Of course, and I know the government is opposed to this in spite of the evidence of the positive effects this has. One of the corollary benefits of having someone come in and keeping them alive, or not harming or not passing their disease on to other people, so that we have huge costs in the healthcare system, is they also get directed in this process to other resources that can help them, to therapy, to treatment centers when they've come and decided upon themselves that they want these items. And those corollary effects show that those are also good investments in the system. 1 minute left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my last minute, I'd just like to commend people who are looking for solutions to look at the Whitehorse Chamber of Commerce has just recently, within the last month, unveiled a strategy and a program in conjunction with crime prevention, with the Crime Prevention Office. And once again, they're looking at some very innovative ideas to reduce crime in the businesses, in the small business sector, related to education, related to prevention, and other items they can do so that the crime doesn't happen in the first place, and maybe the causes of this crime can be dealt with, so that we don't have the unfortunate situation of a person going into jail, not getting any help, in fact, maybe learning lessons from prisoners that they shouldn't learn, and coming out not rehabilitated, not able to face society any better than they were when they first went in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the member from Yukon if he feels that maybe the way the Conservative government is dealing with criminals is in a way that can actually be tracked by dollars. To say that this is the amount of money and this is what we're doing to prevent crime in our country. Instead of investing in the programs that were mentioned, crime prevention and other initiatives that prevent crime before it ever happens. Because when someone is a good contributor to society, I don't think we can put a dollar figure to that. I don't think we can say for a good, healthy person that we spent so much money and this is what their output back to the country is. And I honestly say that the more we invest in the good health of people, the better the outcome is for the country. But because we can't put a dollar figure to that, I keep feeling that this government is trying to go for initiatives where they can actually put dollar figures and say this is what they're spending on preventing crime.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Nunavut for a very good question. She's always very thoughtful. She has a special constituency. First of all, whether the Conservatives could put a dollar figure to what they're doing, I think she's actually giving them too much credit in that respect, because there are ramifications. Although their philosophy, we disagree with their philosophy, if they were going to be just sufficiently efficient in implementing their philosophy, they would have done actually a dollar analysis. And one of the major problems is that their program to increase incarceration, and we asked officials at various committee meetings, what was the analysis done to pay for the results of this? And there wasn't sufficient analysis done. There wasn't a careful extrapolation of the expenses for the prisons, for therapists, for treatment, for longer aftercare. There was no money set aside for those types of things. So they're not actually even putting the dollars needed for their own solution, which, of course, as we proved is wrong. But in relation, but you also make the member also makes a very good point, Mr. Speaker, that in relation to things that Canada is doing as what's been said at some time the best country in the world to live, you don't see the results because the crime doesn't occur. So the results of the fact that everyone in this country has access to low-income people have access to food, whether they're seniors or any other people, the fact that we have training for people with disabilities, the fact that we have pensions for seniors, we have all sorts of retraining and literacy programs. All these types of things, as the member says, is very hard to reflect because the crimes are not occurring in many cases. And it's been proven that poverty and lack of literacy and poverty increase the crime rate. So that much has been proven. And finally, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the members of her riding, the problems that I mentioned of this particular philosophy of the Conservative government hurt her constituents more than any other in the country because they're so far removed from penal institutions. If you move a person from such a unique culture and you take them away from their family, from their culture, their supports, how are they ever going to get, and they've got a problem to start with, how are they ever going to heal to be able to reintegrate into that society?
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I was listening to the statements by my colleagues. I'm largely in agreement with them, especially since there is a major investment to be made for prevention, health promotion, various programs that should be implemented to support young people who have addiction problems. But I'd like to hear the member on the sentences that are given out right now, and the way that we intervene with criminals, which target youth. Of course, we should target those who produce drugs, who import drugs, and have organized networks to feed the consumption of drugs among young people. They use young people sometimes. They make them prostitute themselves to buy drugs. So do you think that the measures put in place by the government, by current legislation, does correct the situation?
Thank you. And I'd like to ask the member for that thoughtful question related to the sentences, in particular related to youth. And I would say the problems I suggested with this philosophy of the Conservative government are even exacerbated in youth. Because what would happen when you put a youth in prison for the first time? It's called the University of Prison. What access are they going to have to all sorts of other criminal activities and ways of doing things so they can be more successful criminals from the people they meet in prison? What type of role models are they going to have? What type of behavior are they going to learn is acceptable in this society if their role models are other prisoners are hardened criminals? And so that's why I believe that the restorative justice, all the alternative justice, the family group conferencing have had statistically twice the success rate as the prison system has. I know in our Aboriginal justice strategy, there was almost no, it was remarkable, there was almost no, from what I remember, in a lot of cases, no recidivism at all. It was a remarkable success rate in dealing with youth. And some people think, well, family group conferencing is an easy, oh, this is easy way out. You just sit down and chew the fat, and you don't have to do hard time in prison. I tell you, if anyone's been through that, and you talk to all the victims that have been through that, they would have much rather gone to prison. It was a lot harder to face up to your peers, to face up to your families, to make those apologies, to do the retribution, to do the paying back.
Order. Order.
Than anything in prison. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today it's my turn to speak on this particular bill, C-26, and it's a bill that's been introduced quite a while ago by the Conservative Party and has now come forward for more debate. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, if we look at the history of the concern over the Controlled Substances Act in this country, we'll see that the pattern has been in a different fashion than what we're dealing with here today. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, many people of my generation and of generations that grew up in the 60s, we look to the leadership of the government in the early 70s. They came out with the Ledane Commission report. It made certain recommendations about the use of controlled substances at that time. It went on from there, Mr. Speaker. In the late 70s in Parliament, many of the politicians of the day were more open-minded about questions of drug use in Canada, especially those that dealt with probably which is the largest single illegal drug that's used in Canada, that is cannabis. And at that time, they were moving towards a different point of view towards this particular controlled substance. Then, of course, we had the introduction of the Reagan era in the 80s, and we saw that through many of the international law enforcement agencies, through the United Nations, through many of the protocols that came at that time, we saw much hardening of the attitude from the United States that filtered through the rest of the world towards the illegal use of drugs. That led us away in this Parliament, and I'm sure to in some ways kowtowing to the United States and moving away from any semblance that we would go in the direction that probably 20 to 25% of Canadians were moving, and that was to use certain drugs at certain times, and we made that conscious decision. Once again, Mr. Speaker, in the intervening years, the war on drugs went on and on and on, and we saw the results of that in many third world countries. We saw the results of that in the United States, and certainly, you know, in Canada. We don't want Canada to follow the U.S. on its drug policy. The U.S. doesn't want us to. Many people in the U.S. don't want us to follow them on the path that they took through the 80s and 90s with the highly restrictive legislation that led to incredible hardship, incredible increases in incarceration in the United States. A situation grew where the United States, as a population, ranks first in the world in per capita incarceration, with roughly 5% of the Earth's population, but 25% of the total incarcerated population in this world. And of that, behind the bars today, of the 2.2 million people in the United States behind the bars today, roughly 500,000 are locked up for drug law violations, and hundreds of thousands more for drug-related offenses. The war on drugs in the United States costs the U.S. government $40 billion a year in direct costs and tens of billions of dollars more in indirect costs. That is useful information for all Canadians to think about when we approach the question of controlled substances. We have a bill here that we in the NDP are opposed to, and I'm glad we're opposed to it because it's a hodgepodge of various types of efforts to bring down a very harsh regime in many respects in Canada on many of the controlled substances that are present in our society and that are used by people in our society and are there as a result of the use of people in the society. So when we speak to the direction that we should take now, in 2008, on drugs, we find this to be absolutely the wrong direction. It flies in the face as well of the previous parliaments in the new millennium, where we had much more direction coming, that we would actually move in some ways to lessen the sentences for the possession of drugs and have a greater understanding of the nature of the need for harm reduction in dealing with many of the other drugs. And you see that today with some of the facilities that we have across the country that deal with drugs like heroin, and where we have inside injection sites in Vancouver. Mr. Speaker, I went to a presentation the other morning by a woman who had worked on this inside injection site in Vancouver for many years, getting it established and working through the politics of that for many, many years to establish it and to put it into place. And her heartfelt talk, I wish every member of this Parliament could hear about the good that has come out of doing that, actually turning to harm reduction in a sensible and practical fashion for many of those people in our society that, for one reason or other, don't make it, have fallen off the path of righteousness and good graces, and have gone on to be on the streets in Vancouver, have chronic injection drug users, people that are the most victimized people in our society. This safe injection site has saved many of their lives. And each one of those lives, you can say, Mr. Speaker, is important. Every single life of every Canadian in this country should be important to us, should be meaningful to us, and should take our attention. And certainly, I felt so strongly when I heard that speech by that woman the other morning, and I would recommend all members consider the good that comes from having tolerance, having understanding about other people's situation, and making the way to do that. Instead, today we're dealing with a bill that is going the other way. You know, the recent statistics pointed out that 24% of Canadians, in excess of that, have used cannabis in the last year in Canada. some 1 or 2% have used cocaine, 1 or 2% have used other substances. The crime industry and illegal drugs in this country is about $10 billion a year, of which the vast majority is cannabis. So we have a situation in Canada where we have lots of users across the country. Lots of people do this, and we're not going to change that with this bill. But what we're going to do is create a situation right across this country where more and more people will be directly targeted by legislation for what they're doing. They'll be directly targeted for any of the infractions of the criminal code that they participate in, any of the things that go on in their daily life. And that's what this bill does, Mr. Speaker, and that this bill will not be, is not in the mood of Canadians as well. The majority of Canadians would favor decriminalization of cannabis. They would favor the medical use of cannabis being legal. So our society is tolerant. We're not like this bill. This bill is different than what the vast majority of Canadians are. And this is one of the problems with it. The Conservative government, in putting forward this bill, has lumped many things into it. They've done some things that they think may be attractive to their political base. They've taken a stand that should guarantee them the support of many of the people that support them already. But it certainly is draconian in the way that it's approaching the problem. It's approaching the problem in exactly the opposite way than we were doing some few years ago in this very House. And as such, really is unfortunate. It's unfortunate we've moved in this direction. It's unfortunate this minority Conservative Party in government has felt that it has the right and direction to do the things that it's doing in this bill. I'm glad our party's standing up against it, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to it. When we talk about mandatory minimum sentences and increased minimums for drug-related crimes, this is a particularly flawed piece of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, in all cases, these types of crimes need the discretion of the judge. They need the judge in the particular situations of these types of crimes has to have the ability to say whether Granny with her pot plant in the corner is going to be put in jail for 6 months because this is the mandatory minimum that this bill proposes. The judge should really have a say here and should have the way to deal with this in a correct fashion. When we look at, and that, Mr. Speaker, I know is only the bottom of the heap here in terms of where we're going with the bill. As it moves through other phases, we're seeing even greater sentences that would be given to people that
Order. I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member, but he does have 9 minutes left in his speech. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill C-520 in the name of Mr. Cummins, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Home Buyers Plan.
Mr. Cummins, seconded by Mr. Hayes, moves that Bill C-520, an act to amend the Income Tax Home Buyers Plan, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The honourable member for Delta Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-520 will increase from $20,000 to $25,000 the amount of money first-time home buyers can borrow from the savings they have accumulated in their RRSP. This will be the first adjustment in the borrowing limit since the Home Buyers Plan was created in 1992. This increase in the $20,000 loan limit to $25,000 will help first-time buyers in every region of the country and will allow couples to withdraw up to $50,000. This increase will allow new home buyers to maximize their down payment. The Homebuyers Plan was proposed by Finance Minister Don Mazinkowski to allow homebuyers to have access to their own retirement savings. Mazinkowski viewed it as a win-win. In his 1992 budget, he said, the plan will stimulate the housing market without reducing tax revenue or risk retirement savings. It was a win-win in 1992, and it is a win-win in 2008. Canadian homebuyers liked the plan. According to the Department of Finance, Canadian homebuyers have used the plan more than 1.6 million times since 1992. They have borrowed more than $16 billion from their own savings. Clearly, homebuyers prefer to borrow from their own savings rather than borrow from the banks and pay interest to the banks. As popular as the homebuyers plan is with homebuyers, its value has been eroded since 1992 by the dramatic increase in the cost of housing in many parts of Canada. Home prices have climbed 152% in Metro Vancouver since 1992, severely eroding the value of the original homebuyers plan put in place by Don Mazinkowski. If the homebuyers plan were to keep pace with the rise of home prices in Metro Vancouver, the plan's borrowing limit might have increased to well over $50,000. The increase proposed in Bill C-520 is a very modest proposal that builds upon recent tax measures such as the reduction in the GST from 7% to 5% and the creation of the new tax-free savings account, all which give Canadians an increased opportunity to buy their first home. This is the least we can do for aspiring homeowners in British Columbia and indeed throughout Canada. The British Columbia Real Estate Association told the Finance Committee earlier this year that the borrowing limit should be increased to $25,000. It was a laudable recommendation worthy of our support today. The Finance Committee agreed. In their February report on the budget, they recommended that the Minister of Finance, and I quote, increase the amount that can be withdrawn from a registered retirement savings plan to purchase or build a qualifying home for the holder of the plan or for a related person with a disability. Bill C-520 will enact the increase recommended by the BC Real Estate Association and supported by the Canadian Real Estate Association. While the recommendation to increase the borrowing limit to $25,000 may have come from British Columbia, it also has widespread support throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, the actions that will flow from this private member's bill will address one of the most fundamental desires shared by most Canadians, the desire to own a home. A home is more than just a roof over your head or a place to hang your hat. It is a symbol of permanence, an investment in something bigger than your own property. It's your connection with the community. The privately owned home is perhaps the strongest keystone in the building blocks of a community and the strong shared values that flow from being part of a community. We're often buoyed when we hear that the housing market is booming because we know that housing construction is a huge economic driver. In some parts of the country, it is the only economic driver. We have also welcomed news in the last decade that has pointed to the growing rate of home ownership. In fact, some would argue that the Homebuyers Plan introduced in 1992 helped to drive the expansion of home ownership, with the rate of home ownership increasing from 62.3% in 1991 to 66.1% in 2001. However, we must dig deeper into the statistics to see an alarming trend that runs contrary to the positive results I've just quoted. Statistics show that young people are struggling to meet the promise of home ownership. Home ownership rates in the first-time homebuyer age groups are well below the level of 2 decades ago. According to research by the Vanier Institute of the Family in a 2004 report entitled The Current State of Canadian Family, the home ownership rates for those households aged 34 and under fell from 44% in 1981 to 41% in 2001. Among households aged 35 to 44, home ownership rates plummeted from 72% in 1981 to 67% in 2001. The report reveals that both of these groups had flat earnings for almost 2 decades. The lower home ownership rates are confirmed by a Statistics Canada analysis which indicates that there was a slight increase in the proportion of young adults living with their parents. 41% of Canadians aged 20 to 29 were living with their parents in 2001, compared to 33% in 1991 and 28% in 1981. The decline in home ownership among the young is due to factors which are not measured in traditional analysis of affordability. The latter generally concentrate on mortgage payments on a typical dwelling versus average incomes. Such analyses tend to exaggerate the effects of lower interest rates and do not take into account other important factors which together determine whether someone is able to afford to purchase a home. For many young Canadians, purchasing their first home is extremely difficult, particularly accumulating a down payment. The challenges faced by first-time home buyers are not clearly understood by many housing analysts and policymakers. It is important to note that the decline in home ownership rates among the young is not a reflection of diminished desire to own a home. Research shows that this desire is as strong as ever. While most people wish to own a home, home ownership has become less viable for a large proportion of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this bill takes direct aim at that decline. It helps young Canadians meet the challenge of coming up with a down payment. The homeowner buyer's plan is unique in that it both encourages savings and it maximizes down payments available to home buyers. It addresses directly two important Canadian desires that strengthen the economic health of our nation by strengthening the economic health of individual Canadians. Buying a home and putting away savings. These are worthy financial goals for ordinary Canadians and worthy goals for a nation that believes in home ownership and believes people are most able to care for themselves when they have cared for their long-term financial success. But the program is only of value if it reflects the realities of the marketplace. This bill does just that. It raises the borrowing limit for registered retirement savings plan holders to a level that is close to its real value when it was introduced in 1992, when we compare it to the rate of inflation identified by the CPI. It recognizes the average price of a home has risen more than 3 times as fast as the rate of inflation since the program was introduced. Mr. Speaker, by encouraging home buying activity, we will be driving an important economic engine that produces many economic spin-offs. These spin-offs include increased tax revenues that will flow to government. I have not done the economic modeling necessary to verify any figures, but my belief is that this measure, in terms of its tax deferral implications, should be revenue positive. Mr. Speaker, it is worthwhile to take a brief look at the history of the Home Buyers Plan. The Home Buyers Plan exists today because of the determination of 2 finance ministers, one Conservative and one Liberal, Don Mazinkowski and the member for LaSalle-Amard, to let home buyers have access to their own retirement savings when borrowing for their home. Then Finance Minister Don Mazinkowski, in his February 1992 speech, announced a plan to allow home owners to use their retirement savings for down payments for first home purchases. Mr. Mazinkowski told Parliament that the plan will stimulate the housing market without reducing tax revenues or risk retirement savings. The Mazinkowski plan was introduced as a temporary measure. As one of my first statements in this House, I rose on January 31st, 1994, to ask the new government to extend the Home Buyers Plan. While I do not claim any credit for the extension of the plan, the new Liberal government made the plan permanent in the 1994 budget a short time later. The finance minister of the day, the member from LaSalle-Amard, indicated that he made the program permanent so as to continue supporting the housing market and further encourage home ownership. In his 1998 budget, the finance minister amended the Home Buyers Plan to enable persons with disabilities to have greater access to the plan by allowing existing homeowners to use the Home Buyers Plan to purchase a more accessible home or a home for a disabled dependent relative. It is worth noting that the regulatory impact statement printed in the Canada Gazette on January 6, 1999, when these changes were made, did not identify any cost to the Federal Treasury in extending the plan to persons with disabilities. I take this as another indication that Finance Minister Mazinkowski was correct in 1992 when he said in this House that the home buyers plan did not create any revenue loss for the federal Treasury. The House of Commons Finance Committee in February recommended to the Minister of Finance that the 2008 budget, quote, increase the amount that can be withdrawn from a registered retirement savings plan to purchase or build a qualifying home for the holder of the plan or for a related person with a disability. This recommendation had all party support. The Quebecois, in its own chapter in the Finance Committee's report, specifically supported an increase in the amount that a home buyer may borrow from their retirement savings account. And I quote, to make home ownership more accessible, the Bloc Quebecois supports recommendation to increase the amounts available under the home buyer's plan. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to address a number of questions that arise when we talk about increasing the borrowing limit from an individual's earnings to $25,000 or $50,000 if both spouses have an RSP. First, has the home buyer's plan been successful? Well, Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, almost 600,000 Canadians have made withdrawals from their RSP under the home buyer's plan, totaling over $16 billion. Since the introduction of the home buyer's plan in 1992, about 1.6 million Canadians have borrowed from their savings accounts for their first-time home purchases. On the average, first-time home buyers borrow $10,000 from their retirement savings accounts for a total, as I say, of $16 billion. That is $16 billion borrowed without any cost to the government and without any cost to the home buyer because the home buyer is borrowing from their own savings. It is a program that first-time home buyers absolutely support. Clearly, Canadians prefer to borrow from themselves rather than borrow from the banks and pay interest to the bankers. Second question, is there a negative impact on the government's tax revenues? Mr. Speaker, there is no impact. The Minister of Finance, Don Mazinkowski, who introduced the home buyer's plan, advised Parliament in February 1992 that the $20,000 limit would have no impact on government's tax revenues. Quote, the plan will stimulate the housing market without reducing tax revenues or risk retirement savings. If the $20,000 limit had no impact on government tax revenues in 1992, the $25,000 limit would have even less impact on government tax revenues in 2008. Does the home buyer's plan assist retirement security for Canadians? Yes. Before the home buyer's plan, Canadians had to make a choice, either save for retirement or save for a house. The home buyer's plan allows Canadians to do both. The home buyer's plan is a means to strengthen home ownership at no cost to the Canadian taxpayer. Borrowed savings are invested in a principal residence, which is a pillar of security for retirement. Since the home buyer's plan was introduced in 1992, the rate of home ownership has increased from 62.3% in 1991 to 66.1% in 2001. The home buyer's plan is unique among support programs for home ownership in that it encourages savings and maximizes down payments. By emphasizing the down payment, the home buyer's plan helps the home buyer to minimize the level of indebtedness over time. What has happened to home prices since 1992? Residential home prices rose 85% nationally between 1992 and 2006. Since 1992, home prices in Metro Vancouver have increased 152%. The 152% increase in home prices in Metro Vancouver has eroded the value of the home buyer's plan. Nowhere in the country is the need for an increase in the home buyer's plan borrowing limit to $25,000 greater than in Metro Vancouver. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me reiterate that there are no negative consequences to increasing the amount that first-time home buyers can borrow from the savings they have accumulated in their RSP from $20,000 to $25,000. Rather, this increase will result in a greater number of young Canadians being able to participate in the dream of every young person has to own their own home, which will be very positive both for young people and for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Honourable Deputy de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the Bloc Québécois, like my colleague mentioned, is in favour of this bill because in the Finance Committee report we indicated our wish to see a change made like this one, and I thank the Honourable Member for referring to it in his speech. In view of the fact that the ceiling hasn't increased since 1994, we find that it's very relevant to increase it now to allow a young couple to gain access to home ownership as quickly as possible. My question to the member, is he open to an amendment to his bill which would allow for indexing the amount so that we wouldn't have to come back to the House year after year to increase the maximum, and to avoid a situation like we have now where the amount was set in 94 and we are only looking at the possibility of changing it now. So would my colleague be in agreement to an amendment that would be moved at committee to this end? But I reiterate that we are in favor of this bill and we want to see it moved along as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for the question. We did contemplate putting this indexing factor into the bill. The reason I guess we left it was simple. It simply simplified the matter to do that, and we felt that that it was an issue that could be dealt with in this Parliament, for this Parliament, and by this Parliament, and sort of left it at that one figure. But certainly, philosophically, I have no difficulty whatsoever with agreeing to that sort of amendment.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Arundel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I think it's a very well intended and needed bill to help young couples buy their first home. But I do have a question that I hope the Honourable Member can help me understand. But by extending this or increasing this limit, it might reduce some revenue, tax revenue for the government. And we saw the Minister of Finance say with the RAESP bill that that would have put us into deficit. So I just want to know if there's any calculations that have been done. Will this bill put us into deficit or will it not?
The Honourable Member for Delta Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend raises an interesting point, and it's one which I think that we addressed in the talk. The fact is that we think that this bill is revenue neutral. People contribute money to their RSPs. It's an ongoing program. The government has every indication just how much money, on average, Canadians will put into the RSP programs and gain the tax benefit from in any one particular year. And in fact, this bill isn't going to alter that. All the bill does is allow people to take that money out of their RSP that they put in there and use that money to purchase a home. I think every finance minister, well, certainly the member from the former Prime Minister, when he was finance minister, and Mr. Mazinkowski agreed that this would not be a net cost to the government. I see a former finance minister across the way that may concur with that notion, that this, in fact, this bill will not be a cost, will not be a cost to the government. So I don't see how it could impact on the budget.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his hard work on this file, and particularly for bringing this legislation into the House. And I wonder if he could share with us some of the stories that I'm certain he's heard from across the country with regard to the rising costs of housing in certain parts of this country, and perhaps specifically in his region, the Lower Mainland of BC. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if my colleague would comment on how certain measures that our government has brought forward are helping Canadians lower the cost of home ownership, and I think specifically, Mr. Speaker, of our cut to the GST.
You got 18 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, certainly the cuts to the GST and the the savings account that were introduced by the finance minister in the last budget will both help young people in this country to acquire the down payment for a home. And in fact, that's the bottom line, I think, on this bill, is that certainly in my region of the country, in my area, acquiring a down payment for a house is very, very difficult for young people, and I'm sure that for young Canadians across the country that it's a major challenge. And this bill allows Canadians to do just that, to utilize the RSP.
Sorry, I have to interrupt the honourable member at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Markham Union.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak in support of this bill. I think it's an excellent idea. I think it barely keeps up with the inflation since the idea was first introduced. I think it's good to take this action. I agree with the honourable member that there will be little, if any, implications for government revenue, and I think it's the kind of action that is very helpful for first home buyers, and particularly where he comes from in Vancouver with the huge house inflation. I think, and indeed across Canada, the house inflation has been much greater than the amount of the increase since 1992. So I think it's a good bill, and I am very happy to support it. But I think as well, if we're looking at housing more generally, this is a good bill, and I'm in support of it. But I'm concerned about other Canadians in the housing market, and I'm particularly concerned about lower-income Canadians because there are 3 programs introduced by the previous Liberal government for which I gather the funding comes to an end on March 31st of next year. And those programs include the Rehabilitation Housing Funding Program, which involves a subsidy paid by the federal government to lower-income individuals occupying co-ops. It happens that the co-op people came to see me just this morning, and they expressed great concern that the funding for these lower-income Canadians might come to an end on March 31st of next year. Secondly, there's the whole homelessness file, and I understand that funding may come to an end as well on March 31st of next year, and there is great concern on the part of those who are homeless or who advocate for the homeless or who care about the homeless that this funding might also end. And finally, in Budget 2005, funding was provided to provinces to help in provision of affordable housing, and I understand that too comes to an end in March 31st, 2009. And I might mention that under the former Liberal government, Claudette Bradshaw in particular took a passionate lead in favor of homelessness programs, in favor of support for social housing, and she and certainly all of us on the Liberal side would also be very disappointed and critical of the government should these 3 important programs addressing lower-income Canadians in need of housing, plus the homeless, should come to an end. But, Mr. Speaker, I think we should be under no illusions, because I would refer you back to, I believe it was the Advantage Canada booklet that came out with one of the government's previous budgets, which talked about federal-provincial jurisdictions. And you may recall, Mr. Speaker, that this government has a very narrow definition of federal and provincial jurisdictions. And there were 2 examples given in Advantage Canada booklet as to areas which, according to the government, were entirely provincial. And perhaps not coincidentally, the 2 areas mentioned were precisely housing, number 1, homelessness, number 2, which, according to the government's own budget documents, were stated to be provincial areas, not federal areas. The implication being that it would be just fine if the federal government washed its hands of any kind of support for social housing or homeless or low-income Canadians in co-ops. And so I don't think I would be terribly hopeful as to continuation of support for these programs in March 31st, 2009. Now, we on the Liberal side, we believe in these programs. We were the ones who initiated them. And this is not to say that the federal government should necessarily be involved in the construction of new houses, but we do think the federal government should be there to support cross-Canada initiatives possibly led by the provinces, to deal with the issues of homelessness, social housing, and housing accommodation for lower-income Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, while I do support the bill and while I do congratulate the member on bringing this forward, and I think it is very appropriate, I would simply conclude by saying that, worthy as this bill is, there are far more pressing needs out there in our country by lower-income Canadians, by desperate people who are homeless, and by those agencies who have come to expect some funding from the federal government to support housing initiatives for low-income Canadians. And given this government's very narrow interpretation of the Constitution, and given this government's disdain or disregard for homeless or lower-income Canadians who they do not see as their voting core, I think all of us in this House, at least on the opposition side, should be very concerned that these funds for these three important programs may be allowed to lapse on March 31st of next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Delta Richmond East to have brought in this bill that deals with raising the ceiling for the contributions that someone can make on the basis of their home buyer's plan. That is, that it would move from $20,000 to $25,000. This is a good program. This allows for access to property, and in my riding, like in many others, there are young people who will be better able to become homeowners through this increase. In some municipalities in my riding, there is really a shortage of lodging, of residences and housing, and so I think that this is going to help the general situation. I thank my colleague too, because in the Finance Committee report dealing with the pre-budget consultations, there was a recommendation to that effect. That it was not followed by the Minister of Finance this year, but we were led to hope that there would be an improvement in the situation. The Bloc, in its dissenting opinion, indicated why we had hoped to see the program improved in the way in which was indicated. Clearly, this is a savings initiative for young people, and I believe that passage of this bill will correct a problem that has existed. There's been no change in the figures since 1994, and also it will increase access to property for young people. This is in everybody's interest. Further to my colleague's speech a few moments ago, I understood him to say that he would be open to the possibility of an amendment so that in the future the amount could be indexed.
Whether it's full or partial indexation, at least it would ensure that when 5 or 10 years have passed, the amount will remain pertinent. This type of measure, which has been in place now for many years, has certainly contributed to, together with other conditions for construction, we don't have the difficulty that they've had in the U.S. There's the issue of mortgage interest deductibility, but I think that the choice of measure taken in Canada was preferable, and that the bill today improves the situation even more. For that reason alone, the Bloc will certainly support the bill. As I was saying earlier, setting it at $20,000 per individual up to $40,000 per household, the ceiling has not been reviewed since '94. C520 seeks to increase it to $25,000 a year up to a maximum of $50,000 per household. those who have contributed to their RSP can have a bigger down payment and reduce their mortgage. So that is an incentive to home ownership. And I think that when you know how rent is often a significant proportion of a couple's income, and when they want to establish their financial security and raise their family, there's certainly a positive incentive in the existing program and in the improvements through this bill. This increase is justified by the incredible increase in housing prices over the past few years. Paradoxically, it's not only in large cities that houses have increased. In my riding, all along the St. Lawrence coast, with the arrival of a lot of baby boomers, a lot of people who want to retire in a sound environment in the country, the prices of homes along the St. Lawrence River have increased a lot. Often young people who want to settle in the region don't have access to those properties. However, there are many villages inland where there are houses available, and often when both members of a young couple work, whether they work in a manufacturing plant or they have their first job, they often have educational loans to repay, and it takes them a long time to get the money necessary to buy a home, and this program helps. And in a sense, it has a regional economic development effect, because in many communities where the population is aging, the fact that following the deaths of seniors, or the fact that they go to retirement homes, there are residences available. And now we have an incentive for young couples, young people, to live in these villages. And in the final analysis, this means that families that have children maintain the schools. It's not the only factor to be considered, of course, but it is one of the relevant factors that encourages us to support this bill. Access to home ownership has deteriorated in Canada. In the first trimesters of 2007, it's at its worst rate since '94, according to the chief economist of the RBC. There was an increase in interest rates. We expect a recession. There should be job creation coming up out of this, but the adoption of this bill will send out a clear message from the legislators. We want to counter the negative effects and go forth with a positive measure. Now, of course, many people wonder why this wasn't already indexed. We could have thus avoided what we're trying to do here now, but I think that the member has to be congratulated for having taken the initiative and going ahead with this. The Bloc Québécois would like to see this indexing integrated in the bill. And during committee consideration, we will see what testimony we receive, and we may consider the possibility of doing so. We should have seen such a measure in the last budget. We did not see that. The members' initiative may correct the situation, and let's hope it'll be adopted quickly so that indeed these years of economic slowdown will have at least one small tool to maintain growth through in domestic consumption, which we truly generally need because of the drop in consumption in the U.S., and the huge housing stock available. We know the effect, this domino effect it can have on the economy. The whole forestry industry. Every time we have some tool that we can use to correct a situation, at least partially, well, then the Bloc will support the bill. And I think that it's a sign of good faith. When there are positive measures, constructive measures, we can cooperate with this government or other members in this House to allow for the adoption of bills like this that will improve the situation, especially for our young families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to participate tonight in the debate on Bill C-520 from the member from Delta Richmond East, an act to amend the Income Tax Act regarding the Home Buyers Plan. And Mr. Speaker, as we've heard a number of times tonight, this private member's bill seeks to increase the eligible amount from the Home Buyers Plan from $20,000 to $25,000 That's the amount that you'd be able to take out of your RSP savings to put towards the purchase of your first purchase of a home. For couples, that would increase the amount of couples who have RSPs, both have RSPs, from $40,000 to $50,000 towards their first home. That money that's borrowed from an RSP has to be repaid over 15 years, and if the yearly minimum is not paid, that balance has to be added to your taxable income in that time. Also, if you default on that yearly repayment, that money can't be later repaid into your RSP, so it's lost to your RSP if you default on that repayment plan. The current limit was established back in the early 90s, and the program was established in 1992 when the program was created, and it hasn't been adjusted since then for inflation. So the $25,000 proposal is actually the adjustment, almost the adjustment for inflation. It would have been slightly higher than $25,000, but that's the overall intention of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that it seems a reasonable proposal from the member, and one that is supportable. That this has been an important program to millions of Canadians over the length of its existence, and one that has helped many people enter the housing market for the first time. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the Canadian Real Estate Association has reported that 1.8 million Canadians have used this plan since it was first created, and that's resulted in over 900,000 home purchases. And one of the concerns that has been raised, and the member from Delta Richmond East raised it as well, is that when you do an analysis of the home ownership rate, you see that in fact it increased between 1991 and 2001, the year that the statistics are most readily available, from 62.3% to 66.1%. But when you look a little more closely at the statistics, you find out that it's older folks who benefited most in terms of moving into home ownership, that people aged 55 years of age and older were the ones who benefited most from being able to move into home ownership in that period. So it's hard to say that a program like this actually increased the ability of younger folks to purchase a first home, since the rate of first home ownership in all the other age groups actually went down, and most significantly in the lowest age group of first home purchases. So it is of concern that this may not have addressed the intended purpose, or one of the intended purposes of it, which was to ensure that younger Canadians were able to enter the housing market for the first time. Now, there were concerns raised about this program when it was first implemented. A number of analysts saw it as a regressive program, that it was in fact more helpful to wealthy Canadians, to people who were most likely to be able to set aside money for their retirement in an RSP than it would be for other Canadians of more modest incomes or low incomes. A lot of those folks aren't able to put money aside in an RSP. A lot of those folks don't qualify for mortgages as easily as wealthier Canadians, and therefore wouldn't have the ability to access this program. So that it, in a sense, as an affordability measure of increasing the ability of Canadians to participate in the housing market, it in a sense isn't well targeted. It doesn't target the folks who are most in need in terms of ensuring that they have a home and a roof over their head. Other programs like tax credits or homeowner grants would work much better in terms of targeting people and ensuring an affordable housing approach to this kind of program. It also we have to point out that younger Canadians, one of the target groups originally for this program, also face significant student loan issues. We know that the outstanding student loans of younger Canadians have risen dramatically in recent years, and that many students now graduate. I think the average is about a debt of about $24,000 when they graduate from university. So that increases the difficulty of them being able to take advantage of this kind of program, because their ability to put money into an RSP would be limited while they still have an outstanding student loan. Similarly, childcare expenses are rising for young families, and many young families have to put significant resources into providing childcare. This again would affect their ability to save in an RSP and limit their ability to participate in this program. I think the other thing that we need to look at is how people's ability to make repayments has affected their retirement savings. Some of the information that I saw, and albeit it was very early on in the program, said that almost 1/3 of participants in the program failed to make repayments, the yearly repayments that were required, and defaulted on that amount and saw that amount go into their taxable income. In fact, I think it was 1/5 of the total of the amount due was defaulted on, and this was back in 1995. Now, that money is lost to someone's retirement savings when they default on this. You can't backfill it. You can't go back years later and put that money back in. You lose that ability to contribute for the year that you defaulted on your repayment. So I think that's something else that we should look at. Get more up-to-date information on the failure to make repayments and how that's affecting people's retirement incomes generally as a result of their participation in the home buyers plan. And Mr. Speaker, we've already heard that with the way housing prices are in many places across the country, and particularly in some urban centers where housing prices have skyrocketed, that there is relatively more help to people who live in an area where the real estate market isn't as hot as it is, say, in a place like Burnaby. And that there is significantly relatively more assistance to people in a real estate market that is a little calmer than the one that we would experience in Metro Vancouver, for instance. And that might be another issue that we want to take a look at when we're examining this program and how it works. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important, though, to say that this has been a very important program for millions of Canadians, and that many people have taken advantage of it and have been able to buy their first home, partly because of the assistance that they were able to receive through the home buyers plan to be able to use some of their retirement, their RSP savings towards their first home purchase. But, Mr. Speaker, it's only a piece of the puzzle when we're looking at the housing situation in Canada, the housing crisis in Canada, because indeed it is a housing crisis where we know that there's a significant problem with finding affordable housing, that far too many Canadian families are spending too much of their income on housing, and that there are far too many Canadians, hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are homeless, and many more in danger of homelessness. A measure like this, while it's important, doesn't address those needs in particular, and certainly doesn't replace the need for a national housing program that actually builds homes for homeless Canadians, that actually builds affordable housing for people who are spending too much of their income or who are in risk of homelessness. Nothing can replace that kind of participation by the federal government. I have to say that I was disappointed that in the most recent budget, the federal government made no new commitment to a national housing program, and that the only measure in this budget is a very limited pilot project research budget around homelessness. I'm also very concerned that programs like the Residential Rehabilitation Assistance Program, which helps people stay in their homes and upgrade their homes to make sure that they're still livable, there's no commitment from the government to extend it beyond next year. There's no commitment to extend the homelessness program that is currently in place beyond next year. And we need to make sure that those programs are back in place, that they're significant they're significant programs to Canadians, and we need to know that they can be counted on in the coming year. So we have to see that commitment from the government very soon. Nothing can replace those commitments. Nothing can replace a commitment to actually build homes for the homeless in Canada. Nothing can replace the commitment to programs that help Canadians stay in their homes now. And we need to make sure that that's not forgotten as we address this very specific measure that has been undoubtedly of assistance to many Canadians as they try and enter the housing market for the first time. It's a piece of the puzzle around housing in Canada. It's an important piece of it, but it's a small piece of it, and we need to make sure that these other very, very important and critical issues are also addressed when we're trying to look at housing policy in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-520, introduced by my Conservative colleague, the member for Delta Richmond East. Before I continue, I would like to note that this is a member who has long been recognized as a strong advocate on behalf of his constituents, effectively bringing their concerns to Ottawa since his initial election back in 1993, Mr. Speaker. A stellar record, if you will. We applaud the member for Delta Richmond East for his longevity and his ongoing contributions to Parliament. We now turn to to his latest initiative, a private member's bill that proposes an expansion of the home buyer's plan through amendments to the Income Tax Act. For those unfamiliar with the home buyer's plan, this program allows a first-time home buyer to withdraw up to $20,000 from an RRSP tax-free to purchase or build a home, as long as the amount is repaid within a specified time frame of the plan in equal amounts over 15 years. No tax is paid on the amount withdrawn. The plan's intended objective has been to make home ownership easier for the first-time buyers, while still encouraging long-term retirement savings. Since its introduction in 1992, it has helped approximately 1.6 million Canadians to purchase their first homes. C520 would modify the plan by increasing the maximum amount of a first-time home buyer, the amount a first-time home buyer would be permitted to withdraw from an RRSP tax-free to $25,000 per individual. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that the Canadian housing market is extremely robust, especially in British Columbia and the rest of Western Canada. Indeed, the number of new homes started in Canada was at the second highest level in nearly 2 decades in 2007, and that trend is expected to continue into 2008. More relevant to the discussion on C520, since 2002, the average selling price of an existing home has risen by almost 10% annually. I believe all parliamentarians would agree that encouraging a robust free market economy, including the acquisition of private property, is a basic tenet for a healthy democracy. As the revered economist F.A. Hayek asserted, and I quote, "Private property is the most important guarantee of freedom," end quote. And the most important piece of private property for the most number of Canadians is a home. Additionally, for most, buying a home will be the single largest investment Canadians will make throughout their lives. For these and other reasons, encouraging widespread private ownership is a goal that we should all share. Make no mistake, this Conservative government has introduced noteworthy measures to ensure home ownership is more affordable for more and more Canadian families. First and foremost, we did something the previous Liberal government refused to do. We cut the GST, reducing it down to 5%. This one measure alone is having a major positive impact for those who have purchased or will purchase newly built homes. The Canadian Home Builders Association heralded the GST cut as I quote, "great news for both home buyers and owners," end quote. The Canadian Real Estate Association cheered the lowering of GST as, quote, "also savings to new home buyers," adding it would also help Canadians pay for their home renovations, end quote. Indeed, our GST cut will translate into more than $1 billion in annual savings for the housing sector, returning money back where it belongs into the pockets of Canadians. For instance, an individual or family looking into buying a new $250,000 home will now save $3,200 because of our GST cut. A lot of Canadians, especially new homeowners, are very happy with the GST reduction, because it is making a big positive difference in their lives. People like the newlywed couple building a house in the riding of Fredericton, or that young professional woman who just bought a condominium in the riding of North Vancouver, or that family of new Canadians purchasing their first home in the riding of Oakville. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, each and every one of those individuals and families is currently represented by a Liberal MP in this House, an MP who isn't really happy that they are happy. as they are strongly opposed to our GST cut. And what's worse, all those Liberal MPs support a Liberal leader who keeps saying he might raise the GST. In effect, Liberal MPs want to go to those new homeowners, that newlywed couple, that single professional woman, that family of new Canadians, and reach right back into their pockets, grab the money that they saved through our GST cut, and funnel their money back to Ottawa to pay for the boondoggles and scandals that would inevitably result from another Liberal government. And to those Liberals who say to Canadians, Liberals would never raise the GST, I ask them to explain the words of their own leader, who, when asked if he would raise personal taxes like the GST, said, and I quote, "We will consider that." Or explain why the Liberal finance critic, the member from Markham Unionville, when asked specifically if the Liberals would raise the GST, revealed, and I quote, "It's an option. All I can say is that it is consistent with the Liberal approach." What has Canadians nervous, especially present and future new home buyers, is the current Liberal leader and the Liberal Party who subscribe to a tax and spend philosophy, including advocating for a huge hike in the GST. Even some...
Order. This is private member's business, and it's about this particular private member's bill. And I just caution the parliamentary minister or parliamentary secretary to try and stay relevant and not bring too much government versus opposition stuff into private members' business. It's not what it's for. Or we'll be moving on soon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of the suggestions that I was referring to simply reiterating what has been said, and I would like to continue on if I can, and I'll try and bring it into more relevance. There is other Liberals that I would like to quote, Mr. Speaker, but having been chastised by you, perhaps we will leave some of those quotes to another day. I'm sure they will be raised as reminders. I am, Mr. Speaker, proud to belong to a Conservative government that does not support the pro-GST stance that would be raising the GST. And also we don't subscribe to the care of and don't care for the tax and spend philosophy. Indeed, that's why our Conservative government has slashed the tax bill for Canadian families and businesses by nearly $200 billion since forming government just 2 short years ago. In Budget 2008, moreover, we introduced the new landmark tax-free savings account, or TIFSA. This has a lot of Canadians very excited regardless of political affiliation. Indeed, even the well-respected and non-partisan C.D. Howe Institute has called it, and I quote, "the most significant advance in Canada's tax treatment of personal savings since the RRSP." The TIFSA will become a mainstay on the Canadian financial landscape, providing new savings options and flexibility for people of all ages and income. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, TIFSA will be a new tax-efficient savings vehicle that provides an additional way to meet the challenges of home ownership, allowing Canadians to put more money aside, an additional $5,000 every year, and watch their investments grow tax-free, to use for whatever purpose they wish, including the purchase of a new home. While TIFSA contributions will not be deductible, there will be no tax on investment income earned in the plan or on withdrawals. These new savings accounts will give Canadians full flexibility in terms of how they use their savings and how quickly they replenish them. Take, for example, a young woman who begins to save $100 a month in her TIFSA as she starts working.
Point of order. Point of order. The honourable member for...
admonished my honourable friend about the part of the nature of his speech, which has little relevancy to his colleague's bill, which I think many of us find a very good idea. I wonder if it might be time for you to move on like you said you would do.
Well, it seemed to me the parliamentary secretary was trying for a while after the admonition, but he only has a few seconds left to go in any event.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to sum up by once again recognizing the honourable member for his private member's bill, and we're looking forward to getting this bill to committee. We will be able to study it, understand its real financial ramifications, and we look forward to that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ramalia Gourmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have the chance to speak today in the favor of Bill C-520, an act to amend the Income Tax Act Home Buyers Plan. Prior to my election to the House of Commons in 1993, I worked for many years as a real estate agent in the Greater Toronto area. During that time, I remember the introduction of the Home Buyers Plan in 1992. My work in real estate helped give me insight into the importance of home ownership in Canadian lives. That's why I spoke in favor of extending the plan in one of my first speeches in the House of Commons on February 1st, 1994. And the Liberal government made the Home Buyers Plan permanent in its budget 3 weeks later. And since then, the program has helped hundreds of thousands of Canadians purchase their first home and has assisted thousands of Canadians with disabilities in finding a home more suited to their needs. The HBP seemed like a good idea when it was first introduced, and over the years has proven to be a great success. The program has minimal cost to the government, and because participants must quickly repay the money they take out from their RRSP, in most cases it has no negative long-term effect on retirement saving. In fact, due to the importance of home ownership in the retirement plans of many Canadians, it could be argued that the plan adds to participant financial security after they leave the workforce. Thus, it seems that the only major problem with the Home Buyers Plan is that the $20,000 allowable amount is set in the Income Tax Act and therefore has not increased since it was first created. Bill C-520 aims to fix the problem, at least for the time being. It raises the allowable amount to $25,000, a more appropriate amount given today's financial realities. The need for this increase is great. In the past 16 years, real estate prices in Canada have risen at the historic rates, making the Home Buyers Plan an even more important incentive, especially for urban cities. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation reported in February 2005 in that quote, "It is interesting to note that the proportions of participants in the HBP in Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Calgary, Ottawa, Gatineau, and Quebec was higher than the proportions of these cities' population and the Canadian population. In other words, the Home Buyers Plan take-up is more heavily concentrated in Canadian urban centres. It is not hard to see why that might be a case, since I was first elected to the House of Commons in 1993. The average multiple listing service sale price of a home in Toronto had risen from $190,000 to an incredible $352,000 in 2006. Prices in some other cities have grown at even higher, faster rates. According to Canadian Real Estate Association, the average sale price of a home in Calgary was $415,000 in February of this year.
Order. Sorry, I have to interrupt the honourable member at this time, but he does have 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining when this bill comes up again. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Assumons aussi conforme.
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Nanaimo College.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to address an issue that I brought forward to the Minister on February the 7th around the First Nations Technical Institute. And I welcome this opportunity to expand on the question that I had for the Minister at that time. One of the things that I wanted to raise was the First Nations Technical Institute is an important avenue for providing First Nations appropriate culturally controlled education. And in no higher priority, a report that was put forward by the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, it talked about it identified the importance of appropriately funding for Indigenous controlled educational institutions. As well, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in Article 14 talks about the fact that Indigenous people have the right to establish and control their educational systems and institutions, providing education in their own languages in a manner appropriate to their cultural methods of teaching and learning. And it goes on. So Mr. Speaker, I think the fact that the federal government has reneged essentially on its responsibility in terms of funding Indigenous post-secondary institutions is a very good question for this House to consider. And I think there are some words that are far more powerful than my own that talk about the importance of the situation. In a letter to the Intelligencer, the writer Dave Wilson says that FNTI was founded in 1985 with the active support and encouragement of Indian and Northern Affairs Canada. INAC recognized the need for innovative, culturally relevant post-secondary training for First Nations students. He goes on in his letter to say, over the past 20 years, FNTI has demonstrated how to provide culturally relevant and academically sound programs in an efficient manner. He says that the federal government needs to be a partner with FNTI, not an impediment. And he goes on to talk about the fact that on one hand, the federal government talks about how it's invested, but he actually puts some numbers to this, and he says, he's referring to a member of this House, and he says, by his reckoning, cutting the federal funding to First Nations Technical Institute by $2 million and then offering $500,000 to help them shut down is a reprieve to FNTI. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it boggles the imagination that by cutting funding by $150,000 or $550,000 rather is actually a reprieve to any institution. That this institution was literally lurching from week to week, wondering if it should lay off students and give notice, or lay off staff and give notice to students that their programs would be finished. In a second letter from Richard Johnson, he talks about the fact, he says, I was absolutely blown away by the assertion that the federal government had helped save the First Nations Technical Institute. It is the best case of doublespeak I have heard recently. Reality is just the opposite. It was the lack of vision and commitment by the federal government that has systemically withdrawn funding from FNTI and placed it in danger of closing. For years, governments have hidden behind the skirts of jurisdictional responsibility, and he goes on to talk about a few more things. And then he says that rather than realizing that a successful Aboriginal post-secondary model like FNTI is a rare treasure that needs to be fostered, not killed by continual bureaucratic cuts. So Mr. Speaker, what we have is a case where the federal government acknowledges that education is important but fails to fund it. So I wonder to the Parliamentary Secretary if it's not time that there is a recognition that leadership could be demonstrated by the federal government and actually invest in Aboriginal-controlled post-secondary education institutions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Indian and Northern Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the questions that have been raised by the Honourable Member from Nanaimo Cowichan. Our government truly appreciates and recognizes the fine work done by post-secondary Aboriginal educational institutions. There is no debating the value that they provide to Aboriginal learners throughout our country. Though the provinces have primary responsibility for post-secondary education, including for Aboriginal students and for post-secondary institutions, whether they are located on or off reserve, the Government of Canada plays a supporting role. Through Indian and Northern Affairs Canada, Bill's Indian Studies Support Program, we provide funding support to institutions for post-secondary curriculum design, development, and delivery of Aboriginal-specific programs. Under the ISSP, the First Nations Technical Institute, or FNTI, is eligible for approximately $530,000 in 2008 and 2009. Further, FNTI remains eligible to submit proposals under the same programs through which it received additional funding in the past years. Indian and Northern Affairs Canada must and has treated FNTI as it does other Aboriginal post-secondary institutes, providing proposal-based funding. Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate that we remain committed to working with FNTI and the Province of Ontario to help the Institute evolve into a fully self-sufficient, sustainable education institution. To this end, we've offered to fund a strategic business consultant to work with FNTI to assist in developing a sustainable business plan. FNTI has accepted this offer, and INAC officials are working closely with FNTI to get this in place.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Couch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention, but the reality is that the Aboriginal Affairs Committee did an extensive study on post-secondary education, and one of the factors for success was a core-funded Aboriginal-controlled post-secondary education institution. And we know there are other institutions in Canada that the government does contribute to. So the question I would have is given that FNTI has a long track record of successfully graduating students, and we know that First Nations will be critical to help address the serious labour shortages in Canada over the next couple of decades, why won't the federal government take some responsibility, demonstrate some leadership, abandon the jurisdictional disputes, and come to the table and truly provide some core funding so that these educational institutes can operate with some level of certainty over a number of years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, having been a member of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, I did take part in that education study at the post-secondary level, and of course a number of important issues were raised during that study, and thankfully our government has received that study from the committee. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reiterate some of my points that under the Indian Studies Support Program, FNTI is eligible for over $500,000 in 2008 and 2009. With respect to post-secondary education more generally, our focus has always been on transferring tuition dollars to individual post-secondary students. In 2007-2008, this student support amounted to $73 million in Ontario alone. In 2008-2009, this amount is set to rise to $75 million for these same Ontario students. This funding will allow them to attend the Ontario post-secondary institutes, colleges, universities of their choice. This support increases the employability of these students and in turn contributes to the Canadian economy.
Sorry, but the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
You have to tell your daddy how you feel. Let him love you.
Would you be there when I tell him?
Of course I will, sweetie. If that's what you want.